Qin Nua gradually awakened in his university dormitory, rubbing his eyes before checking his bank balance, only to be taken aback by the meager sum displayed. How can I possibly get through this month with just 15 yuan? At that moment, a system voice unexpectedly echoed, would the master like to bind the godly rich sign-in system? Startled, Qin Nua's heart raced briefly, but he quickly commanded in his mind, bind. His emotions were a tumultuous mix of anxiety and uncontainable excitement. The system continued, the master may now sign in. Without hesitation, Qin Nua replied mentally, sign in. The system promptly announced, congratulations. Master, you have signed in for 1 trillion yuan. Qin Nua was utterly astonished by the proclamation. Almost simultaneously, the notification sound from his bank app chimed, confirming the arrival of 1 trillion yuan. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Nua could hardly contain himself in the dormitory. His 5 roommates, noticing his reaction, hurried over. Qin Nua, are you all right? If something's wrong, we can take you to the medical room immediately. No, I'm fine. Qin Nua waved his hands, trying to reassure them. Internally, however, he was a tempest of emotions, unable to suppress his exhilaration. I need to go shopping and indulge myself, he thought, realizing his several-year-old wardrobe was long overdue for an upgrade. Without further ado, Qin Nua exited Shanghai University, hurriedly making his way to the subway station. Before long, he arrived at the most opulent shopping mall in the city. The dazzling lights and extravagant displays enveloped him in a world of luxury, leaving him somewhat entranced. Taking a deep breath, he strode confidently into Balenciaga. As he crossed the threshold, the radiant lights illuminated his face, and the exquisite arrangement and stylish layout of the store dazzled him. Glamorous clothing adorned the racks, each piece meticulously tailored and uniquely designed, exuding an air of nobility. Qin Nua's gaze wandered among the garments, his fingers gently brushing the soft fabrics, as if sensing a new life about to commence. At that moment, a well-dressed sales associate approached him with a warm smile. Sir, welcome. How may I assist you today? Regaining his composure, Qin Nua replied, I'd like to select a few new outfits for myself. The sales associate's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she responded with heightened enthusiasm. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. Our latest styles will surely meet your needs. However, upon seeing Qin Nua's attire, the sales associate Li Weihong made an instant judgment, clearly just a broke student. What could he possibly afford here? She thought disdainfully, allowing her smile to turn perfunctory. In contrast, sales associate Chun Yueying remained respectful and attentive throughout Qin Nua's visit. As Qin Nua browsed through the clothing, he quickly sensed Li Yuhong's dismissive attitude. What kind of attitude is this? Just because I look like a student, she thinks she can look down on me. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, he kept his displeasure to himself, focusing on the garments before him. Chun Yueying, perceptive to the tension, noticed Li Yuhong's disdainful expression and frowned. That's a customer, please refrain from displaying such expressions, she whispered. Li Weihong retorted with a scoff. Humph. Look at him, what could he possibly buy? Don't waste your efforts. Chun Yueying bit her lip, insisting, regardless of his spending power, we should respect our customers. Li Weihong rolled her eyes and fell silent. Ignoring Li Weihong, Chun Yueying turned to Qin Nua with a smile. Sir, take your time, feel free to let me know if you find something you like. Qin Nua nodded slightly, casting a glance at Li Weihong, feeling a sense of displeasure, but redirected his attention to the clothing. Standing aloof, Li Weihong crossed her arms and muttered under her breath, pretentious, what a waste of time. Chun Yueying caught the remark, her expression darkening as she shot a glare at Li Weihong, signaling her to be quiet. Li Weihong, unperturbed, turned away, deliberately ignoring the situation at that moment. Other shoppers began to notice the unusual atmosphere, casting curious glances their way. Chun Yueying enthusiastically introduced Qin Nua to Balenciaga's latest casual wear. Suddenly, a wealthy young man, Lu Yuan, swaggered into the store, exuding arrogance. Li Yuhong's demeanor instantly transformed into a saccharine smile as she rushed to greet him, her obsequiousness palpable. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan brazenly groped Li Weihong. Rather than feel offended, she beamed with delight. Young Master Lu, are you here to shop for clothes? She asked, her tone dripping with flattery. Of course, he replied nonchalantly. Li Weihong, now brimming with pride, couldn't resist glancing at Chun Yuang, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Chun Yuang, repulsed by Li Yuhong's behavior, continued to focus on Qin Nuo, pretending not to notice the exchange. Lu Yuan loudly declared, "Bring out your most expensive and latest items for me." Li Weihong nodded eagerly. "Certainly, young Master Lu. Please wait a moment." She dashed off to gather items, casting a triumphant glance back at Chen Yuang. Qin Nuo furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of distaste for the ruckus. Other customers whispered among themselves, commenting on Lu Yuan's arrogance and Li Yuhong's sycophancy. Standing in the center of the store, Lu Yuan crossed his arms, surveying the surroundings with an air of superiority. Li Yuehong soon returned, breathless, presenting a selection of clothing. "Young Master Lu, take a look. These are our latest styles, perfectly suited to your status." Lu Yuan cast a cursory glance, nodding. Not bad, set them aside. He then commanded, "Wrap these up for me to purchase." Li Yuhong's jaw dropped in disbelief, thinking, truly a wealthy individual, his spending is extravagant. She couldn't help but glance at Qin Nuo, smirking internally, not like that stingy student, with a beaming smile. Li Weihong hurried Lu Yuan to the checkout. After the transaction, Li Weihong exclaimed, "Wow, young Master Lu, you spent 50,000 yuan today." Her voice was high-pitched, her pride unabashed, standing tall as if the sum was her own expenditure. Lu Yuan glanced at Li Weihong, smirking. "Are you satisfied with this purchase?" Li Weihong nodded vigorously, her tone flirtatious, of course. "Young Master Lu is ever so generous." Lu Yuan leered. "Then you know what that means for tonight." Li Weihong responded with a coy smile. "Absolutely." Qin Nuo watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a smirk, finding it rather amusing. Lu Yuan's lewdness was unmistakable, and Li Yuhong's smile was laced with flirtation and sycophancy. Qin Nuo shook his head, his eyes reflecting a mix of disdain and derision. Chapter 2. How could he afford to pay? At this moment, Qin Nuo thought it unnecessary to be overly selective. It was rather bothersome. He turned to the sales associate, Chen Yuya, and stated, "I wish to purchase every men's item in my size from Balenciaga. Additionally, I need to custom order some clothing, as these standard sizes may only be temporarily suitable." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuya's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, filled with disbelief as she pondered. Such an astronomical figure. The other customers in the store cast incredulous glances, whispering amongst themselves. Sales associate Li Weihong and the wealthy heir Lu Yuan exchanged glances. Lu Yuan snorted derisively. Just him? Boasting without a shred of evidence." Li Weihong scoffed. "A mere impoverished student pretending to be affluent. It's nothing but bluster." Their expressions remained disdainful, filled with skepticism and mockery. Li Weihong crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Nuo, and sarcastically remarked, "Oh, do you think this is a market where you can simply declare your purchases? Aren't you afraid of your own audacity?" Lu Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, chuckled contemptuously. "Kid, if you wish to show off, you're a bit too green. Don't end up embarrassed when you can't settle the bill." Li Weihong chimed in, "Exactly. Don't think we're so easily deceived. Perhaps take a look in the mirror and reconsider your pretensions." Lu Yuan tilted his head and sneered. "I think he is just deluded, spouting nonsense. Anyone who comes to Balenciaga is not to be trifled with." Some customers, upon seeing Qin Nuo and Apos' youthful visage, began to ridicule him as well. A fashionably dressed lady scrutinized him from head to toe, smirking. Today's youth truly lack awareness of their own limitations. Do they think this is a place for idle boasts? Nearby, a well-dressed gentleman shook his head, stating, "He appears to be a spirited young man. Yet, his grandiosity is utterly unreliable." A heavily made-up woman curled her lip. So young and yet so eager to show off. Does he even realize his own worth? The crowd punctuated their discourse with mockery and disdain towards Qin Nuo. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair let out a soft huff. "Young man, it's better to remain grounded than to indulge in fanciful illusions." Another burly man adorned with a large gold chain bellowed, "Exactly, quit pretending to be wealthy. If you have the means, show us the money." The air was thick with derisive remarks, and Qin Nuo found himself encircled, the scornful gazes piercing him like arrows. A young girl tugged at her companion's sleeve and whispered, "Look at him. He is probably just trying to attract attention." Her companion nodded in agreement. "Definitely. He must be desperate for fame." The atmosphere in the store became palpably tense, saturated with laughter and accusation. At that moment, the manager of the Balenciaga Hongqiao store. Chen Lijin noticed the commotion and hurried over. Upon seeing the manager, Li Yuehong quickly approached him, recounting the situation in detail. Chen Lijin, after listening, displayed a look of surprise, followed by skepticism as he regarded Qin Nuo, furrowing his brow. Unlikely, this lad doesn't he seem like the type with substantial wealth? He mused inwardly, having encountered many who feigned affluence over the years, most of whom ended up as mere jesters. Yet, he also considered the potential repercussions of misjudging Qin Nuo's financial standing. Thus, he promptly adopted a demeanor of deference, approaching Qin Nuo with caution. "Sir, my sincerest apologies for the earlier offense. Please do not take it to heart." Chen Lijin also conveyed, "If you truly intend to purchase such a quantity of garments, it would certainly amount to a significant sum, at least 50 million. As he spoke, he studied Qin Nuo's expression, his gaze laced with a hint of trepidation. Observing this, Li Yuehong placed her hands on her hips and mockingly interjected, "Humph, 50 million? Can he possibly produce that?" "The manager, you mustn't be fooled by him." Lu Yuan tilted his head, his face a mask of derision. "Indeed, manager, you're too naive. This broke kid couldn't muster 50 cents, let alone 50 million. Other patrons joined in agreement. An older lady scoffed, "Today's youth boast without a second thought. 50 million? Dream on." A young man chimed in, "Exactly. If he is so wealthy, let him show us the money." The collective laughter and derision echoed throughout the store. Yet, Chen Lijin, witnessing Qin Nuo's unflinching demeanor, felt a sudden jolt of realization. His gaze swept across Qin Nuo's calm countenance. The young man remained unfazed by the surrounding mockery and doubt. In an instant, Chen Lijin comprehended that this individual was no ordinary person. He was undoubtedly quite wealthy, perhaps even a hidden scion of fortune. His face instantly transformed, adorned with a smile of obsequiousness, as he involuntarily bent slightly at the waist, nodding and bowing. "Young master, it seems I was blind to your stature. Please forgive my earlier misjudgment." His demeanor was so ingratiating that it appeared he wished to press his face to the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Li Yuehong's eyes widened in disbelief at Chen Lijin's sycophantic behavior, exclaiming, "Manager, have you lost your senses? How could he possibly be wealthy?" Lu Yuan frowned, perplexed. "Indeed, manager, could you be mistaken? What wealth could this brat possibly possess?" Surrounding customers exchanged murmurs. A gentleman shook his head. Could the manager truly be confused, catering to such a young whippersnapper? A young lady covered her mouth in astonishment. "I can't comprehend what the manager is thinking. Could this lad genuinely have connections?" Faces were etched with confusion and disbelief as glances shifted between Qin Nuo and Chen Lijin. Observing the manager's sudden shift in demeanor, Qin Nuo smiled and stated, "Enough of the pleasantries, let us proceed with the payment." At once, Chen Lijin sprang into action, his face beaming with a smile. "Of course, young master, right this way." Leading the way to the checkout, he bent slightly, exuding utmost reverence. Upon reaching the register, Chen Lijin carefully accepted the card from Qin Nuo. Presenting it to the cashier with both hands, his gaze fixated on the transaction, fresh beads of sweat forming. The cashier swiftly processed the card, and the onlookers held their breath, eyes glued to the unfolding scene. A beep signaled the successful transaction. Chen Lijin breathed a sigh of relief, his smile radiant as he proclaimed, "Young master, the transaction of 50 million is complete. Thank you for your patronage." Qin Nuo merely nodded, his expression remaining composed and tranquil. Chapter 3. A whimsical purchase of a manor. The entire venue was engulfed in astonishment. Chen Lijin, the manager of the Balenciaga store in Hongqiao, was utterly flabbergasted upon witnessing the completion of a transaction amounting to 50 million. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, and internally, he rejoiced, realizing that he had not misjudged. Qin Nuo was indeed a hidden scion, a young master from an unknown illustrious family. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his body trembled slightly, and a sycophantic smile adorned his face as he hurriedly declared, "Mr. Qin, please do not hesitate to call upon me for any of your needs." The sales associate. Qin Yuya gazed at Qin Nuo in disbelief, her mouth agape, eyes widened in shock. She thought to herself, never could she have imagined that this university student, Qin Nuo, possessed such immense wealth. She stood frozen, clutching the wrinkled documents she had prepared to present to him, unaware of her nervous grip. Li Yuehong, another sales associate, gaped as if one could fit an egg in her mouth, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she muttered, "How can this be? How can this be?" Meanwhile, the wealthy heir, Lu Yuan, turned pale, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed, stammering, I must have misjudged." Surrounding customers stood like statues, their previous mockery seemingly frozen in the air. A fashionable woman covered her mouth in astonishment, while a well-dressed gentleman's eyes widened in incredulity. A heavily made-up woman nearly dropped her handbag, and an elderly man with graying hair shook his head repeatedly, mumbling, "I never would have guessed. I never would have guessed." The store was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the weighty breaths of the crowd. At that moment, a burly man adorned with a large gold chain rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if struggling to accept the reality before him, murmuring, "This kid actually has that much money. I thought he was just boasting." A young girl clutched her friend's hand, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Oh my, we completely misjudged him. He is truly a hidden millionaire." Her companion, equally astonished, stuttered, I didn't see this coming. It's so shocking." A middle-aged woman stood dumbfounded, finally regaining her composure after a long pause, awkwardly smiling. "Oh dear, this young man truly hides his wealth." The previously raucous young man now flushed crimson, wishing to vanish into the ground, muttering, "My mouth. It's always getting me into trouble." Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. All eyes fixated on Chin Nua, filled with astonishment, regret, and reverence. The onlookers, once mocking, were now utterly stunned. Some customers gaped, unable to close their mouths, their eyes nearly popping out. Others dropped their shopping bags to the ground without noticing, and still more rubbed their eyes repeatedly, questioning their reality. A young man in athletic wear stood there, muttering to himself, This is simply unbelievable." A woman cradling a child was so astonished that she nearly dropped her little one, who giggled, oblivious to the adult's strange reactions. An elderly gentleman, adjusting his glasses, peered closely at Chin Nua, shaking his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover." The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and wonder. Among the other university-aged customers, witnessing Chin Nua's extravagant purchase of $50 million worth of Balenciaga apparel only heightened their shock. A boy in a baseball cap stared wide-eyed, stammering, Is he really one of us? Spending $50 million just like that?" Beside him, a girl with a ponytail covered her mouth in envy and jealousy. "Goodness, I'm still agonizing over a few hundred for a piece of clothing. And he just drops $50 million. Another boy in a checkered shirt adjusted his glasses, exclaiming, "The disparity is staggering. It's simply unfathomable." A short-haired girl clutched her friend's arm, excitedly stating, "Now that's what a true tycoon looks like. We can't even begin to compare." They stood transfixed, their gazes locked onto Chin Nua, expressions a complex tapestry of shock, envy, and bewilderment. Chin Nua then turned to Chen Lijin, the Balenciaga manager, and remarked, "I find that Chun Yue's service was commendable, but the other associate, Li Yuehong, was truly lacking." Chen Lijin's anger flared at those words, and he bellowed, "Li Yuehong, you are fired." Li Yuehong, panic-stricken, turned to Chin Nua, pleading, "Please, I implore you, intercede on my behalf." Without hesitation, Chin Nua flatly refused. "That is out of the question." At this juncture, Lu Yuan and the other customers in the store approached with obsequiousness, eager to make Chin Nua's acquaintance. Chin Nua curtly replied, "Leave me be." Li Yuehong's face paled, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not utter another word. The sycophantic demeanor on Lu Yuan's face froze in embarrassment, rendering him awkwardly still. The other customers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. With arms crossed and an air of indifference, Chin Nua exuded an undeniable authority. At that moment, he opened the system's small interface in his mind and was delighted to discover the availability of villas. Without hesitation, he purchased the East Extreme Oasis Manor, valued at $300 million, complete with concierge service, which he found quite appealing. Chen Lijin regarded Chin Nua with profound respect, inquiring, "Master Chin, to which address should these garments be delivered?" "East Extreme Oasis Manor," Chin Nua replied directly. Hearing this, Chen Lijin's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts of the renowned estate. Yet he promptly responded, "Understood, Master Chin. I shall arrange it immediately." His eyes brimmed with reverence, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he leaned slightly forward, careful not to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Chin Nua remained composed, emanating an air of formidable presence. Inside the Balenciaga store, the customers continued to exhibit shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape as if they could fit an egg within. After all, this was a direct expenditure of $50 million. Some couldn't suppress their astonishment, gasping aloud. Their minds were filled with a sense of wonder and disbelief, the previous disdain and mockery having vanished without a trace. Yet, The crowd shamelessly sought to engage with Qin Nua. A flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man, all smiles, approached Qin Nua, saying, "Ah, young man, it seems I failed to recognize your stature. Let us be friends." A heavily made-up woman swayed her hips, sweetly suggesting, "Handsome, how about we exchange WeChat?" Another portly businessman presented his business card, ingratiatingly stating, "Brother, let us collaborate in the future." Surrounding Qin Nua, the crowd buzzed with flattery and sycophancy, their smiles plastered with insincerity. Chapter 4, A Trillion, and this is all it costs? Qin Nua furrowed his brow, displaying evident impatience as he coldly commanded, "Step aside." However, the crowd did not retreat. Rather, they pressed closer, eager for proximity. A man adorned with a gold watch implored, "Don't be so callous, young man. Grant us a modicum of favor." A woman draped in a mink coat squeezed through, adding, "Indeed, we are all acquaintances. Do not be so indifferent." The clamor of agreement surged among the crowd, creating a cacophony of voices. Qin Nua's expression darkened further. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and bellowed, "I said, step aside." This outburst silenced the throng instantly. They exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain yet unwilling to concede. At that moment, a diminutive man spoke cautiously, "Young Master Qin, please don't be angry. We merely wish to befriend you." Ignoring them entirely, Qin Nua turned to leave. Upon witnessing his departure, the sales associate, Li Weihong, sagged to the ground like a deflated balloon, her complexion pale as she murmured, "Oh no. I've lost my job and offended a young master. I dread the moment he decides to eliminate me." Her eyes brimmed with fear and regret, her body trembling uncontrollably. In contrast, another sales associate, Chen Yia, radiated joy, her face aglow with a brilliant smile, thinking to herself, "I was right all along." Chen Lijian remarked to Chen Yuya, "You were indeed correct. We hosted a distinguished young master and secured a deal worth 50 million. I have applied for a bonus for you. 1 million awaits." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuya gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with excitement. She leaped up, exclaiming, "Really? Manager, that is wonderful. Thank you, and thank you." Young Master Qin. The customers who had previously mocked Qin Nua now realized their chance to befriend such a formidable young master had slipped away, leaving them to depart with their heads hung low. Some shook their heads in regret, lamenting their lack of discernment. Others quietly grumbled, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. A few glanced back at the store, their eyes reflecting envy and disappointment. The other sales associates, observing Qin Yuyu's exuberance, were equally envious. One remarked with a hint of jealousy, "Oh, Qin Yuya, you've truly struck gold by encountering such a significant client." Another added, "Indeed. That 1 million bonus could sustain us for several years." Yet another commented, "Look at Chen Yuya. Her vision is commendable, unlike ours, who failed to recognize such a gem. Why am I so unlucky?" Lamented a short-haired associate. "I saw that young master too. Why didn't I make a move? I regret it deeply," exclaimed a tall associate, slapping her thigh. "Stop talking. The more we discuss it, the more envious I become. It's all fate," sighed a plump associate. Their chatter filled the store with a lively atmosphere. At least one sales associate suggested, "Oh, Yuya, treat us to dinner today?" To which Chen Yuya joyfully replied, "Of course. I'll treat." This response further ignited the excitement among the others. "Wonderful. Yuya is so generous. Hooray, we're in for a feast. Let us make sure to enjoy ourselves." Laughter and cheer resonated throughout the store, as if the earlier turmoil had dissipated into thin air. Qin Nua had already exited Balenciaga, content with his purchase, reflecting on how little he had spent from the trillion he possessed. The news of his 50 million expenditure spread like wildfire throughout the Hongqiao shopping mall. Sales associates from luxury boutiques lit up with enthusiasm, their eyes fixated on Qin Nua's figure. Some stood at the entrance, vigorously waving the latest products, enticingly calling out, "Handsome, come in and take a look." Others beamed with smiles, bending slightly in invitation, sweetly proclaiming, "Sir, we have the latest limited editions in our store." Some associates even rushed out, tugging at the hem of Qin Nua's clothing, eagerly insisting, "Come to our store. We guarantee your satisfaction." Each sales associate employed every tactic at their disposal to capture Qin Nua's attention, creating a lively scene filled with overlapping voices. Feeling increasingly encircled, Qin Nua's patience wore thin. A sales associate in an exquisite suit approached him, her large eyes sparkling as she said, "Young master, we offer tailored services for esteemed clients like yourself. It would be a pity to miss out." Another associate, unwilling to be outdone, waved a luxurious handbag in front of him, exclaiming, This is a one-of-a-kind bag, fit only for someone of your stature. As the space around him shrank, a dizzying blend of fragrances overwhelmed Chin Nua. At that moment, a tall sales associate, her heels clicking, pushed to the forefront, urgently exclaiming, "Handsome, as long as you enter our store, everything is negotiable, generous discounts await." Taking a deep breath, Chin Nua raised his voice, declaring, "Everyone, step back." Yet, the sales associates seemed oblivious, continuing their fervent solicitations. Realizing he could not escape, Chin Nua thought, "Then I might as well indulge a little more." He announced, "All right, line up, I will choose where to spend." Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed instantly, forming a line with straightened postures and professional smiles, their eyes brimming with anticipation and nervousness. Some adjusted their makeup and hair, while others took deep breaths to steady themselves. A palpable tension filled the air as they awaited his decision, their breaths quickening in the silence. The alluring sales associates perked up, their smiles becoming more respectful. One particularly voluptuous associate accentuated her curves, her smile perfectly poised, her eyes alight with eagerness. Another, clad in a fitted skirt, folded her hands before her, nodding gracefully, exuding sweetness and composure as she sought to present her best self. Others swayed gently, casting flirtatious glances at Chin Nua, their respectful smiles concealing an abundance of eagerness. Chapter 5. Too many choices. I might as well buy them all. One of the saleswomen discreetly rose on her toes, striving to stand out amidst the crowd. Her smile radiant like the warm sun of spring, her gaze intently fixed on Chin Nua, as if silently pleading, "Choose me, choose me." Another saleswoman, with cascading waves of hair, gently bit her lip, her eyes betraying a hint of allure, her respectful smile tinged with a deliberate charm. One saleswoman, anxious, clasped the hem of her clothing tightly, yet endeavored to maintain an air of elegance, her smile appearing somewhat stiff. Others continually adjusted their stances, attempting to discover the most flattering angle to showcase their allure, their eager eyes seemingly intent on melting Chin Nua and Apos' resolve. After observing their antics, Chin Nua chuckled and said, "Well, let me think. Perhaps I shall." He deliberately paused, leaving his thoughts unspoken. The alluring saleswomen and Apos' hearts leapt into their throats, fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. One saleswoman bit her lip, her eyes fixed on Chin Nua without blinking, silently praying, "Please choose me, please choose me." Another clasped her hands before her chest, her body trembling slightly, her breath becoming shallow with nervousness. Some saleswomen's faces flushed crimson, their eyes brimming with anxiety and anticipation. Chin Nua then declared, "I shall visit Vacheron Constantine to look at watches." Instantly, the saleswoman from Vacheron Constantine nearly leaped for joy, her face blossoming with a bright smile as she exclaimed, "Oh, Master Chin, your taste is impeccable. Our Vacheron Constantine watches are indeed top-notch." The other saleswomen, however, wore expressions of disappointment, grumbling among themselves. "Why did he choose Vacheron Constantine? Our store has excellent items too. I thought we might have a chance. What a waste of excitement. The Vacheron Constantine saleswoman is just too lucky. Alas, we can only wait for the next opportunity. I envy her greatly. Perhaps Master Chin might visit our store later. Let us not lose heart." It won't be that easy. The Vacheron Constantine saleswoman must seize this opportunity. The atmosphere buzzed with animated chatter. Chin Nua, hearing their remarks, smiled and added, "I might check out other stores after purchasing the watch." Instantly, they became agitated once more. "Really? Master Chin, do keep an eye on our store. Master Chin, our items will not disappoint you." Yes, Master Chin, after your visit to Vacheron Constantine, you must come to us." "Oh dear, I need to hurry back and prepare, bringing out the best merchandise." "Me too. I must tidy up the store to leave a good impression on Master Chin." Perhaps today everyone will have a fruitful experience. I hope Master Chin spends generously at our place. Enough talk. Let us take action and prepare well." Amidst their enthusiastic chatter, Chin Nua proceeded directly to Vacheron Constantine, where the saleswomen welcomed him with exuberant warmth. One saleswoman hastily approached the entrance, slightly bowing, her face adorned with a beaming smile, respectfully saying, "Master Chin, welcome. Your presence graces our humble store." Another quickly brought forth a meticulously crafted beverage, presenting it to Chin Nua with gentle tones, "Master Chin, please have some water and take a moment to rest." Yet another saleswoman knelt gracefully beside Chin Nua, carefully unveiling the latest watch catalog, introducing Master Chin. "These are our newest styles, each a unique masterpiece." An older saleswoman stood nearby, her face beaming with smiles, adding, Master Qin, for any watch that catches your eye, we shall offer you the most favorable price. The other saleswomen encircled Qin Nua, their attentive gazes fixed upon him, always ready to cater to his whims, their demeanor revering him as their most esteemed guest. Qin Nua was ushered into the most exclusive VIP room. As he entered, soft lighting cascaded down, illuminating the luxuriously elegant decor. A saleswoman swiftly pulled out a comfortable leather chair, inviting Qin Nua to sit, saying, Master Qin, please take a seat. Another swiftly opened the glass display case, retrieving a dazzling watch, cradling it delicately as she presented it to Qin Nua, explaining, Master Qin, this watch features top-tier craftsmanship, with the dial adorned with precious diamonds and the strap made from rare leather, available in limited quantities worldwide. Another saleswoman, equipped with a magnifying glass, stood by attentively, meticulously showcasing every detail of the watch to Qin Nua. Yet another brought forth an exquisite platter of delicacies, softly stating, Master Qin, please enjoy these treats as you peruse. Qin Nua extended his wrist, and the saleswoman carefully adorned him with the watch, remarking, Master Qin, the size fits your wrist perfectly. Throughout the entire process, the saleswomen maintained a posture of reverence, their faces alight with enthusiastic smiles, their eyes keenly observing Qin Nua's reactions, ever ready to fulfill his every request. Pleased, Qin Nua stated, I'll buy it. In an instant, the saleswomen were taken aback. One widened her eyes, almost dropping the tray she held, stammering, Master Qin, you truly intend to purchase it? Another covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, This is so decisive. One saleswoman, blushing with excitement, trembled as she said, Master Qin, you are truly bold. Qin Nua replied nonchalantly, continue with the introductions. No need to present the ladies' watches. The alluring saleswomen nodded obediently and resumed their presentations. One promptly responded, Master Qin, very well, let me introduce you to this classic men's watch. Another chimed in, Master Qin, this watch boasts exquisite craftsmanship. A third pointed out a watch, stating, Master Qin, look at this one. Its unique design exudes an air of nobility. Qin Nua, feeling fond of it, simply said, I'll buy it. Once more, the saleswomen were astonished, and one couldn't help but exclaim, Master Qin, you are truly generous. Another quickly added, Master Qin, I will package it for you immediately. Yet another, with a beaming smile, said, Master Qin, your taste is impeccable. The saleswomen inquired if Qin Nua desired further introductions, as there were still many watches to showcase. Finding it too cumbersome, Qin Nua declared, let us skip ahead. I'll take everything on this list. The saleswomen gasped. One trembling as she asked, Master Qin, are you certain? Another, nearly in tears from excitement, exclaimed, Master Qin, this is truly astounding. A third eagerly nodded, Master Qin, I will arrange everything for you at once. Chapter 6, First. Transfer $1 billion to ease the shock. Qin Nua then proceeded to settle the bill, effortlessly spending $300 million. The room fell into an astonished silence, with everyone rendered speechless. A sales attendant gaped, unable to close her mouth, murmuring, $300 million, just like that? Another attendant's legs weakened, nearly collapsing, stammering, young Master Qin. This is astonishing. The manager hurried over, his face flushed, excitedly mumbling, young Master Qin, thank you for your patronage. Our store. Other customers gathered around, exclaiming in awe, this is a true tycoon. The store erupted into chaos, each individual struck by Qin Nua's extravagant display. The manager of Vacheron Constantine immediately inquired about the delivery address for the watch. Qin Nua replied without hesitation, Dongji Oasis Manor. The manager promptly agreed. Such a lavish purchase sent shockwaves through the entire luxury retail sector. Managers and sales attendants from other stores began whispering amongst themselves. Did you hear? A major client at Vacheron Constantine just spent $300 million. What? $300 million? That's outrageous. They speculated whether he might visit their stores next, eager to provide exceptional service should he choose to come. Suddenly, the entire shopping district buzzed with excitement over Qin Nua and Appos' astonishing expenditure. Someone exclaimed, you have no idea. Young Master Qin spent $50 million just moments ago, and now another $300 million. Instantly, the crowd was left in disbelief, pondering the true extent of Qin Nua's wealth. My goodness, that's over $300 million combined. Who is this young Master Qin to possess such fortune? It was unfathomable, a veritable display of super wealth. Is he from a family of miners? He spends money as if it were water. Sales attendants from other luxury brands expressed their envy. Oh dear, The attendants at Vacheron Constantine are indeed fortunate. I wish young Master Qin would grace our store with such spending. They wondered if they would ever have the chance to host such a prestigious client. Look at him. This is what a true connoisseur looks like. Inside Vacheron Constantine. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone busy wrapping the exquisite watches. Employees scurried about, some carefully placing watches into specially designed boxes, others meticulously wrapping protective foam. While some verified order details. One employee, perspiring, remarked, "This is quite the undertaking." Another chuckled in response, "To have such a significant business. A little exhaustion is well worth it." The manager directed, "Everyone, be attentive, no mistakes." In a corner, a few employees huddled together, quietly discussing. Young Master Qin truly has an extraordinary touch. Our store hasn't been this lively in ages. Indeed, my hands trembled while packaging, fearing I might damage something. Haha. Let us keep our spirits high and not tarnish the store and Appo's reputation. The shop was filled with bustling figures and hushed conversations. As everyone committed to this rare and substantial order. As Qin Nua departed, he received a VIP card from Vacheron Constantine. The manager, beaming, bid him farewell, saying, "Young Master Qin, take care, and we welcome your next visit." At that moment, Qin Nua wore a 30 million watch from Vacheron Constantine and was clad in casual attire from Balenciaga. He reveled in the delightful sensations that the system had bestowed upon him. Thinking, "This feels magnificent." Qin Nua, not wishing to shop at other luxury stores, decided he had acquired enough for now. He felt inclined to indulge in a meal. At that moment, his mother, Jiang Meiwei, messaged him, "Have you run out of money this month? Shall I send you 200? Qin Nua chuckled upon reading it, replying, "No need, the company I invested in has turned a profit." On the other end, Jiang Meiwei was taken aback, responding incredulously, "Really?" Her voice raised a pitch as she leaned forward, brow furrowed, thinking, "This child isn't just trying to make me happy, is he?" Meanwhile, Qin Nua stood on the bustling street, surrounded by the throngs of people and the ceaseless flow of vehicles. He gently raised his hand to admire the 30 million watch on his wrist, smiling as he continued, "Mom, truly, I've made quite a bit. You needn't worry about me." Jiang Meiwei, seated on the sofa, remained skeptical, her fingers rapidly tapping on her phone screen. "Son, don't deceive me. Making money from investments isn't that easy." Qin Nua gazed at the scenery by the street, inhaling deeply, savoring the gentle breeze against his face, and replied, "Mom, I assure you, I'm not lying. We can discuss it in detail later." Without hesitation, Qin Nua transferred 10 billion to both Jiang Meiwei and Qin Hai. Jiang Meiwei, holding her phone, suddenly noticed the bank notification and leaped from the sofa in shock, exclaiming, "Old Qin, come quickly. Our son just transferred 10 billion to us." Qin Hai, who had been in the study reading the newspaper, rushed out upon hearing Jiang Meiwei's shout, his eyes glued to the phone screen, stammering, This can't be true." The couple exchanged incredulous glances, utterly stunned by the staggering figure, rendered speechless. After a while, Jiang Meiwei finally regained her composure, murmuring, "Our son has made it big. This is just too sudden." Qin Hai nodded vigorously, saying, "Indeed, what could he have possibly done to amass such wealth?" They quickly grabbed their phones to call Qin Nua. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Meiwei urgently asked, "Son, what on earth is going on with this money?" Qin Nua chuckled lightly, saying, "Mom and Dad, don't worry. This is all earned legitimately. Feel free to spend it as you wish." Hearing this, Jiang Meiwei and Qin Hai felt a mix of joy and concern. They were elated that their son had succeeded, but worried about the source of his wealth. However, after some reflection, they chose to trust Qin Nua and express their gratitude. Jiang Meiwei and Appo's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement, declaring, "After toiling for half a lifetime, I can finally retire. Tomorrow, we shall travel the world." Qin Hai nodded enthusiastically, his wrinkles smoothing out as he exclaimed, "Yes. Let us enjoy ourselves." Qin Nua, hearing this, laughed heartily, saying, "That sounds wonderful." His laughter was bright and cheerful, as if it could reach his parents' ears through the phone. "Mom and Dad, enjoy yourselves. Take the time to relax." Jiang Meiwei and Qin Hai exchanged glances, their eyes filled with visions of a beautiful future. Beginning to discuss which country to visit first, the room was filled with an atmosphere of joy and anticipation. Chapter 7. How could he afford French cuisine? Qin Nua concluded the WeChat call and felt a twinge of hunger, making his way to the third floor of the shopping mall. There, he spotted Ming Rian, the alluring class beauty, accompanied by the affluent Zhang El, as they prepared to dine at the French restaurant. Ming Rian immediately noticed Qin Nua and secretly mocked him, fabricating a story that he was trying to pursue her. Zhang El, upon hearing this, was infuriated. His brows knitted and eyes flaring, he shouted at Qin Nua, "How dare you set your sights on Rian?" Ming Rian stifled a laugh, her eyes glinting with disdain as she chirped, "Darling, don't get angry. He's just a toad trying to eat swan meat." Qin Nua, bewildered, retorted coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He recognized Ming Rian for her insincerity. Zhang El, still fuming, stepped closer, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Nua. "Kid, you better scram before you regret it." Qin Nua crossed his arms, displaying utter disdain. "Don't go mad here." Ming Rian swayed her hips, speaking in a condescending tone. "Qin Nua, can't you just leave me alone?" Zhang El, with his face reddening and veins bulging on his forehead, looked as if he were about to explode. Qin Nua maintained his composure, his gaze icy as he stared back at Zhang El, showing no signs of retreat. Ming Rian, with a theatrical air of disgust, raised her chin slightly, her painted lips curling in disdain. At that moment, onlookers began to whisper, some intrigued by the spectacle, while the restaurant staff looked on, unsure whether to intervene. Zhang El grew bolder, bellowing, "You should take a good look at yourself. How could Rian possibly be interested in you?" With a scoff, Qin Nua replied, "I truly have no interest in such a pretentious woman." Ming Rian stomped her foot in anger, exclaiming, "Who are you calling pretentious?" Zhang El, enraged, raised his fist as if to strike, shouting, "Dare you say that about Rian? I'll teach you a lesson." Unfazed, Qin Nua's eyes grew colder, inviting him with, "Go ahead, try it." Ming Rian scoffed. Qin Nua is a pauper. He could never afford a meal in this renowned French restaurant. She crossed her arms, her chin held high, her gaze dripping with scorn. Zhang El echoed her sentiment, mocking, "Exactly. This high-end place is beyond his reach." He spat in Qin Nua's direction. A look of contempt plastered across his face. Qin Nua halted, turning to face them, his gaze sweeping over the pair. "You both are truly ignorant." By now, the crowd surrounding them began to murmur, pointing at Ming Rian and Zhang El. Their expressions soured, with Ming Rian's smile fading and Zhang El bristling with embarrassment and rage. Ming Rian instinctively released Zhang L's arm, while he trembled, stammering, This can't be happening." Qin Nua regarded them calmly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Now you know who the real pauper is." Ming Rian's complexion drained of color, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate a response. Zhang L's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his eyes reflecting panic and humiliation, the bravado he once held evaporating instantly. The crowd continued to cast sidelong glances, whispering, so they were the ones who couldn't see the truth. At that moment, Chen Lijin, the manager of Balenciaga in Hangzhou, arrived and promptly addressed Qin Nua, "Young Master Qin, the luxury goods worth 50 million you ordered have been delivered to the manor. I apologize for not mentioning that your signature is required for acceptance. I'm relieved to have found you here." Chen Lijin bowed slightly, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. Ming Rian and Zhang El were left in shock. Ming Rian's grin froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Qin Nua. Zhang L's jaw dropped, his expression one of utter astonishment, as if he couldn't trust his ears. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. Ming Rian unconsciously released Zhang L's hand, while he trembled, stuttering, This is impossible?" Qin Nua maintained his composure, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Now you see who the true pauper is." Ming Rian's face turned pale, her lips quivering, struggling to express her thoughts. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang L's forehead, his eyes filled with fear and embarrassment, the previous arrogance completely vanishing. The onlookers continued to stare, some whispering, "Turns out these two are the real foolish ones." Chen Lijin remained respectfully at Qin Nua's side, awaiting his command. Qin Nua glanced at Ming Rian and Zhang El, coldly stating, "In the future, refrain from looking down on others." With that, he followed Chen Lijin to sign the necessary documents. Ming Rian and Zhang El stood there, dumbfounded, watching Qin Nua's retreating figure, their hearts swirling with mixed emotions. Instantly, the crowd of onlookers erupted in mockery. "Oh, they were so arrogant just now. How does it feel to be slapped in the face?" A middle-aged woman crossed her arms, smirking, "Right? Just because they have a bit of money, they thought they were special, but look at how wrong they were," a young girl chimed in, her face a mask of disdain. "Haha, what an embarrassment. They deserved it." A middle-aged man laughed heartily, his voice booming, flushed with humiliation. Ming Rian and Zhang El wished for a hole to swallow them whole, their faces alternating between crimson and pale. Ming Rian bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Indignantly muttering, "It's all your fault for making me look so foolish." Zhang El, equally flustered, yelled back, "You're the one who started this mess." As they exchanged blame, they left the scene, heads hung low, amidst the crowd's pointed fingers and cruel laughter. In their haste to flee, Zhang El accidentally bumped into a passerby, drawing ire and shouts of discontent. "Watch where you're going," the stranger yelled angrily. Too flustered to apologize, Zhang El dragged Ming Rian away, their backs appearing utterly disheveled. The laughter of the crowd echoed in their ears, intensifying their embarrassment. Ming Rian stumbled in her high heels, almost falling, and couldn't suppress her tears, exclaiming, "What a nightmare." Zhang El, irritable, snapped, "Stop crying and hurry up." The two hurriedly vanished into the crowd, leaving behind a trail of mocking remarks that lingered in the air. Chapter 8. Graduation Season. Let us indulge in a feast. Qin Nuo returned to Balenciaga, elegantly signing his name on the guestbook. At this moment, Chen Yuya approached him personally to express her gratitude, slightly bowing with a sincere smile as she said, "Mr. Qin, I am truly grateful to you." Qin Nuo, with a warm smile, responded, "It was no trouble at all." His demeanor exuded confidence and composure as he gazed gently at Chen Yuya, adding, "It was but a trifling matter, no need to dwell on it." The soft lighting of the store enveloped them, while the surrounding staff cast respectful glances their way. As Qin Nuo bid farewell, he realized he was quite hungry. He reconsidered his initial thoughts of fine French cuisine, deciding instead that the hot pot he had been craving would be more satisfying and affordable. Not that he was particularly concerned about the expense. He walked directly into a bustling hot pot restaurant, the air thick with steam and chatter. Taking a seat, he called out, "Boss, I'll have a spicy broth." Qin Nuo relished his meal, wiping his mouth in satisfaction as he exited the establishment. He then hailed a taxi to East Extreme Oasis Manor, an imposing estate valued at 300 million. Standing at the entrance, he surveyed his surroundings with contentment. The butler, Li Wenjia, approached and informed him, "Sir, the luxury clothing and watches have been placed in the cloakroom." Qin Nuo acknowledged this and strode confidently into the manor. Li Wenjia added, "Sir, the manor has its own car service. There is no need to take a taxi." With a slight bow and a hint of exasperation, he continued, "I understand. I merely wish to enjoy the ride," Qin Nuo replied, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. He then instructed Li Wenjia, "Please arrange for a vehicle tomorrow, as I need to return to Shanghai University for classes." Li Wenjia complied. The following morning, sunlight bathed the manor's lawn. Qin Nuo donned a refined outfit and stepped out of the villa. A brand-new Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited him, with the driver having been there for some time. Qin Nuo approached the car, opened the door, and settled inside as it smoothly set off towards Shanghai University. Upon returning to campus, it was already graduation season, coinciding with the final defense presentations. The atmosphere was tinged with tension and a hint of melancholy as Qin Nuo calmly completed his defense. Afterward, he returned to the familiar confines of dormitory 501, where his 5 roommates were taken aback by his transformation. "Qin Nuo, what happened to you?" Shelly exclaimed, eyes wide open. "You seem like a completely different person." Xiaowen chimed in. "Did you win the lottery?" Xiao Zhao asked curiously. Qin Nuo smiled slightly, remaining silent as the dormitory filled with an air of confusion and curiosity. His roommates gathered around him, eager for answers. "Qin Nuo, tell us what happened," Xiao Zheng implored, tugging at his arm. "Yes, stop keeping us in suspense," Xiao Sun urged. Looking at his eager friends, Qin Nuo chuckled and said, "It's nothing extraordinary. Just a small opportunity one encountered recently." "What kind of opportunity? Don't keep us in the dark." Xiao Li's voice rose with excitement. The atmosphere in the dormitory grew more animated as everyone chimed in, eager to extract more details from Qin Nuo. One roommate's gaze fell upon the exquisite $30 million Vacheron Constantine watch on Qin Nuo's wrist, leaving him speechless. "My goodness, how much is that watch worth?" he gasped, his eyes as wide as saucers, his voice trembling. As the others heard this, their attention shifted to the watch, each displaying expressions of disbelief. "Qin Nuo, you've struck it rich," someone exclaimed, and the dormitory erupted in cheers of astonishment. The excitement crescendoed as they surrounded Qin Nuo, their eyes glued to the luxurious timepiece. "What good fortune have you encountered? Do share with us," one roommate urged, pulling at Qin Nuo's arm. Qin Nuo merely smiled, withholding immediate answers. Another roommate leaned in closer, examining the watch closely, murmuring, "The craftsmanship, the material, it and amp, Oppos, is simply exquisite." Meanwhile, another roommate pulled out his phone to search for the watch and amp, Oppos, details, gasping in shock upon seeing the price, 30 million. My goodness. The dormitory buzzed with astonishment and curiosity, each person eager to unravel the mystery behind Qin Nua's transformation. Since we are about to graduate, why don't we go out for a meal? Qin Nua suggested, and his roommates readily agreed. Absolutely, Qin Nua, you're quite generous, they exclaimed. Excitement bubbling over as they chanted, don't forget us when you and Amp, Oppos, re-wealthy, Boss Qin. Indeed, Boss Qin, don't forget about us after achieving success, they urged, each voice brimming with enthusiasm and sincerity. Let us work with you, Boss Qin. It must be better than working for anyone else, they all clamored, their eyes shining with hope and genuine intent. Qin Nua looked at his animated friends and replied, all right, as long as everyone is willing, let us work hard together. The room filled with joyous laughter as some began to gather their things in preparation for their outing, while others excitedly discussed future plans. Let us go have a nice meal and chat, one roommate declared loudly. Absolutely, came the chorus of agreement as they surrounded Qin Nua, heading out of the dormitory. Outside, 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were parked, and upon seeing them, his friends turned to Qin Nua in astonishment. Is this your personal vehicle? Qin Nua smiled and replied, of course. His friends exclaimed, you've been hiding this from us, Qin Xiao. Indeed, you've kept this a secret for too long, they lamented, excitement and envy dancing in their eyes. With a shrug, Qin Nua said, let us get in. His friends cheered, rushing eagerly towards the cars. I want to sit in this one. Then I'll take that one. The driver respectfully opened the doors, and they filed in, marveling at the luxurious interior. These seats are incredibly comfortable. This space is remarkable, they exclaimed as the car slowly started, their laughter echoing within. As they drove, some fiddled curiously with the car's amenities while others admired the scenery outside. Qin Nua, will we all be able to enjoy such luxury in the future? One roommate asked expectantly. Qin Nua smiled gently, replying, as long as we all strive together, it's entirely possible. Soon, the car pulled up in front of a lavish hotel, where the doorman greeted them respectfully. As they exited the vehicle and beheld the opulent establishment, another round of gasps escaped their lips. I never even dared to dream I'd come here, they marveled. Being with Qin Nua is certainly different. Together, they entered the hotel, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast before their graduation. Chapter 9, signing in with the Global Security Group. I seek the strongest protection. As the group encircled Qin Nua, they entered the hotel, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast before graduation. Upon stepping into the hotel lobby, the opulent DCOR dazzled their eyes, leaving his roommates gazing about in awe, exclaiming how extravagant it was. It felt like a dream. The smiling waiter guided them to the reserved private room, where a magnificent crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. Everyone took their seats, and Qin Nua raised a hand, saying, please, feel free to order whatever you like. His roommates, brimming with excitement, eagerly perused the menu, exchanging playful banter. Qin Nua, from now on, we'll enjoy the finer things with you. Absolutely. Soon, delectable dishes began to arrive, and amidst the lively chatter and laughter, the atmosphere was filled with joy. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, one roommate, cheeks slightly flushed, stood up and raised his glass, proclaiming, Qin Nua, we sincerely thank you for bringing us to such a wonderful place today. Together, we shall forge ahead with unity and strength. Others followed suit, raising their glasses in agreement. Qin Nua, standing as well, smiled and replied, we are friends, no need for formalities. Let us venture forth together. They all drank heartily, the ambience warm and spirited. At that moment, reminiscences of university life surfaced, recalling late-night study sessions and days spent playing basketball as if they had just occurred yesterday. As stories flowed, some eyes glistened with tears while others erupted in laughter. This pre-graduation gathering, steeped in camaraderie and anticipation for the future, continued late into the night. Qin Nua instructed Li Wenjie to arrange for their return to campus while he himself made his way back to the Dongji Oasis Manor. The manor was tranquil and serene, bathed in moonlight that spilled over the garden. Qin Nua entered the villa and sank into the sofa, reflecting on the day's events, feeling the extraordinary change wash over him. Almost dreamlike. It truly feels like a dream, he murmured to himself. Closing his eyes, his thoughts drifted, as if he could still hear the joyful laughter of his friends. The soft, warm lights of the villa enveloped him as he sat in quiet contemplation, savoring the moment of tranquility. It was then that Qin Nua remembered he had yet to sign in for the day, but he felt no rush and decided to take a bath first. He leisurely walked into the bathroom and settled into the comforting embrace of the warm bathtub, feeling utterly relaxed. At that moment, he communicated with the system about signing in. The system responded immediately. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in with the security system group, comprising 37 groups with a total market value of 15 trillion. Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. 15 trillion? That is astounding, he exclaimed, splashing water with his movements. The steam-filled bathroom enveloped him, and his face was alight with incredulity and delight. He found the system and Oppo's outrageous claims hard to believe, yet he could not suppress a smile. Such absurdity. I quite enjoy it. With a grin, his eyes sparkled with excitement and satisfaction, even as he playfully splashed more water around. He remembered to call Li Wenjie, stating, "You should recruit a manor steward. You'll be my personal caretaker throughout." Li Wenjie readily agreed. Understood, boss, acknowledging his professionalism with $1 million annual salary. Qin Nuo continued. Also, contact Orpheus, the chairman of Blackwater Security, to enhance the security at Dongji Oasis Manor. Leaning against the edge of the bathtub, one hand clutching his phone, he maintained a serious yet composed expression. Li Wenjie responded swiftly. Understood, boss. I'll arrange it immediately. After hanging up, Qin Nuo slightly closed his eyes, luxuriating in the comfort of the bath while mulling over future plans. As the water gradually cooled, he rose, wrapping himself in a soft towel and moving to the window. Outside, the manor's nightscape was tranquil and beautiful, with moonlight draping over the lawns and flower beds like a silken veil. Taking a deep breath, he savored the night's serenity, a smile gracing his lips. A gentle breeze fluttered the curtains, prompting him to turn and head toward his bedroom, ready for a restorative sleep to greet the new day. Meanwhile, Orpheus, the chairman of Blackwater Security, promptly acted on the command. Seated in his spacious office with a serious demeanor, he swiftly issued a series of directives to his subordinates. Deploy the most elite security personnel to Dongji Oasis Manor. Reassess the security layout. There must be no oversights. His team busily took notes before hastening to execute their tasks. Understanding the magnitude of the responsibility now resting with the newly appointed owner of the vast trillion-dollar security group, Orpheus recognized the significance of this mission and did not dare to show any signs of laxity. The office buzzed with bright lights, ringing phones, and conversations intertwining as a tense yet orderly security operation commenced. At Dongji Oasis Manor, a convoy of black security vehicles arrived promptly, with trained personnel methodically executing their assignments, installing surveillance equipment and establishing patrol routes. The entire estate was enveloped in an atmosphere of urgency and seriousness. Inside Qin Nuo's bedroom, he lay peacefully asleep, oblivious to the unfolding events outside. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on his face, and a faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips. As if he were lost in a delightful dream, Li Wenjie observed the proceedings from a distance, pondering the remarkable capabilities of Mr. Qin Nuo, who was able to command the world's foremost Blackwater security group. Standing nearby, he focused intently on the diligent security personnel, his curiosity swirling within. Mr. Qin Nuo and Oppo's influence is truly unfathomable, he mused. Meanwhile, the elevation of security standards at the manor continued unabated. The personnel worked swiftly and professionally, installing new surveillance devices and patrolling the estate's various corners. As the night deepened, the manor exuded an air of mystery and authority amid the ongoing, well-coordinated security operations. Li Wenjie gently rubbed his temples before retreating to his room, his mind still reflecting on Qin Nuo's extraordinary capabilities. Once in his room, Li Wenjie sat at his desk, turned on the lamp, and retrieved a notebook to document the day's events and his reflections. Outside the manor, more vehicles laden with security equipment continued to arrive, and the operation to upgrade security remained in full swing, showing no signs of abating. Chapter 10. The expensive private jet. After rising from his lavish bed, Qin Nuo felt the vibrant life of the manor around him. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow in the room. He stretched languidly, approached the window, and gazed at the lush trees and blooming flowers of the estate. At that moment, his phone rang, and he received a WeChat video call from his parents, Jiang Meiwei and Qin Hai. On the screen, Jiang Meiwei smiled and said, "Son, we are planning a trip to Australia." Qin Hai nodded in agreement beside her. "Yes, son." Qin Nuo's lips curved into a smile. "Have fun, Mom and Dad." Jiang Meiwei mentioned they intended to stay there for at least 6 months. Qin Nuo readily agreed. He promptly transferred 200 billion to them, 100 billion each. Jiang Meiwei and Qin Hai were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. Jiang Meiwei exclaimed, "Son, that's too much." Qin Hai quickly added, "Yes, son, you won't need that much." Qin Nua calmly replied with a smile, "Mom and Dad, enjoy yourselves and Don and Amp, Oppos, to worry about the finances." He then suggested, "Why don't you buy a house there?" Both parents were astonished, but agreed. Jiang Meiwei immediately noted, "Your father loves the seaside." Qin Nua responded affirmatively. In the video, he leaned against the window, exuding tranquility as Jiang Meiwei animatedly gestured, and Qin Hai beamed with joy. "Son, we must choose wisely." Jiang Meiwei's voice brimmed with excitement. Qin Nua nodded with a smile. "Take your time, as long as you are happy." The sunlight enveloped him, illuminating his confident silhouette. Jiang Meiwei added with a smile, "Son, make sure to take care of yourself back home." Qin Hai chimed in, "Don't overexert yourself. Let us know if you need anything." Qin Nua reassured them, "I know, Mom and Dad, just enjoy your life." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they concluded the video call. Qin Nua set his phone down, stretched once more, and exited the room, ready to embrace a new day. Suddenly, he recalled the necessity of ensuring Blackwater security adequately protected his parents during their travels. This was not to be overlooked, he murmured to himself. He promptly instructed Li Wenjia, "Arrange for Blackwater security to safeguard my parents during their trip to Australia." Li Wenjia replied affirmatively, "Rest assured, I will take care of it immediately." He then relayed this arrangement to his parents. Qin Nua called them and said, "Dad, Mom, I've arranged for Blackwater security to protect you during your travels in Australia, so you can enjoy yourselves." On the other end, Jiang Meiwei expressed her surprise, "Son, is that really necessary?" Qin Nua responded firmly, "Absolutely, your safety is paramount." Qin Hai added, "You are very considerate, son. Now we can relax and enjoy our trip." As Qin Nua sat at the dining table in the villa enjoying breakfast, he was quite satisfied with the flavors Li Wenjia had arranged. He savored the exquisite food as sunlight poured through the window onto the table. At that moment, he wondered if he could check in daily. He posed this query to the system in his mind, "System, can I check in once a day?" The system confirmed, "Yes." The master can choose to check in once per day or opt out. Intrigued, Qin Nua remarked, "It seems I haven't checked in today." He then inquired whether the check-in could accumulate. The system replied, "No, it does not accumulate." In his mind, Qin Nua decided, "Then I shall check in today." The system responded, "Checking in now. Congratulations, Master. You have checked into the Global Petroleum System Group, valued at 35 trillion, which includes Saudi Aramco, Orpheus Petroleum Group, among others." Qin Nua was taken aback, nearly dropping his utensils, his eyes wide with astonishment. 35 trillion. This is utterly astounding, he exclaimed. His interest piqued about the oil group. He promptly asked the system, "System, how much money do I currently possess?" The system replied, "The current balance is 799. 35 billion. Qin Nua responded, "Not bad." He then shifted his thoughts back to reality, looking toward Li Wenjia. "I wish to visit Saudi Arabia. My group has interests there." Li Wenjia was surprised but quickly acquiesced. "I will arrange a flight and book first class." Qin Nua replied, "Let us not rush. I need to think it over." Li Wenjia acknowledged his request. In the dining room, Qin Nua sat thoughtfully at the table, a slight frown on his face, while Li Wenjia stood nearby, appearing somewhat tense. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting long shadows on the floor. Qin Nua then addressed the system again. "System, recommend a private jet for me." The system promptly suggested, "I recommend the Obsidian FGA private jet produced by the Lavent Star System Aerospace Company, priced at 790 billion, with an additional 20 billion required for supporting services." Qin Nua was taken aback, realizing this would deplete his funds entirely. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved, "System, purchase it." Instantly, the system responded, "Processing purchase. Purchase successful. The current balance is 73.5 billion. Qin Nua felt as though his balance had swiftly evaporated, unable to suppress a gasp. Sitting in his chair, his expression shifted from shock to determination. The system's voice echoed in his mind, evoking both admiration and a twinge of regret. The system continued, "The Obsidian FGA private jet is currently stationed at the Hongqiao Airport private jet hangar." Qin Nua inquired, "What do my 20 billion supporting services entail?" The system clarified that it included aviation services and crew management by an aviation management company overseeing the private jet. Without hesitation, Qin Nua instructed Li Wenjia, "No need to book tickets. Contact the aviation management company directly to arrange a flight." "I am heading to Saudi Arabia." Li Wenjia promptly replied, "Understood, boss." He swiftly retrieved his phone, walking away briskly while dialing, his expression serious and focused. "Hello, I am Li Wenjia, Mr. Qin Nua's personal steward. Please arrange a flight for the Obsidian FGA private jet to Saudi Arabia." After the call, Li Wenjia hurried back to report, "Boss, it has been arranged. We will be departing shortly." Qin Nua nodded slightly and walked toward the villa entrance. Outside, a luxury car awaited. Qin Nua entered the vehicle, with Li Wenjia in the passenger seat, and they sped toward Hangzhou Airport. Throughout the journey, Qin Nua gazed out the window, lost in thought, while Li Wenjia occasionally turned to update him on various details. Soon, they arrived at the private jet hangar at Hangzhou Airport. Before the hangar, staff members stood in formation, respectfully welcoming Qin Nua's arrival. He disembarked with poise and, amidst the crowd, made his way toward the brand new Obsidian FGA private jet. Chapter 11. A bunch of lunatics. Qin Nua elegantly disembarked from the vehicle, making his way towards the gleaming Obsidian FGA private jet, surrounded by an entourage. As the aircraft's door slowly swung open, the opulent interior decorations captured his gaze. Ascending the boarding steps, he entered the cabin, where plush seating, exquisite embellishments, and state-of-the-art amenities dazzled the senses. Settling into his seat, a flight attendant approached with a warm smile, offering a glass of champagne. After ensuring all arrangements were in place, Li Wenjia boarded the aircraft and took a seat beside Qin Nua. "Everything is ready, boss," Li Wenjia announced. Qin Nua nodded slightly, peering out the window as the plane began to taxi down the runway, gradually accelerating before soaring into the sky. Leaning back in his seat, he felt a sense of relaxation, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming journey to Saudi Arabia, which would conclude in 2 hours. Upon arrival, Qin Nua descended from the plane and stepped into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. With a poised demeanor, he approached the luxurious vehicle, its door already respectfully opened for him. His destination today was the Saudi Aramco Oil Company. Accompanying him were Blackwater security personnel, a trained team encircling the car with serious expressions and vigilant gazes. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom commenced its journey, escorted by security vehicles, it headed towards Saudi Aramco. At that moment, Rodit, the scion of the Nissan family, sped down the road in his sports car. The sleek vehicle raced like lightning, the roar of its engine deafening. With a firm grip on the steering wheel and a boastful expression, Rodit shouted, "Ha! Who can compete with me?" His eyes sparkled with fervor and provocation, entirely disregarding the surrounding cars and pedestrians. The few supercars trailing behind his own struggled to keep pace, only fueling his arrogance further. Glancing in the rearview mirror at those left far behind, he smirked, taunting, "Is that all you've got? You dare to challenge me?" He slammed the accelerator, the car shooting forward like an arrow, widening the gap. The howling wind seemed to cheer for his audacity. Meanwhile, Qin Nua's convoy of Rolls-Royces sped along, occupying the right lane in a well-organized formation, their bodies gleaming with luxury. Upon seeing the entire convoy, Rodit felt obstructed, his anger flaring. His expression darkened, eyebrows furrowing as he bellowed at the Rolls-Royce fleet. "Who dares block my path?" He wrenched the steering wheel, attempting to close the distance and assert dominance. However, the Rolls-Royce convoy maintained its steady speed and formation, unaffected by his antics. Rodit's rage escalated. He pressed the gas pedal harder, the engine emitting a piercing roar. "Get out of my way." Inside the Rolls-Royce, Qin Nua slightly furrowed his brow and turned to Li Wenjia, inquiring, "What is happening?" Li Wenjia promptly replied, "Boss, it's just a reckless young lad trying to provoke us." Rodit's friends, also in supercars, were equally incensed by the situation. They closely followed Rodit's car, teeth gritted and faces flushed. "This convoy is too arrogant, ignoring us." One exclaimed, "Rodit, go for it. Don't let them get away with this." Another shouted, shaking his fist. The cacophony of revving engines filled the air, creating a tumultuous scene. Listening to his friends clamoring, Rodit's fury intensified. He slammed the accelerator once more, his car charging toward the Rolls-Royce convoy like a wild beast. Yet, the Rolls-Royce fleet continued to glide smoothly, while the Blackwater security vehicles swiftly repositioned, encircling Qin Nua's car for protection. Qin Nua sat composed, his expression calm, merely furrowing his brow slightly. Through the intercom, Li Wenjia instructed the security personnel, "Stay vigilant and monitor their movements." Rodit, oblivious to the identities within the luxury vehicle, was fueled by rage, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the convoy. "Whoever they are, they better move aside," he shouted, his arrogance unabated. Rodit aimed to force the Rolls-Royce convoy to a halt, weaving through lanes in a desperate attempt to overtake them. His friends, witnessing his determination, joined in the frenzy, cheering him on. "Rodit, well done. forced them to stop. The chaos on the road escalated as the supercars darted left and right, creating a disordered spectacle. Rodit reveled in the madness, a twisted smile adorning his face as he shouted, "Ha! This is exhilarating, so thrilling." Under his command, the supercar weaved through the Rolls-Royce convoy, sparks flying as the vehicles brushed against one another. His friends echoed his excitement, shrieking in delight, caught in a frenzied state. Observing this band of lunatics, Qin Nuo found the scene amusing. He chuckled softly. What a bunch of madmen. Li Wenjie, sensing the need for action, inquired about their next move. Have Blackwater Security intervene. Qin Nuo replied. Understood, Li Wenjie affirmed. Blackwater Security swiftly sprang into action. Their vehicles accelerated, tightening the formation around the Rolls-Royce convoy. One security vehicle suddenly positioned itself in front of Rodit's supercar, forcing him to decelerate. Other security cars flanked from the sides, preventing Rodit and his friends from advancing. Security personnel leaned out of their windows, wielding warning batons, loudly declaring, "Pull over immediately or face the consequences." Their stern expressions and piercing gazes exuded authority. Rodit, however, remained unfazed by the warning. With a dismissive scoff, he retorted, "Who are you trying to scare?" Ignoring the caution, he pressed the accelerator once more, attempting to break through the blockade. Yet, Blackwater Security was not to be trifled with. In response to Rodit and Oppo's audacity, the security vehicles quickly adjusted their formation. One car cutting diagonally in front of Rodit's supercar, while another pressed in from the side, forcing him to slow down. The screech of tires filled the air as Rodit and Oppo's car left a long black mark on the pavement. Damn it, Rodit fumed, pounding the steering wheel in frustration. His friends, startled by the sudden turn of events, hesitated and slowed down, wary of proceeding recklessly. Chapter 12:1 ought to be perceptive, do you not agree? At this moment, within the luxurious confines of a Rolls-Royce, Qin Nuo wore a frown as he addressed Li Wenjie, stating, "We cannot allow him to continue his reckless behavior." Li Wenjie nodded in agreement, seizing the intercom to issue more stringent orders to the security personnel. Upon receiving the command, the security team swiftly exited their vehicles, surrounding the sports cars of Rodit and his companions. Armed and resolute, they commanded, "Step out of the vehicle. Hands on your head." Rodit, upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His complexion drained of color, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way?" The security personnel remained unfazed, advancing steadily towards him. Observing the scene, Qin Nuo chuckled lightly, suggesting, "Let us halt for a moment. I wish to see who they truly are." The Rolls-Royce came to a gradual stop, and Qin Nuo stepped out, exuding an air of poise and tranquility. Rodit and his friends, upon catching sight of Qin Nuo, were oblivious to his identity. With disdainful glances, they regarded him with scorn. Qin Nuo inquired of Rodit, "The young heir of the Nissan family, why obstruct my vehicle?" Rodit, still brimming with arrogance, tilted his chin defiantly, arms crossed over his chest, and bellowed, "What's wrong with disliking you?" His companions echoed his bravado, taunting, "Indeed, what can you do about it?" They encircled Rodit, their expressions brimming with arrogance. Qin Nuo, arms crossed and a hint of mockery gracing his smile, regarded the brazen group before him. His eyes radiated an air of calm and composure, akin to observing a troop of ignorant jesters. He remarked, "It appears you are quite audacious." His tone was unruffled, yet it bore an invisible weight. Rodit, quick to respond, declared, "Of course." With his head held high and eyes wide, veins bulging on his neck, he proclaimed, "No one dares to challenge me here." With hands on his hips, he adopted an imperious stance, his friends rallying behind him, their raucous laughter filling the air. Qin Nuo found the spectacle amusing and quipped, "You could simply overtake on the left." A faint smile danced on Qin Nuo's lips, though his gaze bore a keen sharpness. Rodit retorted, "I don't care about that." He gesticulated wildly, his expression increasingly manic, spittle flying from his mouth. His friends chimed in, "Indeed, young Master Rodit is truly impressive." They clustered around Rodit, their faces contorted in obsequious admiration. Unfazed, Rodit declared, "Fine, let it be this way. I shall let you off this time." With his chin held high and nostrils flared, he epitomized arrogance. His companions echoed his sentiments, asserting that young Master Rodit was magnanimous, choosing not to hold a grudge. Qin Nuo found their bravado laughable. "I never indicated any intention of letting you go," he replied, his arms still crossed, and a more pronounced smirk gracing his features, tinged with derision. Rodit, emboldened, challenged, "Oh, what can you possibly do to me?" Stepping forward defiantly, he glared at Qin Nuo, confident that the latter would not dare make a move. After all, this was his territory. Rotted, arms crossed and a self-assured demeanor, scoffed, "Here, you wouldn't dare to lay a finger on me." His expression radiated confidence, as if he controlled the situation entirely. His gaze dripping with contempt for Qin Nua. He even boasted of his lineage, proclaiming, "Our family is not to be trifled with. I am of the Nissan family. Our influence is beyond your imagination." Rodit raised his chin higher, his eyes filled with pride, as if the family name alone was his greatest shield. Qin Nua inquired coolly, "Is that so? Perhaps we should summon someone to redeem you." His expression remained placid, yet his gaze bore an oppressive intensity, akin to a sword piercing straight towards Rodit. Surprised, Rodit quickly responded, "Fine." A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, but it vanished as he resumed his arrogance, asserting, "Just wait." He gritted his teeth, veins visibly pulsing on his forehead. Unperturbed by Qin Nua's threats, Rodit stood his ground, defiantly challenging, "Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve." He spread his legs apart, leaning forward, ready to engage at a moment's notice. Without hesitation, Rodit began dialing a number, shouting, "Baruin, hurry over here." After a 20-minute wait, Baruin arrived. A sleek black sedan sped to the roadside, coming to a halt. Baruin exited in a crisp suit, his demeanor serious. Upon noticing the unfamiliar face of Qin Nua, he immediately became vigilant, initiating dialogue. "Young master, what is the situation here?" he inquired while scanning Qin Nua with a wary gaze. Rodit, exasperated, interjected, "This brat doesn't know his place, daring to block my car." Baruin frowned slightly. Turning to Qin Nua with a tone of courteous inquiry, "Sir, might I ask how my young master has offended you?" Qin Nua, hands in his pockets, offered a slight smile. "You ought to ask him what mischief he has been up to." Baruin's expression darkened, shifting his attention back to Rodit. "Young master, speak up." Rodit, defiantly raising his chin, shouted, "I merely stopped his car. What of it?" Baruin's countenance grew increasingly grim as he lowered his voice, cautioning Rodit, "Young master, don't be reckless. This might not end well." Rodit, however, remained dismissive. "What is there to fear? Our Nissan family does not fear him." At that moment, Qin Nua let out a cold laugh. "The Nissan family? Is that truly impressive?" Baruin quickly resorted to flattery. "Sir, please do not be angered. Surely, this is all a misunderstanding." Realizing that polite conversation was futile, Baruin's expression morphed into one of severity, his eyes sharpening. He promptly declared that the Nissan family is a primary supplier for Saudi Aramco's land pipeline transport, asserting that they are not to be trifled with. Boasting a deep-rooted partnership with the oil giant. Raising his voice, Baruin sought to intimidate Qin Nua. Upon hearing the butler's words, Rodit's arrogance surged once more. "Do you hear that? Those who are wise should clear out." Rodit stood with his hands on his hips, a triumphant expression plastered across his face. Baruin attempted to assert dominance, stepping forward with a straightened back, advising Qin Nua, "Do not seek trouble, young man." Rodit's companions echoed the sentiment, "Indeed, offend the Nissan family, and you shall regret it." They jeered, their arrogance palpable. Yet Qin Nua remained undeterred, retorting with a cold laugh, "And what of it?" Baruin's brow furrowed, taken aback by Qin Nua's unwavering stance. Rodit, humiliated and furious, exclaimed, "Do not mistake my patience for weakness." His friends chimed in, "Indeed. Young Master Rodit's tolerance has its limits." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the standoff reaching an impasse. Chapter 13. The Reckoning. Despite the escalating tension, Qin Nua remained unfazed. A cold smile playing on his lips as he retorted, "So what?" Baruin furrowed his brow, taken aback by Qin Nua's resolute demeanor. Rodit, in a fit of indignation, barked, "Don't mistake kindness for weakness." His companions echoed his sentiments, declaring, "Indeed, Master Rodit's patience has its limits." The atmosphere grew increasingly fraught, teetering on the edge of confrontation. At that moment, Li Wenjia, standing behind Qin Nua, stepped forward, addressing Baruin. "Is the Nissan family truly formidable? Your actions today will have consequences." Baruin cast a sidelong glance at Li Wenjia, uncertainty flickering in his heart, yet he retorted defiantly, "Humph, what can you do to us?" Rodit, emboldened, erupted into laughter. "Ha! A bunch of fools unaware of their own mortality." Qin Nua narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of frost in his gaze. "Very well." Just then, a gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust from the ground and intensifying the already heavy atmosphere. Qin Nua turned to Li Wenjia and instructed, "Summon Minoff, the chairman of Saudi Aramco." His tone was calm and resolute. Li Wenjia nodded in affirmation, swiftly retrieving his phone to make the call. Upon hearing Minoff's name, both Rodit and Baruin were taken aback, yet their arrogance remained unshaken. Rodit scoffed derisively. Humph, you think you can summon Minoff? What a delusion. Baruin joined in, mockingly sneering. Stop pretending. You're all just bluffing. Their initial astonishment quickly morphed into disdain, their expressions remaining haughty. Rodit's circle of affluent friends began to ridicule. Ha! Calling Minoff? What a joke. They laughed uproariously, some clutching their stomachs, pointing at Qin Nuo, as if he were the punchline of the grandest joke ever told. Amidst the laughter, Minoff received the call, his fury igniting as he understood the gravity of the situation. Without delay, he set off, his face darkened with rage as he roared. How dare they be so brazen? He hung up, hastily entering his vehicle, which sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, Rodit and Baruin lingered, mocking Qin Nuo for what they perceived as mere stalling. Rodit crossed his arms, shaking his head with a smirk. I see he's just putting on a show. He can't possibly summon anyone. His face was a portrait of contempt, his eyes slanting towards Qin Nuo while he clicked his tongue. Baruin nodded in agreement. Exactly. We've waited long enough. Nothing has happened. You're just trying to fool us. As their derision echoed, the distant roar of an approaching vehicle pierced the air. A luxurious car hurtled towards them, screeching to a halt before the crowd. The door swung open, and Minoff emerged, his face contorted with fury. Rodit and Baruin, witnessing Minoff's arrival, were left astonished, their smiles frozen in disbelief. Minoff strode directly towards Qin Nuo, bowing respectfully. Mr. Qin, I apologize for the indignities you have suffered. Qin Nuo nodded slightly, casting a cold glance at Rodit and his cohort. Rodit, trembling, stammered, Mr. Chairman, this is a misunderstanding. Baruin, drenched in sweat, quickly bent low, nearly touching the ground, pleading, Mr. Chairman, we had no idea it was Mr. Qin. Please forgive us. Minoff and Appos' voice thundered, how dare you offend Mr. Qin? This is unforgivable. The color drained from Rodit and his friends' faces, fear palpable in the air. Minoff clarified, Mr. Qin is indeed the rightful owner of Saudi Aramco. His proclamation resonated loudly and gravely. Baruin and Appos' eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg, his body trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? Rodit's complexion turned ashen, his legs buckling beneath him, nearly collapsing as he gasped, I have offended. His voice trembled with terror. The affluent friends stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, panic enveloping them. Some were drenched in cold sweat, others swallowed nervously, the atmosphere thick with dread, punctuated only by their hurried breaths and racing heartbeats. Rodit's fear escalated. Offending Qin Nuo could spell his doom. His face drained of color, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his eyes wide with sheer terror. It's over. It's all over, he murmured, instinctively retreating as if desperate to escape this horrifying reality. His hands fell limp at his sides, his legs shook uncontrollably, and he felt utterly devoid of strength and courage. In a desperate bid for mercy, Rodit fell to his knees, the impact resonating against the ground. Grasping Qin Nuo's leg, he cried out, Mr. Qin, I was blind to your greatness. Please, spare me. Tears and snot mingled on his face, a picture of utter despair. Baruin hurriedly bowed low, nearly touching the ground, trembling as he pleaded, Mr. Qin, it was all our fault. We beseech you to show us mercy this once. His body quaked, his eyes filled with desperation and fear. Rodit's friends, equally terrified, rushed to plead with Qin Nuo, surrounding him. Mr. Qin, spare us. We promise we will never dare again. They clamored, their voices trembling with fear. Some bowed repeatedly, nearly touching the ground, while others stomped their feet in regret. Qin Nuo observed their plight, a smile curling his lips. Weren't you all quite arrogant just moments ago? He crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his face, his eyes glinting with coldness. Baruin and Rodit quaked at his words. Baruin shuddered violently, his teeth chattering as he stammered, Mr. Qin, we were wrong. Rodit, his legs giving way, collapsed to the ground, his voice laced with emotion, Mr. Qin, I truly understand my error. I will never act arrogantly again. Qin Nuo turned to Minoff, stating firmly, Saudi Aramco will cease all collaborations with the Nissan family from this day forth. His expression was grave, his gaze unwavering, his voice icy and resolute. Despair washed over Baruin and Rodit, their faces ashen, their eyes hollow, as if their very souls had been extracted, leaving them teetering on the brink of collapse. Rodit's friends, too, were engulfed in fear. Each of them turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, some collapsing to the ground, crying out in despair, "What are we to do now?" Chapter 14. Scapegoats of the clan. At that juncture, Minifew solemnly nodded, responding, "Mr. Chin, I shall see to the arrangements forthwith." Baruin crawled on his knees to Chin Nua's feet, imploring, "Mr. Chin, I beseech you, grant us another opportunity. We are genuinely remorseful." Luo Duot, equally distraught, lamented, "Mr. Chin, I vow never to be presumptuous again. I implore you to show leniency." Unyielding, Chin Nua retorted frigidly, "Had you known this sooner, such regret would be superfluous." With that, he turned and strode away. Baruin, Luo Duot, and their cohorts were left in their wake, mired in profound despair and contrition. After Chin Nua's departure, Baruin and Luo Duot remained prostrate, utterly crestfallen. Baruin beat the ground in anguish, lamenting, "It is all my fault. I was blinded by avarice." Following the young master's reckless lead, Luo Duot, with a vacant gaze fixed on the heavens, muttered incessantly, "I have doomed the family. It is I." Their affluent acquaintances, similarly subdued, resembled withered eggplants. "Had we known, we would not have joined in this folly. Now we are utterly ruined." They cast blame upon one another, the scene descending into chaos. Meanwhile, Chin Nua, ensconced in his luxury vehicle, departed triumphantly, leaving behind a trail of disarray. After a protracted interval, Baruin, with considerable effort, rose to his feet and assisted Luo Duot, his voice hoarse, "Young master, let us return and devise a solution, to ascertain if we can salvage the situation." Luo Duot, moving like an automaton, was dragged by Baruin, his eyes devoid of life. Upon their return to the Nissan clan, the news disseminated rapidly, causing an uproar among the members. The elders of the clan subjected Luo Duot and Baruin to a torrent of reproaches, plunging the entire family into a profound crisis. Minifew, chairman of Saudi Aramco, declared the termination of all collaborations with the Nissan clan within the family circle, causing a sensation throughout the Saudi familial network. Upon hearing this revelation, the heads of other clans were either astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief, or secretly relieved, grateful that they had not provoked Chin Nua as the Nissan clan had. Some even began plotting to seize the market share vacated by the Nissan family. Within the Nissan clan, pandemonium reigned. The elders, incensed, berated Luo Duot and Baruin, their bodies trembling with rage. "You two imbeciles, you have ruined the family." The younger generation, their faces etched with concern, fretted over the family's future, engaging in hushed discussions about countermeasures. Certain smaller families, previously closely allied with the Nissan clan, were now in a state of panic, inundating them with inquiries, their voices laced with anxiety and trepidation. Luo Duot knelt, enduring the vehement condemnation of every Nissan clan member. The hall was crammed with Nissan clan members, each glaring daggers, vociferously denouncing Luo Duot. "You prodigal son, your folly has plunged the family into dire straits." An aged elder, his face crimson with fury, his whiskers quivering, exclaimed, "It is all your fault that the family has suffered such a grievous blow." Luo Duot's cousin roared, brandishing his arms, "How dare you kneel here? Begone from this family." His sister shrieked, her eyes filled with loathing and disappointment. Luo Duot, head bowed, his tears mingling with sweat, dripped onto the floor. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he repeated, "I was wrong. I was wrong." The cacophony of rebukes surged like a tempestuous tide, threatening to engulf him entirely. At this juncture, Luo Duot turned to the assembly, declaring, "Baruin, the steward, is culpable. Had he not been so presumptuous, Chin Nua would not have held us accountable." Luo Duot abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment, pointing directly at Baruin. Upon hearing Luo Duot's betrayal, Baruin retorted, "Young master, how can you utter such falsehoods? It was your own recklessness that precipitated this." Baruin, his face flushed, his neck veins bulging, was incensed. The two began to engage in a bitter squabble within the family hall. "It was you who provoked Chin Nua in the first place." Luo Duot leapt up, lunging towards Baruin. "You dare to prevaricate? Had you not insisted on cutting off his vehicle, none of this would have transpired." Baruin, equally defiant, confronted Luo Duot. The family members stood by, some watching their altercation with fury, others shaking their heads in resignation. The hall descended into bedlam, the din of their argument intermingling with the family members' reproaches. Some family members stepped forward, declaring, "Since Baruin, the steward, is also at fault, let us execute him. He is the root of this calamity." These members, their faces contorted with rage, pointed at Baruin, their voices menacing. Baruin, upon hearing this, was aghast and despondent. His eyes widened in disbelief, his body convulsing. No, no, I'm innocent. He cried out in despair. Luo Duot felt a sense of relief, sensing that he had shifted the blame onto the steward. His countenance relaxed slightly, and he secretly rejoiced. Baruin pleaded desperately, I implore you, spare me. I pledge to serve the family diligently henceforth. Baruin prostrated himself repeatedly, his forehead bleeding. Luo Duot prepared to depart, but before he could take a step, another family member interjected, Luo Duot is equally culpable. Let us execute him as well. Luo Duot's body froze, his face turning ashen. The family members echoed in agreement. Yes. He must not be spared. Both of them deserve to die. The chorus of voices swelled, and Luo Duot, in despair, turned back, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, gazing at the enraged family members. The clamor intensified. They must not be treated leniently. They must be severely punished to appease the family. A maelstrom of angry voices reverberated, shaking the hall. Some brandished their arms, shouting vehemently. Others, their faces flushed, their foreheads throbbing. Still others huddled together, their voices rising and falling as they debated how to deal with Luo Duot and Baruin. The entire hall resembled a cauldron about to boil over, filled with tumult. The family members' eyes burned with fury, longing to tear the two culprits limb from limb. At that moment, Ma Shi, the head of the Nissan clan, stepped forward, declaring, Enough. Cease your bickering. Ma Shi's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable air of authority, instantly silencing the tumultuous hall. Luo Duot and Baruin, sensing a glimmer of hope, breathed a sigh of relief. A flicker of anticipation danced in their eyes. However, Ma Shi said coldly, You are indeed the family's malefactors. Execute them both. Ma Shi's expression was implacable, his voice devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the two men. Luo Duot and Baruin's faces turned deathly pale, the light in their eyes extinguished, their bodies limp as rags. Subsequently, they were dragged out and summarily executed. They were hauled away by the family's guards, offering no resistance, only emitting desperate moans. A gunshot rang out, ending their lives, and silence descended. Chapter 15 Momo, she cast a somber glance in the direction where Rodit and Bo Huan had been taken away. The family members remained silent, the atmosphere in the hall thick with oppression. After a moment, Momo she took a deep breath and spoke. Let this lesson be ingrained in everyone's memory. We must not repeat the same mistakes. The crowd nodded in agreement, filled with a sense of reverence. Subsequently, Momo she turned and departed, prompting everyone else to disperse, leaving the hall desolate, echoing with the remnants of the earlier tumult and despair. Meanwhile, Qin Nua's convoy of Rolls-Royces arrived at the headquarters of Saudi Aramco. The luxurious vehicles gleamed under the sun, arranged in immaculate rows. The entire staff of the corporation gathered to welcome him. Employees lined the roads, their faces bright with enthusiastic smiles, waving colorful flags and chanting welcoming slogans. Welcome, Mr. Qin Nua. Welcome, President Qin. Their voices surged, resonating high into the sky. Qin Nua was also taken aback by the sheer scale of the oil transportation projects within the corporation. As he alighted from the car and surveyed the scene, he was struck by the sight of countless oil tankers and pipelines crisscrossing like a vast steel jungle. Vehicles moved back and forth, the roar of machinery deafening. Qin Nua squinted slightly, a surge of indescribable awe and ambition swelling within him. At that moment, Minoff, the chairman of Saudi Aramco, approached Qin Nua and said, Boss, the Nissan family has dealt with Rodit and Bo Huan. Minoff bowed slightly, his expression respectful and his tone cautious. Surprised, Qin Nua replied, I see. His brow raised slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Minoff hesitated, then tentatively inquired, Boss, should we continue our collaboration with the Nissan family? Qin Nua's response was firm and unequivocal. There are no such plans. His voice, though not loud, carried an air of authority. Minoff, understanding Qin Nua's resolute stance, nodded quickly, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, refraining from further comment. He knew the Nissan family was utterly doomed, and it was best to keep a safe distance. Minoff pondered quietly, his brow furrowed, silently repeating to himself, the Nissan family has no hope now. I must not be implicated. Best to stay far away. His eyes revealed a hint of wariness and determination. When Rodit's affluent friends learned of his demise, they were filled with shock and fear. What? Rodit is dead? One of them exclaimed, nearly dropping his wine glass. How is that possible? Just for offending Qin Nua? Another friend widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. This is terrible. We were so close to him. Will we be implicated too? A tremor laced their voices, their faces pale. Gathered together, they exchanged hurried words, fear spreading like wildfire among them, the room charged with tension and unease. The affluent friends quickly resolved, it and Oppos. As fine, we will simply claim we had no contact with Rodit. One of them, visibly agitated, spoke rapidly. Yes, that's the plan. We must present a united front. Others nodded in agreement, affirming, exactly. Just say we're not familiar with him. We mustn't let this affect us. They all nodded vigorously, their eyes betraying their anxiety, glancing at each other with unease and terror. The air was thick with their urgent chatter, as if such declarations could sever their ties to Rodit and evade impending trouble. Observing Minoff's changing expression, Qin Nuo smiled and remarked, by the way, do you recall the families behind Rodit's circle of friends? A smirk played on Qin Nuo's lips, but his gaze bore a chill as he fixed his stare on Minoff. Minoff replied, I am aware. Our group is familiar with the younger members of those families. He lowered his head slightly, confusion flickering across his features, unable to decipher Qin Nuo's intent. That's sufficient. Ensure that all those families are placed on a lifetime blacklist and announce it publicly, Qin Nuo commanded, his tone resolute and indisputable. Stunned, Minoff was taken aback by Qin Nuo's unwavering firmness but promptly nodded. Understood, boss. I will take care of it. He turned to leave swiftly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Once Minoff departed, Qin Nuo stood still, his gaze penetrating the distance as if deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Minoff hastily convened his subordinates, commencing arrangements to blacklist those families. The staff, surprised by the order, dared not speak further and immediately set about executing the directive. The news quickly spread throughout the industry, creating a significant uproar. The families placed on the blacklist fell into a state of panic, desperately seeking ways to plead their cases, but to no avail. Members of the affected families gathered, anxiously strategizing their responses. What do we do? We can't just sit idle. An elder exclaimed, pacing in agitation. But with Qin Nuo's adamant stance, what can we do? Another responded, his face a mask of worry. Meanwhile, Qin Nuo remained composed, his resolve unwavering. Within Saudi Aramco, operations proceeded with a sense of urgency and order, with Minoff closely monitoring developments, not daring to relax for an instant. The once privileged friends of Rodit now found themselves engulfed in deep regret and dread. They were summoned back to their families for punishment. The atmosphere in the family hall heavy and oppressive. The affluent youth stood trembling, heads bowed. You thoughtless fools, you've brought such calamity upon us. An elder thundered, his cane striking the ground with force. You've placed the family in such jeopardy. Prepare to face the consequences. Raising his whip, the elder's fury was palpable. The youths turned pale, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Grandfather, I understand my mistake. I will never do it again. One cried, pleading for mercy. Please, Don and Oppos, hit me. I truly realize my wrongs. Another sobbed, his voice quavering. As the whip struck, it left marks on their skin, cries of anguish reverberating through the hall. Chapter 16. A direct raise in salary after completing his tasks, Qin Nuo felt a sense of serenity wash over him. He turned to Minifu and requested, please take me to observe the group's operational status. A relaxed smile adorned Qin Nuo's face, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Certainly, Minifu replied respectfully, nodding as he guided Qin Nuo into the heart of the corporation. Within the vast expanse of the trillion-dollar Saudi Aramco oil conglomerate, Qin Nuo surveyed every facet of the organization's operations. Their first destination was the extraction area, where colossal drilling rigs roared to life, tirelessly extracting the black gold from deep beneath the earth. Workers operated various machinery with diligence, their backs soaked with sweat, yet their gazes remained focused and resolute. Next, they entered the processing workshop, where the pungent scent of chemicals permeated the air, and intricate pipelines along with massive reactors operated in harmonious order. Technicians meticulously monitored the data on their dashboards, adjusting production parameters with precision. Following this, they visited the transportation department, where rows of oil tankers stood in neat formation, poised to deliver the refined petroleum to various destinations. Dispatchers, equipped with walkie-talkies, orchestrated the orderly movement of vehicles. As Qin Nuo observed, he nodded in approval. Satisfied by the corporation and Oppos' efficient operations, he recognized that this vast oil conglomerate would yield substantial profits, and he relished the prospect. Witnessing the bustling scene before him filled Qin Nuo with joy, and an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. He also felt the oppressive heat of the ground beneath him. Frowning slightly, Beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. Minifew promptly suggested, "Boss, perhaps we should return to the office. The working environment here is rather warm." His expression conveyed concern, and his eyes reflected worry. Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo agreed and turned to leave, only to have a sudden thought strike him. He considered the notion of raising the salaries of these foundational workers. After all, it constituted merely a small fraction of the group's expenditures. With a decisive wave of his hand, he proclaimed, "Let us increase the salaries for the frontline employees." Instantly, the frontline workers of Saudi Aramco were taken aback. "What? A raise? Is this true? This is incredible!" Their astonishment rendered them speechless, before erupting into joyous cheers. The employees, exuberant and animated, could scarcely contain their excitement. "Long live the boss!" someone shouted. Everyone paused their tasks, their faces radiating happiness. Qin Nuo beamed at the elated workers, departing the work area alongside Minifew. Upon returning to the office, Minifew immediately set about arranging the specifics of the salary increase. Meanwhile, back at the worksite, the employees were invigorated, their productivity notably enhanced. They felt the heat less acutely now, as excitement coursed through them. What does this heat matter now that the boss has given us a raise?" One worker laughed heartily, sweat streaming down his cheeks, yet he remained unfazed. Indeed, this temperature pales in comparison to the joy of a salary increase. Another worker exclaimed, brandishing his tool as if imbued with newfound strength. Their laughter echoed through the sweltering workshop, their previously fatigued bodies now brimming with vitality. Some even began to hum cheerful tunes, transforming the once oppressive atmosphere into one of merriment. Qin Nuo, too, could feel the heat enveloping the workshop, the machinery indeed radiating warmth. Standing amidst the shop floor, waves of heat washed over him, and he felt the scorching sensation against his skin. Observing the machines baked by the high temperatures, he resolved to upgrade the cooling facilities in due time. As this news spread, frontline employees of Saudi Aramco expressed their admiration for their new boss. "Wow, our new boss is truly wonderful. He's even going to upgrade the cooling facilities for us." One employee shouted excitedly. "Yes, this boss is incredibly considerate," beamed another worker. Conversations brimmed with gratitude and praise for Qin Nuo. "We must work diligently. We cannot disappoint our boss and Appos. As kindness," a senior worker asserted earnestly. Nods of agreement followed, their eyes alight with determination and anticipation for the future. As the employees labored with renewed vigor, the previously chaotic workshop became a hub of orderly and enthusiastic activity. After Qin Nuo exited the workshop, the employees continued to fervently discuss their boss's benevolence. "Our working conditions are sure to become increasingly comfortable. Indeed, with such a boss, we have hope." Meanwhile, Qin Nuo returned to the office, where he began to confer with Minifew regarding the specifics of upgrading the cooling facilities, including planning and scheduling. "You may handle the matters concerning the improvement of the working environment," Qin Nuo stated, his expression serious, his eyes reflecting trust. Minifew replied faithfully, "Understood." He nodded solemnly, his gaze resolute. Qin Nuo felt satisfied, offering a slight nod and a smile of appreciation. At that moment, Minifew's secretary arrived, informing him that someone wished to extend an invitation to Qin Nuo for a family gathering. Minifew relayed the details to Qin Nuo, who appeared puzzled. An invitation to a family gathering? He furrowed his brow, his expression laden with curiosity. Who could it be? Minifew quickly replied, "It is from the esteemed Wall family here in Saudi Arabia." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Qin Nuo's lips, and a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. "Very well, let us go," he decided, feeling an unexpected curiosity about the prominent Wall family of Saudi Arabia. At that moment, outside the headquarters of Saudi Aramco, 3 gleaming golden Rolls-Royces stood out, the luxurious vehicles belonging to the Wall family, patiently awaiting their arrival. As Qin Nuo stepped outside, the Wall family's butler respectfully invited, "Mr. Qin, please step into the vehicle." Without hesitation, Qin Nuo replied, "There is no need. I shall take my own convoy." The butler promptly acknowledged, "Very well." Qin Nuo strode confidently towards his exclusive fleet of Rolls-Royces, his posture upright. The luxurious cars gleamed in an orderly line, radiating a unique luster. Meanwhile, Blackwater security personnel, fully armed and vigilant, maintained a tight perimeter. As Qin Nuo entered the vehicle, the convoy began to move slowly, exuding an air of grandeur. The Wall family's butler watched as Qin Nuo boarded his exclusive Rolls-Royce fleet, accompanied by the watchful Blackwater security. His mind raced with thoughts, and he marveled at the scene before him. muttering to himself. Indeed, Qin Nua's strength is extraordinary. The butler could not help but shake his head slightly, his expression growing increasingly grave. He understood that anyone capable of commanding such an entourage and security must be truly remarkable. His accompanying aides appeared tense, seemingly intimidated by the powerful aura Qin Nua exuded. As the wind rustled, the butler's coat fluttered gently, yet his gaze remained fixed on the receding convoy, his curiosity about Qin Nua intensifying. Chapter 17. The news reverberated throughout the city. The illustrious Wall family estate sprawled across the land like a miniature castle. Towering iron gates stood with an air of authority, opening to meticulously manicured green lawns that resembled vast emerald carpets. The splendid buildings were arranged harmoniously, with spires that pierced the clouds and exquisite relief sculptures adorning the walls, narrating the family's illustrious history. At this moment, the news of Qin Nua, the new owner of Saudi Aramco, visiting the Wall family spread like wildfire throughout the Saudi familial circles, causing a tremendous uproar. Members of various families whispered among themselves, their faces alight with astonishment and curiosity. Elders of some families gathered, their brows furrowed and expressions grave. In hushed tones, they expressed their concerns. Could Qin Nua's visit disrupt the existing equilibrium? It's hard to say. The situation may very well be on the brink of change. Meanwhile, the younger generation congregated elsewhere, their faces aglow with excitement, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Do you think Qin Nua is coming for collaboration, or does he have ulterior motives? One mused. I believe something significant is afoot. Perhaps it could bring us new opportunities. Even the household servants, amidst their busy schedules, couldn't resist huddling together to exchange whispers about this astonishing news. Have you heard? Qin Nua is visiting the Wall family. Indeed. I wonder what will transpire. We must keep our eyes peeled. Our days may soon be transformed. The entire Saudi familial circle felt as if a monumental bomb had been dropped, stirring waves of anticipation in everyone's hearts as they awaited further developments. Those typically composed elders now paced restlessly, glancing anxiously out the window. The youth, brimming with enthusiasm, animatedly gestured to one another, with some even devising plans on how to attach themselves to Qin Nua or the Wall family. As the servants busily attended to their duties, they stole glances at their masters, murmuring, "This truly is a momentous affair. I wonder how it will affect us." On the streets, fervent discussions erupted, the news traveling swiftly like the wind, with everyone hoping this upheaval would usher in fresh changes. Inside the Wall family estate, a bustling scene unfolded. Servants hurried to and fro, their steps brisk. In the grand hall, every precious ornament was polished meticulously, gleaming brilliantly. In the garden, gardeners trimmed the foliage, arranging the vibrant flowers into intricate patterns. In the kitchen, chefs labored fervently, crafting exquisite dishes. A long red carpet extended from the estate's entrance to the main building, flanked by poised attendants, each standing tall and spirited. The entire estate was engaged in a diligent and organized preparation for various grand ceremonies, all to welcome the esteemed guest. Qin Nua. As Qin Nua's convoy of Rolls-Royces approached, it resembled a regal dragon. The procession halted at the gates of the Wall estate, the gleaming vehicles particularly resplendent under the sun. Numerous family members hurried over, gathering along the road, craning their necks, their eyes fixed intently on the convoy. Some whispered, "This is indeed Qin Nua's entourage. How impressive." Others could not contain their admiration, exclaiming, "What a spectacle, truly astounding." As questions lingered about Qin Nua's appearance, a roar erupted from the sky as a Blackwater security helicopter followed closely behind the convoy. The wind from the rotor blades tousled the hair and hems of those present. Gazing upward, astonishment washed over their faces. Such an entrance left the Wall family members wide-eyed and gaping in disbelief. They stood transfixed, staring at the convoy and helicopter, their bodies seemingly immobilized. Some inadvertently dropped objects from their hands, oblivious to their actions. Younger members gasped in awe, while the older generation shook their heads repeatedly, murmuring, This is simply extraordinary." Gradually, the crowd emerged from their shock, voices rising in unison. Truly, the new owner of Saudi Aramco commands such grandeur and presence. Indeed, such an affair is not something ordinary individuals possess. It appears the Wall family is about to welcome an extraordinary figure. Their faces were painted with astonishment and admiration, their eyes reflecting a hint of reverence, as voices resonated throughout the estate. Some nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with respect. A person of such stature is bound to stir the winds of change. Others chimed in, "Indeed. I wonder what opportunities this meeting will bring to our family." A few young individuals clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with aspiration. One day, we too shall wield such influence. At that moment, the estate was alive with a symphony of awe and discussion, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Some elders gazed at Qin Nua's convoy, their eyes deep with contemplation. The arrival of this new owner may very well signal a transformative moment for our family. The women whispered among themselves, their faces alight with wonder. Such a spectacle is truly eye-opening. Children weaved through the crowd, exclaiming excitedly, "Incredible! Truly incredible!" The entire estate was engulfed in a blend of shock and anticipation. Qin Nua's convoy of Rolls-Royces and security vehicles formed a neat line, slowly entering the Wall family estate. The wheels turned smoothly, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Inside the vehicle, Li Wenjie turned to Qin Nua and said, "Boss, we have arrived." Qin Nua nodded slightly, responding, "Good." His gaze drifted through the window, observing the estate with a calm and composed demeanor. Even before he alighted from the vehicle, the Wall family estate had already descended into a frenzy. People murmured excitedly, "He's here. He has finally arrived." Children dashed about, shouting, "Qin Nua is about to get out." The women nervously adjusted their makeup and attire, their faces filled with anticipation. The men stood tall, their eyes fixed intently on the vehicle where Qin Nua sat. Some servants, bubbling with excitement, exchanged glances, unable to contain their amazement. What a grand occasion! Elders from the family could not disguise their excitement. Whispering among themselves, "I wonder what kind of person Qin Nua truly is." In a corner, a few young men clenched their fists, eager to make an impression at this significant moment. The atmosphere throughout the estate was charged with a blend of tension and exhilaration, as everyone awaited the moment Qin Nua would finally step out of the car. Chapter 18: An initial opportunity. The patriarch of the Wall family, Weiss, stood early on the estate's grand avenue, clad in formal attire, his demeanor solemn yet tinged with anticipation. Behind him, family members buzzed with excitement, some craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the approaching Qin Nua, while others animatedly conversed, their voices quivering with exhilaration. Children darted through the throng, their laughter ringing like cheerful bells. The women, fanning themselves gently, brimmed with curiosity and excitement. The entire estate was steeped in a fervent atmosphere. Qin Nua descended from the vehicle with poise, exuding an undeniable presence. Weiss hastened forward, bowing respectfully in greeting. Qin Nua nodded slightly, maintaining an air of calm. Meanwhile, within the Wall family's kitchen, a team of chefs was fervently at work, the clattering of pots and pans forming a symphony of culinary preparation. With a smile, Weiss welcomed Qin Nua, expressing, "It is our honor to have you here. The dinner preparations are already underway." Qin Nua replied succinctly, "Very well." Weiss scrutinized Qin Nua, his expression suddenly freezing, shock evident in his gaze. He inwardly marveled, so young. Other family members cast incredulous looks, their faces mirroring his astonishment. Some gasped in disbelief, while others whispered, "Who would have thought such accomplishments could be achieved at such a young age?" A few stared at Qin Nua, their eyes wide with disbelief. Regaining his composure, Weiss promptly suggested, "Mr. Qin Nua, please enjoy the dance we have prepared for you." As he spoke, a troupe of elegantly attired female dancers gracefully entered, their movements fluid and light, akin to blooming flowers. The enchanting choreography, accompanied by captivating music, enveloped everyone in a spellbinding experience. Qin Nua, upon witnessing this, nodded in appreciation. The estate thrummed with a lively ambience, the laughter and music intertwining to create a vibrant tableau. Aware that Qin Nua was the owner of a trillion-dollar oil conglomerate, Weiss understood the necessity of utmost respect. All family members mirrored this reverence, their faces reflecting awe. As Qin Nua entered the guest lounge, Weiss personally guided him to the esteemed seating. Li Wenjie followed suit, taking a seat beside him, while the Blackwater security personnel remained vigilantly close by. Just as Qin Nua settled in, someone swiftly brought over freshly brewed red tea. After taking a sip, he remarked, "Not bad." Seeing Qin Nua's satisfied expression, Weiss's face lit up with joy. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nua discerned Weiss's true intentions behind the dinner invitation. He stated directly, "If you have something to discuss, please proceed." Weiss, upon hearing this, immediately responded, "Indeed, Mr. Qin Nua, you are remarkably perceptive." Qin Nua smiled, adding, "Enough flattery, let us discuss the matter at hand." Weiss eagerly continued, "As the most renowned and premier family in this region, we are undoubtedly stronger than the Nissan family." Qin Nua nodded slightly, his gaze deep, clearly grasping the implications. The atmosphere in the lounge grew tense. Qin Nua's expression remained serene, while Weiss appeared anxious, awaiting Qin Nua's response. Other family members shared the same tension, some gripping their hands tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure, while others swallowed nervously, their eyes fixed on Qin Nua. A few paced restlessly, their anxiety palpable. They seemed to breathe with caution, fearing a rejection from Qin Nua. With a calm demeanor, Qin Nua stated, "I am aware of the Wall family's situation. I am willing to offer you an opportunity." Weiss and the family members were momentarily taken aback. Before their faces erupted into expressions of sheer joy, Weiss's hands trembled with excitement, his voice quivering. "Thank you so much, Mr. Qin Nua." Family members gathered around, expressing their gratitude in a chorus of voices. "We are eternally grateful for your generosity, Mr. Qin Nua. Your kindness will never be forgotten by the Wall family." The lounge was instantly filled with jubilant sounds of gratitude, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Some were so moved they teared up, bowing repeatedly in thanks, while several young individuals embraced each other, filled with exuberance. Weiss, striving to contain his excitement, declared, "Mr. Qin Nua, your decision will alter the fate of our family. We will cherish this opportunity and not betray your trust." At that moment, the lounge transformed into a sea of joy, each individual basking in this unexpected happiness. The news seemed to take flight, swiftly reaching the outer circles of the Saudi family connections, igniting a sensational stir. Whispers filled the opulent banquet hall, faces alight with excitement. The news of the Wall family's opportunity with Qin Nua was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, this revelation was astonishing. One could only ponder the changes it might usher. Ladies held their champagne flutes, trembling with surprise and envy, while gentlemen paused their dancing to engage in fervent discussions. The entire social circle was enveloped in a cacophony of excitement and chatter. Observing their fervor, Qin Nua remarked with a smile, "I merely offered you an opportunity. A preliminary chance." Weiss promptly replied, "This is indeed a splendid beginning. I believe we will earn your approval." Qin Nua then inquired, "For instance, if the Nissan family has secured all land transportation work for Saudi Aramco, can you assure me you can outperform them?" Without hesitation, Weiss rose, exuding confidence as he waved his arms, articulating a series of compelling data. Qin Nua nodded slightly, signaling his approval. In the lounge, Weiss and Apos' voice resonated passionately. Qin Nua's expression remained serious and focused, while the other family members observed with a mix of tension and anticipation. Qin Nua subsequently stated, "Very well. I shall relay this arrangement to Menifeu." Upon hearing this, Weiss's face lit up with overwhelming delight, his eyes wide and mouth agape. He trembled with excitement, his voice wavering, "Thank you so much, Mr. Qin Nua." The surrounding family members erupted in cheers, filling the lounge with an atmosphere of elation. Chapter 19. Culinary Delights of Exotic Lands. Subsequently, the grand banquet hosted by the Wall family commenced. The dazzling lights illuminated the entire banquet hall, and the opulent decorations dazzled the eyes. Qin Nua, composed and serene, took his place in the VIP section, where respectful glances were cast upon him, and guests approached to pay their respects. With a warm smile, Qin Nua gracefully acknowledged the greetings of those around him. The dining table was laden with exquisite delicacies, the aromas wafting through the air. A band played melodious tunes, infusing the evening with an air of elegance. Qin Nua then picked up his utensils and began to savor the uniquely Saudi flavors of the feast. He first selected a piece of meticulously prepared roast meat, savoring it slowly, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Next, he took a spoonful of fragrant, rich soup, gently blowing on it before indulging, relishing its deep flavors. As he tasted the distinctive pastries, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if reminiscing over its sweetness. Every movement he made was graceful and unhurried, fully immersing himself in the sumptuous banquet. Nearby, the attentive staff remained vigilant to Qin Nua's needs, promptly replacing his utensils and replenishing his drinks. Other guests occasionally stole glances at Qin Nua, curious about his opinions on the culinary offerings. Qin Nua, however, was entirely absorbed in the feast, occasionally nodding in appreciation of certain dishes. The ambience of the entire banquet grew warmer and more delightful due to Qin Nua and Apos' enjoyment. He sampled a unique salad, its refreshing taste invigorating him. Those at his table inquired about his impressions, and he responded courteously, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. On stage, dancers twirled gracefully, adding to the joyful ambience of the evening. Qin Nua enjoyed the performances while relishing the food, feeling utterly content. Seated beside him, Weiss, the patriarch of the Wall family, kept a watchful eye on Qin Nua. Leaning slightly forward with a congenial smile, he frequently refilled Qin Nua's glass or replaced his plate. "Mr. Qin Nua, do try this dish. It is our specialty, Weiss remarked, gesturing towards the delectable offerings on the table. And let me share some intriguing stories about this land, he continued, animatedly recounting tales, his excitement evident in his eyes and gestures, striving to entertain Qin Nua. As Weiss reached a particularly captivating point, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Qin Nua occasionally nodded in agreement, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Noticing Qin Nua's engagement, Weiss grew even more animated, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. At that moment, a nearby staff member discreetly offered Weiss a handkerchief, which he gratefully accepted to wipe his brow before continuing his tales. As the banquet concluded, Qin Nua rose from his seat, a satisfied smile adorning his face. He strolled out of the banquet hall, the cool night breeze gently caressing him. The Rolls-Royce convoy stood in neat formation, shimmering luxuriously under the moonlight. Qin Nua entered one of the vehicles as the windows slowly ascended. The entire Wall family stood at the estate's entrance, bowing in deference, their faces reflecting utmost respect. The convoy gradually set in motion, the sound of wheels breaking the tranquility of the night. The Wall family maintained their respectful demeanor, watching as the convoy receded into the distance until it vanished into the night. Inside the plush confines of the Rolls-Royce, soft lighting illuminated Qin Nua's face. Li Wenjia, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Boss, are we really entrusting the land transportation business to the Wall family?" To which Qin Nua responded calmly, "It is indeed a favorable choice." Li Wenjia nodded thoughtfully, replying, "Understood." The atmosphere within the vehicle turned quiet, yet somewhat serious as the night scenery slipped away outside the window. Qin Nua's eyes then sparkled with curiosity as he remarked, "I find myself intrigued by this city. I would like to explore it further." Turning to Li Wenjia, he suggested, "Let us stop at the upcoming street. Perhaps we could take a stroll." Li Wenjia complied, "Certainly." The convoy gradually halted at the designated street. Qin Nua stepped down and was greeted by buildings exuding exotic charm, their white walls softly glowing in the light. The narrow streets were perfumed with the unique scent of spices. Stalls lined the sidewalks, brimming with an array of vibrant goods, colorful textiles fluttering gently in the breeze. Women adorned in veils hurried past, their gold jewelry glinting in the light. In the distance, the melodious chanting from a temple added an air of mystery to the city. Qin Nua's gaze was drawn to the street food, curiosity evident in his eyes. He turned to Li Wenjia and suggested, "Shall we try some?" Li Wenjia nodded in agreement. However, as Qin Nua did not speak Arabic, he promptly purchased a top-tier language skill in Arabic from the system marketplace, spending 10 million. He then fluently addressed the street vendor in Arabic, "Sir, how much for this snack?" The vendor was momentarily taken aback, before a look of astonishment spread across his face as he stammered, "Sir, your Arabic is remarkably fluent. This portion is just 10 rials. Qin Nua smiled in response. "Then I shall take 2 portions." Onlookers gazed in surprise, some exclaiming, "He speaks Arabic like a local." Instantly, a group of children gathered, their eyes wide with curiosity and desire, yet their pockets empty. Observing this, Qin Nua generously offered, "Come, I will treat you to some." A little girl with braided pigtails exclaimed in delight, "Really? That is wonderful." Another boy jumped up, saying, "Thank you, uncle. You're so kind." With a warm smile, Qin Nua replied, "No need to be polite. Everyone can enjoy." The children cheered, "Wow, this is amazing." The vendor, bustling about, chimed in with a grin. "What a lively scene today, all thanks to you, sir." Qin Nua responded, "As long as everyone is happy." As the children savored their treats, they chattered excitedly. "This is the best thing I've ever eaten. Uncle, will you come again?" The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy. Hearing their words, Qin Nua smiled. "I am here on a visit." The children's faces fell slightly at this revelation, with a chubby boy lamenting, "Oh, I see. Then we might not see you again." The little girl with pigtails added, "But we are still very grateful for the delicious food." The other children nodded in agreement, collectively saying, "Thank you, uncle." Qin Nua, touched by their adorable expressions, replied warmly, "There is no need for such formality. I hope you all find joy every day." A group of children were elated, gesticulating wildly with joy. A particularly quick-witted boy volunteered, "I and Appos, LL show you our local dance." Qin Nua responded with an amiable smile, "Please do." Instantly, the street transformed into a stage for the children. The boy commenced to gyrate to the rhythm within him, his arms flailing and his feet moving nimbly, his countenance radiant with a brilliant smile. The other children congregated around him, clapping and humming in unison with the cadence. The young girls, twirling their skirts, resembled a profusion of petite blossoms, their rotations and leaps brimming with vitality. Passers-by, captivated by the children's mirth, paused to observe, their faces adorned with expressions of gratification. The entire thoroughfare resonated with peals of laughter, a vibrant spectacle where the children's elation seemed to dispel any gloom. At that moment, Takri, a purveyor of petroleum storage equipment, emerged from his dinner, inebriated and unsteady, trailed by 3 bodyguards. His corpulent frame swayed precariously, his eyes half closed, his face flushed crimson. Upon beholding the children's exuberant dance, he was seized by a sudden surge of fury, his brow furrowing and his lips muttering invectives. Takri, his gait unsteady, lurched forward to disrupt the revelry. He brandished his thick arms, attempting to scatter the children, bellowing, "Get out of here. Stop making such a racket." The children, startled by his abrupt intrusion, were thrown into disarray, the joyous atmosphere instantly shattered. The vendor, witnessing Takri's boorish conduct, blanched and trembled uncontrollably. The snack he was about to proffer to a child tumbling to the ground. The surrounding onlookers were equally aghast, their previously relaxed expressions freezing in place. Some retreated instinctively, while others averted their gaze, unable to confront Takri's reprehensible behavior. A matron shielded her child's eyes, fearful of the shock. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Takri's gone berserk again. It's outrageous." Yet, they dared only whisper, none venturing to intervene. The denizens of this street were intimately familiar with Takri, his overbearing demeanor deeply ingrained in their minds. They were cognizant that he was a supplier of oil tanks to the Saudi Aramco oil group, and, emboldened by his modest wealth, he routinely acted with impunity. At that moment, their faces betrayed a mixture of resignation and trepidation. A fruit vendor furtively packed up his stall, murmuring to his neighbor, "Don't provoke him. We can end amp, oppos, t afford to." A young man clenched his fists, only to release them in defeat, biting his lip and silently departing. A woman cradling a child quickened her pace, giving a wide berth, her eyes filled with apprehension. Takri, observing the crowd and oppos' avoidance, reveled in his escalating arrogance. He threw back his head and emitted a raucous guffaw, the sound reverberating through the street, sending shivers down spines. He swaggered along, deliberately colliding with roadside stalls, scattering the neatly arranged merchandise. He kicked an empty box into the air, cursing, "Stay out of my way." He seized a passerby by the collar, glaring menacingly, reducing the unfortunate individual to a pallid, breathless state. Takri's 3 bodyguards, emboldened by his actions, joined in the intimidation, cowing the onlookers into silence. Takri grew increasingly brazen, resembling a frenzied beast as he charged towards a stall. With a forceful sweep of his arms, he cleared the stall's contents, sending items crashing to the ground. Then, he raised his thick fist and slammed it into the stall's support, causing it to buckle and the stall to teeter. He roared as he smashed, "Watch me." The onlookers recoiled in terror, their faces etched with fear and helplessness. Takri and Oppos' face was flushed, his forehead veins bulging, his eyes blazing with madness and violence. The stall owner, witnessing Takri's frenzied actions, trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering, yet he dared not utter a word. Takri, with a sidelong glance, inquired mockingly, "Should I compensate you?" The stall owner shook his head frantically, his voice choked with tears. "No, no." Takri chuckled derisively and turned towards the next stall, a fruit stand. He kicked out, sending fruit rolling in all directions and overturning baskets. He flailed his arms, pelting the surroundings with fruit, splattering juice and creating a chaotic mess. The children, who had been dancing gleefully moments before, now wore expressions of abject terror. Their small bodies huddled together, trembling as they retreated to the sidelines. Their eyes, once bright, were now dimmed with fear. A little girl clutched her companion and Oppos' sleeve, her voice trembling, "He and Oppos' crazy. Let and Oppos' get away from him." The other children nodded in unison, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they attract Takri's attention. Huddled in a corner, they surreptitiously glanced at Takri, their bodies still quaking. One small boy bit his lip, struggling to suppress his tears. They clung to one another, seeking solace in their shared fear. Takri, oblivious to the frightened children, continued his destructive rampage. Takri, his vision blurred by intoxication, noticed Chin Nua's foreign countenance, and, intrigued, staggered towards him. He stood before Chin Nua, barely steady on his feet, yet still arrogantly raised his head, casting a sidelong glance. Takri, his breath reeking of alcohol, inquired, "Did you treat these children to snacks?" Chin Nua frowned, regarding the inebriated and presumptuous man before him, and hesitated to respond. Takri, his eyes blazing, reiterated, It's a waste to feed these children. He then cast a malevolent gaze at the snack stall, muttering, "Oomph, that needs to be wrecked too." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to act. Takri's body swayed, but his steps were directed towards the snack stall, his determination unwavering. His 3 bodyguards followed suit, eager to assist in his malicious endeavor. Qin Nua, observing Takri's frenzied state, frowned and interjected, "Enough, you've had your fun." Takri, incensed by the remark, flushed crimson, his neck veins bulging, and retorted, "Who do you think you are, daring to interfere with me?" His eyes, filled with intoxication and rage, bore into Qin Nua, as if to devour him whole. Chapter 21. Bring him to me and give him a beating. As Takri argued, he waved his arms dramatically, nearly losing his balance and toppling to the ground. His bodyguard promptly steadied him, only to be brusquely pushed away as Takri shouted at Qin Nua, "I will do as I please, and what can you do about it?" Qin Nua remained undaunted, casting a cold gaze upon Takri, while the surrounding crowd held their breath, anxiously observing the escalating tension. Takri straightened his posture, arrogantly proclaiming his identity. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am a supplier of oil storage equipment." The ordinary people on the street exchanged wary glances, their faces betraying their apprehension. Whispers spread among them. He is a supplier for Saudi Aramco. He is not to be trifled with. Takri's bodyguards joined in his bravado, with one lanky guard mockingly pointing at Qin Nua. "Kid, you should know your place and dare to challenge our boss." Another short and stout bodyguard chimed in, "Exactly. You clueless fool." Takri crossed his arms, disdainfully taunting Qin Nua. "Do you really think you can meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Take a good look at yourself." In the face of Takri and his bodyguard's derisive mockery, Qin Nua maintained his composure, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. Seeing Qin Nua's silence, Takri, emboldened, laughed heartily. "Are you scared? It and Appos. It's not too late to beg for mercy now." His laughter echoed down the street, grating on the ears of those present. The crowd felt a surge of anxiety for Qin Nua but dared not intervene. With a low, resonant voice, Qin Nua finally spoke, "Is it satisfying to bully others?" Takri's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening. "You insolent fool, today you will learn your lesson." He signaled his bodyguards, who rolled up their sleeves and advanced menacingly towards Qin Nua. Standing tall and unwavering, Qin Nua showed no sign of retreat, while the crowd instinctively stepped back, fearing for their safety. Takri, growing impatient, barked, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Just as Takri's 3 bodyguards were about to strike, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed, and a dozen members of the Blackwater security team appeared, their automatic rifles aimed directly at them. Takri and his bodyguards turned pale, their legs trembling. Takri's eyes widened in terror, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. The bodyguards froze, their fists suspended in midair, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. The air around them seemed to thicken, the only sound being their anxious breaths. Takri struggled to swallow, his throat constricted, glancing fearfully at the Blackwater personnel. One of the bodyguards stammered, "What's happening?" Yet Qin Nua remained composed, coolly observing Takri and his men. The Blackwater personnel stayed silent, their ominous weapons rendering Takri and his bodyguards motionless. The onlookers were equally stunned, too afraid to breathe. The street felt as if it had been frozen in time, with everyone, including children, fixated on Qin Nua. Their mouths hung open in astonishment and disbelief. An elderly man nearly dropped his cane, murmuring, What is going on here?" Children, momentarily forgetting their fear, gazed at Qin Nua with curiosity and admiration. A fruit vendor dropped his produce in shock, oblivious to it. A mother covered her child's mouth, fearing the slightest sound would shatter the tense atmosphere. People exchanged glances, recognizing the awe in each other's eyes regarding Qin Nua's power. Suddenly, clarity washed over the crowd, as they realized Qin Nua was a person of significance. Otherwise, how could he have such protection? Someone quietly remarked, "I knew it. With such an entourage, he must be extraordinary." The previously frightened vendor now wore a look of reverence. Children whispered amongst themselves, "So he is a formidable figure." Expressions varied, but a newfound respect for Qin Nua emerged, spreading astonishment and reverence throughout the crowd. In an instant, their gazes were filled with understanding. They began to murmur, "So Mr. Qin Nua is indeed an important person. It makes sense that he has such protection." A young man exclaimed, "I told you, with such a display, he cannot be an ordinary individual." Children chimed in, "Wow, Mr. Qin Nua is so impressive." An elderly woman nodded vigorously, her face alight with admiration. "Indeed, we misjudged him." The crowd's eyes toward Qin Nua now brimmed with respect and reverence. Observing the turn of events, The formerly arrogant Takri felt his bravado evaporate. A forced smile graced his face as he stammered, "Master, let us speak amicably." His body instinctively bent forward, eyes filled with fear and flattery. His bodyguards bowed their heads. One stuttering, "We admit our ignorance. Please forgive us." Another bodyguard trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to his knees, while yet another turned pale, sweat dripping from his brow. Takri wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his gaze darting nervously, avoiding Qin Nua's stare. The three bodyguards hunched their shoulders, gripping their clothing tightly, too afraid to breathe. Seeing their cowardice, the crowd's fear began to dissipate, and soft laughter erupted. Takri's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of green and white, yet he dared not retaliate. Qin Nua remained aloof, silently observing their disgraceful display. He scanned the ordinary individuals and children on the street before inquiring, "Have they been bullying you regularly?" An elderly man with graying hair stepped forward, trembling with indignation, his voice hoarse. "Indeed, Takri has always been arrogant. We dare not voice our anger." A middle-aged man selling snacks chimed in, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a bruise. "Just last time, because I refused to give him free snacks. He had his bodyguards beat me." A woman holding a child, tears brimming in her eyes, choked out, "He often snatches the children's snacks, scaring them away from playing outside." A young boy clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. "He always bullies us and breaks our toys." Nearby, a timid little girl added, "I feel scared whenever I see him." The crowd collectively voiced their grievances to Qin Nua. Chapter 22. Qin Nua, spare us. Upon hearing the crowd recount their misdeeds, Takri and his three bodyguards were immediately filled with indignation. Takri, his face flushed and his voice raised, exclaimed, "Nonsense! You lowly beings are spitting slander." His eyes bulged like brass bells, brimming with fury and menace. One of the bodyguards shouted hoarsely, "Exactly! Don't speak recklessly. Be wary of retribution." Another waved his arms and bellowed, "You are defaming us, attempting to frame us." The third bodyguard pointed vehemently at the crowd, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Silence." Takri swiftly turned to Qin Nua, desperation evident in his voice as he implored, "They are all slandering me. I possess wealth. I can pay you to smooth this over. Moreover, I am a supplier of oil tanks to Saudi Aramco. Though a minor supplier, I still have some money." His face was plastered with ingratiation, yet a flicker of anxiety shone in his eyes. The three bodyguards quickly echoed his sentiment. A tall bodyguard nodded servilely, asserting, "What the boss says is true. Do not believe their absurd claims." The plump bodyguard, grinning broadly, added, "Indeed, indeed. The boss has ample funds. He can surely satisfy you." The third bodyguard, eyes wide with conviction, assured, "I can guarantee it will be resolved. Rest assured." Upon hearing their remarks, Qin Nua could not help but chuckle, finding the situation utterly amusing. With arms crossed and a smirk gracing his lips, he retorted, "Is it truly you who can accomplish this?" The street fell silent. Every ordinary person and child fixated on Qin Nua, their expressions rife with tension and anticipation. A flower-selling girl tugged at her garment, biting her lip as she gazed at Qin Nua without blinking. A young boy clutched his mother's hand tightly, leaning forward with a worried countenance. An elderly man furrowed his brow, his eyes shimmering with concern. The children huddled together, some chewing on their fingers, others wide-eyed with bated breath. Mothers held their children close, their gazes conveying both anger towards Takri and anxiety for the uncertain outcome. Qin Nua then fixed his piercing gaze upon the now submissive Takri, slowly inquiring, "Are you acquainted with Menefeu?" Takri, hearing this, nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Of course. Menefeu, the chairman of Saudi Aramco." Qin Nua, remaining indifferent, replied, "That is good to know." In that instant, Takri sensed a glimmer of hope. His previously hunched posture straightened, his head held high, and a smug expression returned to his face. He cast a disdainful glance at the ordinary people on the street and warned menacingly, "Just wait and see." At that moment, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The flicker of hope that had ignited within them seemed to extinguish once more, their faces clouded with worry. Yet they dared not voice their fears. Takri crossed his arms, a smug grin spreading across his face as he continued boasting, "Once I emerge unscathed from this, you shall all face the consequences. None of you shall have it easy." He strutted about exaggeratedly, casting contemptuous glances at everyone. "What can you impoverished souls do to me?" Takri's laughter rang out, harsh and jarring in the stillness of the street. A child, startled by his demeanor, burst into tears, prompting parents to quickly cover their mouths, fearing they might provoke Takri further. The others bowed their heads, avoiding eye contact, their hearts swelling with anger and helplessness. Qin Nua, observing Takri's smug demeanor, remarked with a smile, since you are acquainted, that is fortunate. Just then, Li Wenjia emerged, his expression grave as he proclaimed loudly, I come to attest that Mr. Qin Nua is the new owner of Saudi Aramco. Takri was struck as if by lightning, his eyes widening in shock, unable to close his mouth as he stammered. What? You are the new owner? In his mind, he rapidly connected the rumors to the figure before him, his complexion draining of color. Takri's body trembled violently, his teeth chattering, fear amplifying in his eyes. The ordinary people and children in the street were equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. An elderly man dropped his cane with a clatter, incredulous. The owner of $1 trillion oil empire has come to this ordinary street? A child tugged at his mother's sleeve, timidly asking, Mom, is this true? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere thick with shock. Takri's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground as he stammered, Mr. Qin. I fail to recognize your greatness. Please spare me. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, his gaze pleading. Gradually, the crowd regained their composure, whispering amongst themselves. They had not anticipated Mr. Qin to be so unassuming. What a significant figure. Today has truly opened our eyes. The children gathered, excitedly discussing their newfound fame, eager to tell their friends they had seen the oil tycoon. Mr. Qin appeared entirely unpretentious. Qin Nua regarded Takri with an icy stare, remaining silent. Takri, red-faced and frantic, repeatedly bowed in apology. Mr. Qin, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you to show mercy. The surrounding ordinary people began to murmur, some asserting, such a person deserves punishment. Others speculated, given his acknowledgement of wrongdoing, perhaps Mr. Qin will show him leniency. The children watched Qin Nua with curiosity, eager to see how he would handle the situation. The tension in the air was palpable, thick with anticipation. Qin Nua turned to Takri, his gaze as frigid as ice, his tone resolute as he declared, from now on, I will revoke your qualifications as a supplier in the oil industry. Do not even dream of engaging in this field again. Upon hearing these words, the color drained from Takri's face, terror and despair filling his eyes. He fell to his knees, clutching Qin Nua's legs tightly, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Mr. Qin, I beg you, spare me this once. I truly recognize my error. I will never dare again. His body shook uncontrollably, tears and snot marring his face. A far cry from his earlier arrogance. The onlookers observed Takri's pitiable state with mixed expressions. Some were vindicated, while others whispered amongst themselves. This is retribution. Let us see how he behaves in the future. The 3 bodyguards stood pale and trembling. The tall bodyguard's legs quaked, his teeth chattering, casting fearful glances at Qin Nua as though confronted by a dreadful demon. The plump bodyguard curled into a ball, sweat pouring from his forehead as he trembled, muttering, What shall we do? It's over. It's over. The 3rd bodyguard stood frozen, his face as pale as a ghost, his body rigid as a statue, filled with dread at Qin Nua's formidable power. Chapter 23. You want to leave without compensation. Upon witnessing the furious expressions of the crowd in the street, Qin Nua understood just how much the actions of Takri and his 3 bodyguards were loathed. He gazed at the crowd and inquired, Do you despise them? An elderly man, his face flushed with anger, vigorously waved his fist and declared, Indeed, they have committed countless misdeeds, utterly inhuman. A middle-aged woman, her eyes ablaze with fury, trembled as she exclaimed, How could we not hate them? They have made our lives a constant source of anxiety. A young man clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, stating, I loathe them to the core. They are the malignancy of this street. A woman holding a child, tears welling in her eyes, shouted with indignation, I despise them deeply. They bully us, the widowed and the orphaned. A little girl, her voice quivering with fear, added, They always frighten me. I'm scared. The crowd engaged in a chorus of outrage, their emotions burning like a fierce flame. Listening to their accusations, Qin Nua and Appo's countenance darkened further. At that moment, a vegetable vendor stepped forward and said, They take advantage of their power. My stall has been toppled by them several times. Another woman selling miscellaneous goods chimed in. They have even stolen from me without paying. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, their voices rising in intensity. Qin Nua, observing the enraged assembly, turned his gaze towards Takri and his 3 bodyguards, his eyes filled with disdain. With arms crossed, he bellowed at Takri and his companions. Do you hear how much harm you have inflicted? Takri and his bodyguards, now trembling in fear, dared not lift their heads, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. A child tugged at his mother's shirt and timidly said, Mommy, I hope they never come back. Nearby, a man clenched his fists and bitterly remarked, Such people deserve severe punishment. Chin Nua nodded and replied, "Rest assured, I shall not let them go lightly." Hearing Chin Nua's words, Thackeray and his bodyguards trembled even more violently, their teeth chattering. Thackeray's face turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he stammered, We acknowledge our mistakes." Chin Nua then fixed Thackeray with a piercing gaze and sternly commanded, "Compensate the people of this street for their losses." Thackeray, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking for grain, his voice quaking as he responded, "Yes, of course, we will comply." The three bodyguards hastily echoed, "Yes, yes, we will make amends." In that moment, they appeared to have lost all their previous bravado, resembling wilted eggplants, their spirits deflated. The crowd, hearing this, felt their anger slightly abate, though they remained vigilant, wary of any potential deceit from Thackeray and his cohorts. Chin Nua, with arms still crossed, coldly addressed Thackeray and his bodyguards, "Hurry up, and do not attempt any tricks." Thackeray nodded repeatedly, saying, "We would not dare. We will prepare the compensation immediately." The three bodyguards hurriedly concurred, "Yes, yes, we will go right away." Someone in the crowd shouted, "This time, do not think of escaping accountability." Thackeray quickly responded, "We would not dare. We will ensure everyone is satisfied." Subsequently, Thackeray and his bodyguards rushed to prepare the compensation, while the people in the street awaited, their eyes filled with both hope and caution. Chin Nua stood firm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon them. Thackeray stumbled, glancing back at Chin Nua, his eyes filled with trepidation. The three bodyguards, equally anxious, exchanged worried glances, each reflecting profound unease. An elderly woman, hands on her hips, called out to the retreating figures of Thackeray and his bodyguards, "If you dare to play tricks, you shall face the consequences." The children huddled together, whispering among themselves, "Will they really compensate us this time?" Before long, Thackeray and the bodyguards fumbled, hurriedly pulling out their wallets and phones to begin disbursing compensation. An elderly grandmother with graying hair received the money, a smile of relief blossoming on her wrinkled face as she repeatedly murmured, "Thank you. Thank you. Now I can buy my grandson a new backpack." The snack vendor counted the money in his hand, his eyes narrowing with delight as he exclaimed, "Finally, I can repair my old vehicle." The woman with the child, tears of joy in her eyes, said to her offspring, "Sweetheart, we can finally buy that toy you've always wanted." The young man clutched his money, exhilarated as he raised his fist, proclaiming, "Now I can pay my rent and not worry about being evicted." The children cheered joyously, bouncing around as they exclaimed, "We can buy so many candies." The atmosphere in the street transformed, the previously oppressive mood replaced with jubilation. The neighbors gathered around Chin Nua, their faces radiating gratitude. The elderly grandmother grasped Chin Nua's hand, her voice trembling with emotion. "Child, I cannot thank you enough. You are our great benefactor." The snack vendor beamed with sincerity, saying, "If it weren't for you, we would still be enduring their tyranny. Thank you." The woman with the child bowed deeply, her eyes brimming with sincerity. "Thank you for standing up for us, Mr. Chin." The young man gave a thumbs up, his admiration evident. "Chin Nua, your righteous intervention will forever be remembered." The children chimed in with sweet voices, "Thank you, Uncle." Chin Nua smiled in response to their gratitude, replying, "It was my duty. I will not allow them to bully you again." He then turned his gaze towards Thackeray and his three bodyguards, his expression solemn as he stated, "There shall be no more incidents like this." Thackeray and his bodyguards, upon hearing this, trembled once more, hastily affirming, "There will be none, there will be none." Their voices were laced with trepidation, their eyes filled with fear. Chin Nua nodded slightly and said, "That will be all. Now, leave." They felt as though a great weight had been lifted, turning to flee with unsteady steps, fearful of Chin Nua changing his mind. The moment the neighbors witnessed their hasty retreat, they erupted in cheers. An excited man waved his arms, shouting, "They are finally gone. How wonderful." A child leapt and danced, exclaiming, "They will never dare to return." The elderly women embraced one another, their faces aglow with radiant smiles. What a relief. The entire street was filled with a joyous atmosphere, laughter resonating in the air. In an instant, the neighbors became exceedingly warm and welcoming, surrounding Chin Nua eagerly. A beaming elderly woman exclaimed, "Mr. Chin, come try the pastries I made. They are delicious." The snack vendor approached, holding up his culinary delights. "Boss Chin, these are our local specialties. You must taste them." The crowd eagerly presented their prepared delicacies, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing their enthusiastic gestures, Chin Nua chuckled helplessly and politely declined. "I truly cannot eat any more. I appreciate everyone in Apos as kindness." He then turned to the children, speaking gently, "Until we meet again." The children tugged at Chin Nua's clothing, their eyes filled with reluctance. "Uncle, can you not stay a little longer?" "Uncle, I will miss you," a little girl said. Her voice choked with emotion. Chin Nua tenderly ruffled the children and Appos, as hair before turning to depart, the children standing in place, gazing at his retreating figure. Unwilling to part for a long time. Chapter 24. The infighting begins. Chin Nua subsequently entered a Rolls-Royce convoy with Li Wenjie. Inside the vehicle, Chin Nua turned to Li Wenjie and instructed, "Have their information recorded, and remember to revoke the qualification of the Takri supplier while investigating all problematic projects associated with him." Li Wenjie nodded solemnly in response. "Understood." As the car glided smoothly along the road, Li Wenjie continued, "Boss, I've arranged for you to stay at a 6-star hotel in the city center." Chin Nua gave a slight nod, remaining silent. Soon, the convoy arrived at the hotel. Upon entering the presidential suite, Chin Nua surveyed the opulent decor, stifled a yawn, and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He entered the bathroom, took a quick shower, and then lay down on the luxurious bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Chin Nua awoke, refreshed after a bright and spacious washroom ritual, and sat down at the dining table to enjoy breakfast. At that moment, his phone rang. Answering it, he heard the anxious voice of Minifew. "Boss Chin, the Nissan family has gone mad." Chin Nua furrowed his brow, bewilderment crossing his face as he inquired, "What has happened?" Minifew promptly replied, "The Nissan family attacked the Saudi Aramco Eastern Group's transportation pipeline last night." Upon hearing this, Chin Nua's expression darkened instantly, anger bubbling within him as he exclaimed, "How dare they?" Minifew continued, "At least 15 people have been injured." The mention of his employees intensified Chin Nua's fury. His hands clenched into tight fists as he gritted his teeth. "Those are all my employees." His rage surged as he declared, "The Nissan family must be out of their minds." Minifew echoed in agreement. Indeed. Taking a deep breath, Chin Nua endeavored to suppress his wrath, stating firmly, "Investigate the situation immediately. I want all the details." Minifew hastily assured him, "Yes, we are already looking into it." Rising to his feet, Chin Nua paced the room, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and concern. Minifew continued from the other end of the line, "Boss Chin, please do not fret. We will handle this appropriately." Chin Nua halted, his tone resolute as he declared, "We must provide an explanation for the injured employees. The Nissan family will pay for this." With unwavering determination, he added, "Since the Nissan family has gone mad, I shall deal with them." Minifew, the chairman of Saudi Aramco, felt a jolt of shock at this proclamation, his face reflecting profound astonishment as he pondered, "The boss may truly take action." Minifew quickly responded, "All right, I will now comfort the injured employees and ensure their retreat. Our group's operations have also been impacted and will require a suspension for some time." Chin Nua acknowledged, "Very well, make the necessary arrangements. I will gather information on the Nissan family." Minifew promptly replied, "Understood." After hanging up, Chin Nua sat on the sofa, his expression grim, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest as he contemplated a strategy to confront the Nissan family. Meanwhile, Minifew swiftly took action on the other end, organizing the comforting of employees and addressing the operational disruptions. Simultaneously, within the Nissan family's conference hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension. An elder member slammed his hand on the table, angrily exclaiming, "Last night and Appos' attack was utterly foolish. This is undoubtedly a death wish." His face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. Another member frowned deeply, expressing his concerns. "How could we provoke Saudi Aramco? This is akin to seeking our own demise." He shook his head repeatedly, regret etched across his face. A brash young member retorted, "What are we afraid of? The Nissan family is not to be trifled with." Yet his voice lacked conviction, his gaze evasive. A composed middle-aged member sighed, "This folly may very well lead our family to ruin." He clasped his head in despair, visibly pained. Others murmured among themselves, some displaying fear while others remained silent, enveloping the conference hall in an air of anxiety and unease. At that moment, a burly man abruptly stood, declaring loudly, "The attack has already occurred. Let us confront them head-on." He waved his arms, his expression fierce. Immediately, someone countered, "No? Such an action would spell doom for our family." The speaker, an elderly gentleman wearing glasses, appeared scholarly, yet his voice was firm. "But the deed has been done. Do we simply wait idly?" The earlier speaker retorted, his face turning crimson as he glared at the elder. Another previously silent member could no longer contain himself, stating, "We absolutely cannot confront them directly. We cannot bear the consequences." His tone was laced with trepidation. The conference hall erupted into heated debate once more. with some gesturing animatedly while others sighed in resignation, the scene descending into chaos. Amidst their fervent discussions, the butler rushed in, visibly flustered, and stammered, "Qin Nua has arrived." In an instant, all members in the conference hall froze, astonished expressions overtaking their faces. The burly man widened his eyes, mouth agape in disbelief. The elderly gentleman's cane clattered to the floor, his countenance one of sheer shock. Those who had been animatedly arguing seemed paralyzed, standing still as silence enveloped the room. The tension palpable. Upon hearing the news, Emomashi, the patriarch of the Nissan family, felt a flicker of panic but quickly regained his composure, stating, "Please." As his words fell, Qin Nua strode in confidently, followed closely by Li Wenjia and a cadre of imposing Blackwater security personnel, all serious in demeanor and exuding a formidable presence. The members of the Nissan family were immediately taken aback by the display. Some instinctively stepped back, their faces paling. Others swallowed nervously, unable to meet his gaze, while a few felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. An atmosphere of tension and fear permeated the conference hall. Emomashi bowed respectfully to Qin Nua, his face adorned with a forced smile as he said, "Boss Qin, your presence is an honor. I apologize for the inadequate reception." Qin Nua cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. Emomashi felt a tightening in his chest and quickly added, "Boss Qin, about last night." Before he could finish, a family member interjected hastily, "Boss Qin, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Another member chimed in, Yes, we had no intention of offending you." Qin Nua scoffed, "A misunderstanding? Do you think I would believe that?" Cold sweat beaded on Emomashi's forehead as he hastily replied, "Boss Qin, please quell your anger. We will certainly provide you with a satisfactory explanation." The other family members nodded vigorously, echoing, Yes, we will explain, we will explain." Chapter 25. It seems you are quite arrogant. Qin Nua crossed her arms and spoke coldly. "What constitutes a satisfactory explanation? What do you consider to be satisfactory?" Emomashi wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously replied, "Boss Qin, we are willing to compensate for all losses and ensure that such incidents do not recur." Qin Nua fixed her piercing gaze upon him. "Compensation? Do you believe that mere compensation can resolve the issue? What about my injured employees?" At that moment, a young family member summoned his courage and said, "Boss Qin, we can arrange the best medical resources for the injured employees." Qin Nua retorted sharply, "Can medical treatment truly remedy the harm you have inflicted?" The members of the Nissan family bowed their heads in silence, afraid to speak. Emomashi glanced at Qin Nua before hastily lowering his gaze, saying, "Boss Qin, whatever you decide, we will comply." After a brief silence, Qin Nua declared, "In addition to compensation and medical care, your Nissan family will face restrictions in future business dealings." Upon hearing this, a family member could not contain his shock, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Emomashi quickly reprimanded, "Silence. We must heed Boss Qin's words." Qin Nua chuckled coldly, "Is this too much for you? This is merely the beginning." The faces of the Nissan family members turned pale, yet under Qin Nua's overwhelming presence, no one dared to voice their dissent. Emomashi, with a bitter expression, pleaded, "Boss Qin, please show some mercy and relax the conditions. We truly acknowledge our mistakes." Unmoved, Qin Nua replied sternly, "If you had known this would be the outcome, why act recklessly in the first place? It is too late for regrets now." At that moment, Li Wenjia stepped forward and asserted, "Boss, we cannot easily let them off the hook." Qin Nua nodded slightly, stating, "I am well aware of the situation." The members of the Nissan family exchanged fearful glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Emomashi gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Qin, if you could find it in your heart to be lenient, we are willing to pay any price." Qin Nua's icy gaze bore into him as she asked, "Any price? Are you truly capable of bearing that burden?" An elderly member of the family trembled as he spoke, "Boss Qin, we implore you to grant our family a chance to survive." Qin Nua surveyed the room and replied solemnly, "Survival is not something that can merely be begged for. It depends on your actions." The Nissan family members kept their heads down, not daring to breathe, enveloped by a stifling atmosphere. Qin Nua's expression remained stern as she warned, "If such incidents occur again, I would not hesitate to erase the Nissan family from this land." Upon hearing this, Emomashi's body shook violently, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. His lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. The family members in the conference hall were equally astonished. Some widened their eyes in shock, others gasped audibly, while a few collapsed to the ground in a faint. A young member trembled as he exclaimed, "Boss Chin, we absolutely will not dare to offend again." An older member, his face ashen, sweat pouring down, stammered, "Boss Chin, please do not be angry. We will certainly remember your warning." The hall was rife with fear and chaos. The members of the Nisong family rendered mute under Chin Nua's formidable pressure. Suddenly, a young descendant burst forth in anger. His face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. He glared at Chin Nua and shouted, "Chin Nua, who do you think you are?" Clenching his fists, he trembled with rage, leaning forward as if ready to charge at Chin Nua. "Our Nisong family is not easily bullied. Do not be so arrogant." His voice, tinged with hysteria, pierced the tense silence of the conference hall. Imomashi's face paled in shock, and he quickly admonished, "Be quiet, you reckless fool." Other family members looked at the young man in terror, some shaking their heads in dismay, while others displayed concern. This young descendant, Kiri, disregarded Imomashi and Appo's reprimand, becoming even more insolent as he pointed disdainfully at Chin Nua's nose, declaring, "Do you think you are something special? You are merely relying on a bit of money." His eyes bulged, his lips curled into a contemptuous smirk, as if he had lost all sense of reason. Imomashi's face turned a deep shade of anger as he rushed forward to restrain Kiri, only to be violently pushed aside. Kiri continued his tirade, "Chin Nua, do not think you can intimidate the Nisong family. If you have the ability, come and try it." Chin Nua's expression darkened ominously, the air around her seeming to freeze. Li Wenjie, witnessing this, shouted, "Enough. How dare you speak to Boss Chin in such a manner?" He stepped forward, ready to teach Kiri a lesson. Yet Kiri remained undaunted, defiantly retorting, "What are you afraid of?" The other members of the Nisong family were visibly shaken by Kiri's reckless behavior, some whispering urgent warnings, "Kiri, do not be impulsive. Be quiet," while others cowered in corners, afraid to make a sound. Imomashi, exasperated, stomped his foot and shouted at Kiri, "Are you trying to lead the family to ruin?" Chin Nua regarded the frenzied Kiri with a chilling smile, a glint of menace in her eyes. "It seems you truly fear nothing." Kiri, hearing this, raised his chin defiantly and retorted, "Of course not." He crossed his arms and trembled with arrogance, exuding a fearless demeanor. Chin Nua narrowed her eyes, her smile growing more pronounced, though it carried an unsettling chill. Imomashi, now drenched in sweat, stammered, "Boss Chin, he is young and foolish. Please do not stoop to his level." Kiri, however, turned to Imomashi and shouted, "Elder, what are you afraid of? Our Nisong family cannot be so cowardly." Surrounding family members stared at Kiri in disbelief, as if witnessing madness. Chin Nua, her expression cold and detached, waved her hand. The security personnel from Heishui Security promptly raised their firearms, and with a resounding bang, a bullet was fired. Kiri, still brimming with arrogance, was struck by the bullet, his body collapsing backward, blood splattering. The hall fell into stunned silence. Imomashi's eyes widened, his mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. Other family members screamed. Some collapsed to the ground, pallid and trembling. The entire conference room descended into a profound stillness, marked only by the sound of Kiri's body hitting the floor and the rapid breaths of the onlookers. Chapter 26. The Consequences of Provocation. It took Momoxi a considerable time to regain his composure, his voice trembling as he addressed Chin Nua, "Boss Chin, you." Chin Nua cast a cold gaze upon him and replied, "This is what comes of provoking me." The other family members looked on in terror, scarcely daring to breathe. At that moment, a timid member burst into tears, sobbing, "We will never dare again. Never again." Chin Nua surveyed the assembly, commanding, "Remember this well. Should there be a next time, there will be no mercy." The members of the Nisong family nodded in unison, the atmosphere in the conference room heavy with fear and despair. Chin Nua's piercing stare swept across everyone present, and he then inquired, "Do you have any objections?" Momoxi quickly bowed his head, responding with a quivering voice, "No. None at all, Boss Chin, we absolutely have no objections." His body continued to tremble, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. The other family members hastened to echo his sentiment. A middle-aged man, face etched with dread, stammered, "No objections, no objections. We shall heed your every word, Boss Chin." A woman clasped her mouth tightly, her eyes brimming with fear, nodding fervently to indicate her agreement. An elderly man, his complexion ashen, stuttered, "Boss Chin, whatever you say, we shall comply." The entire family gathered in the conference room was quaking with trepidation, not daring to exhibit the slightest hint of defiance. Momoxi, the head of the Nisong family, ingratiatingly declared, "That wretched Kiri, take him away." As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Several burly men rushed forward, swiftly dragging Kitty's lifeless body away, their faces reflecting anxiety and urgency. Fearful that any delay would displease Qin Nua, Qin Nua smiled and said, "Well, since the issue has been resolved, I have no further business here." His smile bore an inscrutable quality. "All right, I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and strode out. Mamaxi remained bent at the waist until Qin Nua's figure disappeared from view before slowly straightening up. Some family members slumped in their chairs, gasping for breath as if they had just emerged from a nightmare. Others found their legs weak, needing assistance to stand, while still others leaned against the walls, their eyes vacant, appearing dazed and shaken. In the conference room of the Nisong family, everyone exhaled in relief, the atmosphere no longer as tense and oppressive as before. The incident quickly spread throughout the Saudi family group, akin to a bombshell, igniting fervent discussions among the members. An esteemed elder furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. The Nisong family has truly stirred a hornet's nest this time, daring to provoke Qin Nua. A spirited younger member exclaimed with excitement, "Qin Nua's methods are ruthless. He is making it clear to those who underestimate him." A middle-aged woman shook her head, sighing, "The situation is bound to change. We must tread carefully." Another composed man pondered for a moment before stating, "Qin Nua's actions serve as both a warning and a lesson to the other families." The group engaged in animated debate, some admiring Qin Nua's decisiveness, while others expressed concern for the future of the Nisong family, the atmosphere filled with both excitement and unease. As Qin Nua settled into a Rolls-Royce, he turned to Li Wenjie and instructed, "Inform Minov that there is no need for him to worry." Li Wenjie nodded in agreement, understood. Upon hearing the news, Minov and Apos' face registered shock, and, piecing together the recent events, he felt a profound astonishment at Qin Nua and Apos' decisiveness. Meanwhile, Qin Nua directly called Mamaxi, the head of the Nisong family. When Mamaxi received the call, his hands trembled uncontrollably, his voice quaking with fear as he respectfully inquired, "Boss Qin, how may I assist you?" Qin Nua replied with a smile, "By the way, ensure that everyone involved in the attack has been dealt with." Mamaxi, taken aback, stuttered, "Could we perhaps negotiate? I will discipline them properly." Qin Nua continued to smile on the other end of the line, "Of course. You may use your lives to atone for theirs." Mamaxi was utterly stunned, his face draining of color. After several seconds, he regained his composure and hurriedly assured, "Certainly. I will do as you instruct, Boss Qin." Once this matter was settled, Qin Nua let out a long sigh of relief, contemplating that his affairs here were nearly arranged. He turned to Li Wenjie and remarked, "I believe we have accomplished quite enough. Let us go for lunch." Li Wenjie readily agreed, "Certainly," and immediately began to arrange their schedule. Before long, they arrived at a bustling city restaurant infused with Saudi flair. The establishment was alive with chatter, the air thick with the aroma of spices, while the walls adorned with distinctive artwork transported one to a realm rich in exotic charm. As Qin Nua entered this upscale venue, his foreign visage drew considerable attention. Curious glances filled the room, and suddenly, someone recognized him, exclaiming in astonishment, "My goodness! I can't believe I am seeing the head of Saudi Aramco." This declaration echoed throughout the restaurant, eliciting gasps of disbelief and awe from the patrons. The atmosphere shifted, conversations halted, and the room fell momentarily silent before erupting into whispers of excitement. It truly was him. Who would have thought to encounter him here? All eyes followed Qin Nua, faces alight with thrill and anticipation. The restaurant owner, upon spotting Qin Nua, rushed over with a beaming smile, bowing slightly in respect. "Boss Qin, your presence here truly elevates our establishment," he said, his demeanor excessively ingratiating. The owner gestured invitingly, leading Qin Nua to the finest table in the house. Qin Nua merely nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor as he followed the owner. As they walked, the owner continued to shower him with flattering remarks. "It is our honor to have you here, Boss Qin. Please, order anything you desire. It is all on the house." Li Wenjie trailed behind Qin Nua, his expression serious, while other diners cast envious glances, murmuring amongst themselves. The owner guided Qin Nua to a spacious and comfortable seating area, personally drawing out a chair for him, saying, "Boss Qin, please take a seat." Qin Nua settled in with composure, replying, "Just the usual arrangements will suffice." Chapter 27. Is it a genuine encounter? At this moment, the curious patrons cast glances towards the spot where Qin Nua was seated. A fashionably dressed lady slightly turned her body, covering her mouth with her hand as she whispered to her companion, "It really is Qin Nua. I wish I could ask for an autograph. but I dare not. Her eyes brimmed with longing, yet her feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, unable to move even an inch. A middle-aged gentleman, holding a wine glass, occasionally glanced in Qin Nua's direction, murmuring to himself, "He's quite the big shot. We can only admire him from afar." With a shake of his head, he took a sip of his drink. A group of young men huddled together, whispering among themselves. One eager young man suggested, "Shall we go greet him?" But he was immediately pulled back by a friend. "Don't be impulsive. We can't afford to provoke him." Despite their intense curiosity, none dared to approach too closely. The alluring heiress of the Mawan family, Onana, entered the restaurant with graceful strides. Dressed in an exquisite gown, her elegant figure captured the attention of many. Noticing the unusual atmosphere in the restaurant, Onana furrowed her brows in confusion. Her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired about the situation from her attendant. After a few whispered words, a look of surprise blossomed on Onana's face. Her eyes twinkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Qin Nua is dining here." Instinctively adjusting her dress, she quickened her pace towards Qin Nua and Appo's table. Her heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. As she walked, she pondered how to greet Qin Nua, her gaze betraying a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The attendant followed closely, whispering, "Miss, take your time." But Onana was too engrossed in the thought of meeting Qin Nua to heed the reminder. Finally arriving at Qin Nua's table, Onana took a deep breath to steady herself and smiled, saying, "Mr. Qin Nua, what a coincidence to meet you here." Upon seeing her, Qin Nua's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Are you sure this isn't a deliberate coincidence?" His gaze held a hint of mischief. Onana quickly waved her hand, saying earnestly, "Of course not." Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes reflected sincerity. Qin Nua then replied, "Good, then let and Appo's introduce ourselves." He crossed his arms. Watching Onana with keen interest, Onana tilted her head slightly, gathering her thoughts, and said, "Mr. Qin Nua, I am Onana from the Mawan family." Her voice was melodious, and her gaze remained fixed on him. Qin Nua recognized that the Mawan family was also a partner of Saudi Aramco, which made their interaction quite comfortable. He continued, "Please, have a seat. Have you had lunch yet?" Hearing this, Onana's face lit up with joy, and she promptly replied, "Not yet. Thank you, Mr. Qin Nua." She gracefully took a seat. Instantly, the whispers among the onlookers erupted. A man in a suit leaned closer to his companion, lowering his voice. "Miss Onana seems rather familiar with Qin Nua. It appears the Mawan family is on the rise." A nearby woman, filled with jealousy, muttered, "Humph, Onana is just too lucky." An elderly man in the corner stroked his beard thoughtfully, remarking, "There must be more to this than meets the eye." A few young people excitedly discussed, "Perhaps a significant collaboration is on the horizon. Let us wait and see." The crowd exchanged speculations, their eyes darting between Qin Nua and Onana. Onana quickly smiled and said, "I'm from Saudi Arabia. Shall I order something?" Her radiant smile was filled with anticipation. Qin Nua responded warmly, "That sounds good. Please go ahead." Onana eagerly picked up the menu, flipping through it as she suggested, "Let us start with the specialty grilled meat, and this rich curry soup is also excellent." Her fingers danced lightly across the menu. Qin Nua nodded slightly, attentively listening to her recommendations. Onana continued, "How about pairing it with some fresh fruit salad?" Qin Nua replied with a smile, "I'll leave it to you." The two exchanged suggestions, creating a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. Onana enthusiastically added, "For the main course, let us have a traditional hand-grabbed rice, and for dessert, a date pudding." Her eyes sparkled with the hope of receiving Qin Nua's approval. He smiled, saying, "Sounds great. Let us go with your suggestions." With that, Onana happily closed the menu and summoned the waiter to place their order. The waiter respectfully noted their choices and quickly went to prepare. At that moment, Onana began to chat with Qin Nua about the customs and culture of Saudi Arabia, and he listened with keen interest, occasionally interjecting. Their laughter drew even more curious glances from those around them. Onana rested her chin on her hands and said, "Mr. Qin, did you know? We have grand dance performances during our festivals." Qin Nua responded, "Oh, that must be quite spectacular." With her eyes shining, Onana continued, "And the sunset in the desert is breathtaking. You must see it if you get the chance." Qin Nua nodded, saying, "That sounds lovely." Soon, the dishes began to arrive at their table, and Onana eagerly introduced each one. Qin Nua picked up his utensils and started to taste the food. Onana eagerly asked, "How does it taste?" Qin Nua smiled in response, "It's wonderful. Thank you for arranging it." Onana beamed even brighter, saying, "I'm glad you like it. By the way, Our traditional attire is also particularly exquisite. As she spoke, she gestured to illustrate the style of the clothing. Qin Nua looked on with interest, responding, I would love to see it someday. As they dined and chatted, the atmosphere remained relaxed and enjoyable. At that moment, Onana accidentally splattered some soup on the corner of her mouth. She smiled shyly, quickly reaching for a napkin to wipe it away. Qin Nua smiled gently, saying, No need to rush. Take your time eating. The other diners observed their lively conversation, fueling a mix of envy, curiosity, and jealousy among them. Onana blushed, saying, Oh no, I hope I didn't embarrass you. Qin Nua waved his hand dismissively, saying, Not at all. Enjoying the meal is what matters most. Just then, the waiter brought out another dish, and Onana quickly introduced it. This is our signature dish. Please give it a try. Qin Nua picked up a piece and, after savoring it, remarked, The flavor is indeed unique. Onana looked at Qin Nua with satisfaction, and as a gentle breeze wafted through the window, it playfully lifted her hair. She absent-mindedly tucked her hair behind her ear, enhancing her charm. Meanwhile, other patrons discreetly took photos or whispered about their relationship, filling the restaurant with a curious and excited ambience. Chapter 28. The mad pursuer. Young Master Zoki of the Zaifuzuo family paced anxiously in his room when a servant hurriedly entered, announcing, Young Master, Miss Onana from the Mawan family has appeared at the Western restaurant. Upon hearing this, Zoki's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the garage. He swiftly leaped into his sports car, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle roared to life, speeding away. Zoki's face was etched with urgency. His grip on the steering wheel was tight, causing his palms to grow slightly sweaty as he murmured to himself, Onana, I am coming. As Zoki raced through the streets, his car weaved in and out of traffic, drawing the attention of passers-by. His heart raced, and images of Onana's enchanting visage flooded his mind. At last, he screeched to a halt outside the restaurant. Eagerly, he flung open the car door and strode purposefully towards the entrance. His gaze darted around the restaurant, desperately searching for Onana's figure, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He paid no mind to his slightly disheveled attire, his focus unwavering as he approached the interior. Upon reaching the center of the restaurant, he finally spotted Onana, and a wave of joy washed over him. However, his expression soured when he noticed her engaged in delightful conversation with Qin Nua. Zoki gritted his teeth, quickening his pace towards them, silently vowing, Onana, I will not allow anyone to take you from me. Clenching his fists, Zoki approached the table where Onana and Qin Nua sat. He struggled to steady his breath, feigning composure as he declared, Onana, what a coincidence to find you here. Onana's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing Zoki, but she quickly regained her composure, replying, Zoki, what brings you here? Zoki cast a fleeting glance at Qin Nua before returning his focus to Onana, saying, I heard you were here, so I rushed over. Meanwhile, Qin Nua remained indifferent, continuing to eat as if Zoki and Appo's arrival was inconsequential. Zoki stood awkwardly, unsure whether to take a seat or remain standing. Having just returned to Saudi Arabia, Zoki was oblivious to Qin Nua's identity. The sight of Onana laughing with Qin Nua ignited a fiery rage within him. His face flushed crimson, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if ready to unleash a torrent of fury. Zoki's hands balled into fists, veins protruding from his arms as he seethed. Onana, who is he? His breath quickened. Trembling with anger, he glared at Qin Nua and bellowed, Who are you? Why are you with Onana? Onana furrowed her brows, urging him, Zoki, please don't be so impulsive. Zoki paid no heed, taking a step forward as if to confront Qin Nua, yelling, Kid, I warn you, keep your distance from Onana. The commotion drew the attention of other diners, who cast astonished glances in their direction. Zoki's chest heaved with rage, his gaze fierce like that of a predator, his voice hoarse from fury. Onana, aren't you going to explain what is going on? Qin Nua remained calm, merely lifting his eyes to glance at Zoki, his expression unperturbed. Onana stood, addressing Zoki, Zoki, please calm down and don't cause a scene. Zoki's eyes widened in fury as he pointed at Qin Nua, declaring, You must give me an explanation today. The surrounding patrons began to murmur, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Veins bulging on his forehead, Zoki shouted at Onana, I have done so much for you, and yet you are here with this stranger. At that moment, the restaurant manager rushed over, looking anxious. Everyone, please remain calm and do not disturb the other guests. Zoki ignored the manager, his glare fixed on Qin Nua as if he could incinerate him with his gaze. Finally, Qin Nua set down his utensils, rising slowly, and said calmly, Let us discuss this rationally. Zoki roared back, Discuss? It's not that simple. Miss Onana from the Mawan family retorted sharply, I do not like you. So stop pursuing me. Her voice was clear and resonant, tinged with irritation and disdain. Zoki was struck dumb, as if thunderstruck by her words. He stared at Onana in disbelief, his lips trembling as he stammered, Onana, how can you say that? His complexion paled instantly, his body swaying as if he had lost his footing. The entire restaurant turned their attention to the unfolding drama gathering around. A stylishly dressed lady covered her mouth, whispering, So, young Master Zoki has met his match. He is usually so arrogant, but now he has been rejected. A middle-aged man shook his head, sighing. It seems his pursuit has come to an end. A young man joked, Ha! Young Master Zoki has lost face big time. The patrons exchanged remarks, their taunts reaching Zoki's ears, intensifying his humiliation as anger and shame mingled on his face. His servant anxiously suggested, Young Master, perhaps we should leave. There are too many people here, and continuing this scene will only worsen matters. Furious, Zoki fixed his gaze on Onana, shouting, So, you prefer Chin Nua? His voice was hoarse from rage. Onana replied resolutely, Yes. Her expression was unwavering, devoid of hesitation. Chin Nua, taken aback, thought, Why am I being dragged into this? He frowned, his face reflecting helplessness. Chin Nua then firmly stated, If there is nothing else, you should leave and not disturb the dining experience of everyone here. Zoki's anger flared even more, his face burning red as his fists clenched tightly. Onana echoed Chin Nua, urging, Zoki, just go. Her eyes were filled with annoyance. A chorus of diners began to chastise Zoki, some saying, Exactly, don't cause a ruckus, while others shouted, Leave now, don't disturb us. Zoki glared furiously at Chin Nua, his facial muscles twitching, and with a scoff, he retorted, Humph, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? His gaze was rife with disdain, a smirk of contempt curling his lips. Suddenly, Onana raised her hand and, with a resounding slap, struck Zoki across the face. He was momentarily stunned, eyes wide in disbelief, staring at Onana as if unable to comprehend that such an act had befallen him. Chapter 29. Do not shoot erroneously. Zoki covered his face, his eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. He stammered, Onana, you actually struck me? Onana crossed her arms, glaring furiously as she retorted, Zoki, wake up and stop your nonsense. The restaurant fell into a profound silence. All present rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. After a brief pause, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Zoki's expression shifted from shock to anger as he shouted, Onana, you hit me for this man? Unyielding, Onana responded loudly, You brought this upon yourself, you fool. Patrons nearby began to murmur among themselves, some remarking, This Zoki is truly excessive. He deserves the beating, while others quietly commented, This is quite the uproar. Zoki stared at Onana in bewilderment, asking, What power does this Chin Nua possess that he could possibly rival my wealth? His eyes were filled with confusion and resentment. Onana calmly replied, Zoki, listen closely. Chin Nua is the owner of Saudi Aramco. Upon hearing this, Zoki's mouth fell agape in shock, rendered speechless for several moments. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, How can this be? I refuse to believe it. He shook his head repeatedly, skepticism etched across his face. Frowning deeply, Zoki fixed his gaze on Onana, declaring loudly, Onana, you must be lying. This cannot possibly be true. With a serious demeanor, Onana asserted, Zoki, I have no reason to deceive you. This is the truth. Zoki trembled slightly, murmuring to himself, The owner of Saudi Aramco? This is utterly unbelievable. At that moment, one of Zoki's attendants whispered, Young Master, it seems there is indeed some truth to it. Zoki shot a fierce glare at his attendant, barking silence. Still reeling from the shock, Zoki staggered backward a few steps, muttering, Impossible, absolutely impossible. His eyes began to betray a frantic glimmer, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Onana observed Zoki's distress with a weary sigh, stating, Zoki, it's time to accept reality. Zoki abruptly lifted his head, a hint of despair and defiance in his gaze as he shouted, Even if he is, I will not easily concede. Standing firm, he gasped for breath, as if struggling to digest this astonishing revelation. His expression fluctuated between confusion and a flicker of determination as he muttered, So what if he is the owner of Saudi Aramco? I, Zoki, am not to be trifled with. The bystanders watched him silently, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. One attendant cautiously approached, suggesting, Young Master, perhaps we should leave. Zoki shot a fierce look at his attendant, retorting, Leave? How can I just walk away? With his hands clutching his head, Zoki paced back and forth, incessantly muttering, "This cannot be. This is absolutely not true." His countenance darkened ominously, the veins on his forehead pulsating. Onana, hands on her hips, impatiently remarked, "Zoki, stop deceiving yourself. The facts are as they are." Zoki abruptly halted, fixing a piercing gaze on Onana, declaring, "Even if he is, I will not simply let this go." Meanwhile, the crowd in the restaurant began to murmur and speculate. This Zoki is quite persistent. How can he compare to Qin Nua, the owner of Saudi Aramco? Hearing their discussions, Zoki's expression soured further. Qin Nua finally interjected, "Hurry and leave. Cease your bickering here." His demeanor was cold, his eyes filled with disdain. Zoki, emboldened, retorted, "What if you are formidable? I refuse to depart." He held his head high, portraying an air of defiance. Qin Nua waved his hand, and the dark muzzles of the Blackwater security team instantaneously aimed at Zoki. Zoki's bravado faltered, his face turning pale as he stammered, I apologize, I was wrong. I will leave now." His legs began to tremble, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Zoki's body shook involuntarily as he fearfully focused on the ominous gun barrels, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Do not shoot. I truly will leave, right now." Qin Nua regarded him with a frosty gaze, devoid of any compassion. As Zoki continued to back away, his steps frantic. The surrounding patrons gasped, the tense atmosphere rendering them mute. Reaching the entrance, Zoki spun around and fled, his attendants scrambling after him in disarray. Qin Nua scoffed, gesturing for the Blackwater security to lower their weapons. Only then did the patrons of the restaurant exhale in relief, resuming their hushed conversations. With a hint of amusement, Qin Nua remarked, "Indeed, the truth proves quite effective." A subtle smile graced his face, reflecting a sense of ease and satisfaction. Onana, overhearing, added, "Indeed, Zoki is quite a troublesome character." She frowned slightly, traces of annoyance lingering on her expression. Qin Nua continued, "Your suitor Zoki seems rather amusing." A playful smirk adorning his features. Onana quickly interjected, "I do not fancy him either," wrinkling her nose in distaste. With her alluring figure, Onana gazed at the handsome Qin Nua, earnestly declaring, "I like you." Qin Nua paused, then replied, "Thank you for your affection." Surprised, Onana's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Is that all? Just gratitude?" Her face fell, disappointment evident as she bit her lip, asking, "Do you not feel anything for me?" After a moment of silence, Qin Nua replied, "At this time, I have no such inclinations." Unwilling to accept defeat, Onana pressed, "Why not? Am I not good enough?" Qin Nua sighed softly, explaining, "It is not your fault. I simply have more pressing matters at hand." Onana and Appo's eyes dimmed as she murmured, "Very well, I will wait for you." Qin Nua regarded her, shaking his head in resignation. Although he felt no interest in Onana, he concealed it well. Realizing the truth, Onana's demeanor fell into a state of dejection. Qin Nua concluded, "Well, this lunch has been quite enjoyable. Perhaps we shall meet again under better circumstances." His tone remained neutral. Onana replied softly, "Indeed." As the patrons observed Zoki's departure, they acknowledged Qin Nua's prowess, with someone remarking, "Qin Nua is indeed extraordinary." Another concurred, "Absolutely, a formidable figure." With that, Qin Nua turned to leave, his stride resolute. Onana watched his retreating figure, tears welling in her eyes. The customers continued their chatter about Qin Nua's impressive display, while expressing sympathy for Onana. Taking a deep breath, Onana wiped her tears and exited the restaurant. Gradually, the establishment returned to its former tranquility, as if the recent upheaval had never transpired. Chapter 30. Sign in to the global luxury goods system. After Qin Nua departed, the chatter among the patrons gradually subsided. Onana stood at the entrance of the restaurant, gazing in the direction where Qin Nua had vanished, her feet rooted to the spot. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, accentuating her solitude. Inside the restaurant, the waitstaff began clearing the tables, and diners resumed their enjoyment of culinary delights, occasionally murmuring about the recent events. Eventually, Onana turned slowly and disappeared around the corner of the street. As Qin Nua exited the restaurant, Li Wenjie approached him, conveying that Manofo had called, and the Saudi royal family wished to invite him to a banquet. Upon hearing this, Qin Nua expressed his disinterest with an indifferent demeanor. Li Wenjie acknowledged, "I shall decline on your behalf." Qin Nua then instructed, "Arrange the itinerary. We are returning to the country now," his tone resolute. Li Wenjie affirmed his order. The crew of the Obsidian FGA private jet began their preparations. Staff buzzed about, checking equipment and readying supplies. The Obsidian FGA private jet, opulent and technologically advanced, met with Qin Nua's approval as he admired the luxurious decor and amenities within, considering its staggering worth of over 700 billion. In less than 2 hours, Qin Nua found himself back in Shanghai. Stepping off the aircraft, he returned to the familiar hustle and bustle of the city and felt a sense of comfort wash over him. Observing the towering skyscrapers and the throngs of people, he mused to himself, this place truly brings a sense of ease. Upon arriving at the Dongji Oasis Manor, he felt a wave of nostalgia. It was then that he remembered he had yet to check in for the day. Seated on a leather sofa, Qin Nua mentally engaged with the system for his daily sign-in. The system promptly responded, signing in now. It then announced, congratulations, Master. You have successfully signed in with a total of 130 globally renowned luxury brands, valued at 35 trillion. Qin Nua was taken aback, his mouth agape, exclaiming, so many. His excitement was palpable as he thought to himself, this is quite the fortune. He then instructed Li Wenjie, coordinate with the chairpersons of these 130 groups. Li Wenjie, startled and wide-eyed, stammered, boss, what did you just say? After confirming, he was astonished by the magnitude of Qin Nua's acquisitions, marveling internally, the boss is truly impressive. Without delay, Li Wenjie sprang into action, dialing numbers and muttering, this is indeed a monumental undertaking. Qin Nua, leisurely sipping tea on the sofa, awaited Li Wenjie's progress. Beads of sweat formed on Li Wenjie's forehead as he focused intently. Shortly thereafter, he reported to Qin Nua, boss, I have already contacted several groups and am in discussions regarding the particulars. Qin Nua nodded, urging, accelerate the pace. Li Wenjie continued his diligent efforts. With nothing pressing to do, Qin Nua turned to his phone and began browsing Douyin. Occasionally, he would inquire of the system, what is my current balance? The system swiftly replied, Master, your current balance stands at 7,350 million. Qin Nua, satisfied, remarked, not bad, still quite affluent. He casually scrolled through the content. Upon entering a live stream focused on job introductions, specifically for positions at Saudi Aramco, Qin Nua immediately commented, this is utterly implausible. Instantly, a flurry of responses ensued, with some viewers retorting, the host has 50,000 followers, they must have genuine connections. Frowning, Qin Nua countered, it cannot be that simple to secure a job at Saudi Aramco. The barrage of comments intensified, with accusations directed at Qin Nua. The host chimed in, friend, refrain from making baseless claims. I possess authentic connections. Qin Nua scoffed, then present your evidence. The live stream descended into chaos, with numerous viewers deriding him. Some exclaimed, you lack the capability, so you resort to disparaging others out of jealousy. Others shouted, the host has 50,000 followers, surely they must have some merit. Another chimed in, exactly. You know nothing yet dared to critique. Silence yourself. Some even mocked, look at you. So pitiful that you likely wouldn't even know which way the doors of Saudi Aramco open. Who do you think you are to speak so boldly? Take a moment to reflect on yourself. You know nothing yet dare to question. Leave this live stream and do not hinder our job search. With your lack of insight, you shall never land a prestigious position. The host, Bai Chao, relished the support from the crowd, a smug smile gracing his face as he internally reveled in his success. He was acutely aware that this job opportunity was a deception. Bai Chao began boasting, trust me, for a mere 8,800, I can secure you a position as a senior employee at Saudi Aramco. The live stream erupted in enthusiasm, with viewers commenting, fantastic. Finally, a chance, and others proclaiming, the host is magnificent, let us pay up. Qin Nua observed this spectacle with a cold smirk, declaring, you are all so easily deceived? Handing over 8,800 is akin to throwing money away. Bai Cao's expression darkened as he retorted, do not disrupt this. You are ruining everyone's chances. Doubts began to surface among the audience, with some questioning, is this really genuine? Yet others rallied behind Bai Chao, asserting, do not listen to him. The host would never deceive us. Bai Chao urged, everyone, do not hesitate. Spots are limited. First come, first served. Qin Nua shouted vehemently, wake up. This is clearly a scam. Bai Chao, flustered, shouted back, if you continue to speak nonsense, I will have you removed from the live stream. At that moment, the live stream erupted into pandemonium, with one faction supporting Qin Nua's caution, while another fervently backed Bai Chao, convinced this was a rare opportunity. An impulsive viewer berated Qin Nua. You lack ability yet deny others their chance. Meanwhile, a more discerning viewer remarked, this does seem a bit dubious. The entire live stream devolved into a cacophony. Chapter 31. The overwhelming Golden V verification Qin Nua ultimately concluded that this group of people was beyond redemption, muttering softly, "Let us just see how they are deceived." His face etched with resignation. He gazed at the unfolding scenario with a hint of amusement. Upon noticing Qin Nua's silence in the live stream, the host, Bai Tang, promptly exclaimed, "Indeed, this is a golden opportunity. Come, come." In an instant, over 100 individuals eagerly paid their dues. Seeing this, Qin Nua chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. How can they fall for this? Truly foolish. He then placed a call to Manofo, the chairman of Saudi Aramco, requesting, "Please update my Douyin account with the golden verification." Manofo, taken aback by the request, responded, "Of course, Mr. Qin. I will instruct my secretary to handle it immediately." In less than a minute, Qin Nua's Douyin profile gleamed with the addition of the Saudi Aramco chairman's verification. This was merely the beginning. Subsequently, the verifications of the heads of the Blackwater Security Group and others appeared, culminating in over 170 golden verifications. Qin Nua, surveying his Douyin page, wore a satisfied smile. When he re-entered the live stream, the entire room erupted in dazzling effects. The audience, taken aback, gasped in astonishment, with some exclaiming, "What is happening?" And others, jaws agape, marveling, "These effects are simply extravagant." Bai Tang, too, was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the resplendent display. Viewers speculated in the comments. Is the platform malfunctioning? And could it be that a supermobile has arrived? At that moment, someone noticed the staggering number of golden verifications on Qin Nua's Douyin page. Exclaiming, "My heavens, who is this?" The live stream descended into chaos, filled with awe and disbelief. Thousands of viewers were left in shock, utterly amazed. "You must be joking. What kind of person could this be?" A young man exclaimed while rubbing his eyes in disbelief. A middle-aged man stood dumbfounded, struggling to articulate. "In all my time on Douyin, I have never seen such an impressive profile." A young woman screamed, "Oh my God, could this be the legendary super-rich individual?" Others lamented, "I can't believe I mocked him earlier. This is disastrous." They were entirely unaware that a super tycoon like Qin Nua had graced their live stream, having previously overlooked his golden verification. In an instant, a throng of viewers began to fawn over him, flooding the comments with pleas. "Mr. Qin, please guide us. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me. Sir, look at me. Grant me an opportunity. Nua Gu, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Bai Tang, now visibly shaken, turned pale and stammered, hastily apologizing, "Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry. I was blind to your stature and offended you. Please, I beg for your mercy." Meanwhile, some astute viewers spotted the verification from the Saudi Aramco chairman, instantly realizing that Bai Tang and Appo's claims about work channels were fabrications. An irate viewer shouted, "Bai Tang, you swindler! How dare you deceive us?" A frustrated elder stomped her feet, lamenting, "Oh, how foolish I was to believe your lies." A young man clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Bai Tang, return our money immediately." Those who had not paid chimed in with accusations. "I knew you were unreliable. Thank goodness I didn't fall for it. Such a fraud deserves punishment. Let's report him. He must not escape justice." The outcry in the live stream grew louder, with someone cursing, "Bai Tang, you scoundrel. We trusted you." Another viewer threatened, "If you don't refund us, we'll report you." A young girl, voice trembling, pleaded, "That was my living expenses. How could you be so heartless?" Amidst the cacophony, Bai Tang, drenched in sweat, stammered, "Please, everyone, calm down. This is a misunderstanding." His feeble explanations fell on deaf ears, met with skepticism. At that moment, an elder shouted, "Don't listen to his excuses. We cannot let him evade justice." A young man chimed in passionately, "Let us unite and ensure he returns our money." The chaos in the live stream escalated, with furious emojis flooding the screen, and relentless demands for refunds. Bai Tang, pale and trembling, cried, "I promise I will find a way to repay everyone. Please stop the insults." Yet, his pleas did little to quell the outrage. An elder pointed at the screen, seething, "Now you fear? Where was this fear earlier?" A man roared in anger, "Stop pretending to be pitiful. Return our money." The comments section overflowed with denunciations. "Fraudster, may you meet a terrible fate. Refund us, or we won't let this go." Bai Tang collapsed to the ground, eyes filled with terror and despair, muttering, "I was wrong. I was wrong." Just then, someone proposed, "Let us gather evidence and ensure he faces legal consequences." The crowd rallied in agreement. The live stream was rife with anger and turmoil. Qin Nua, observing the unfolding drama, chuckled, his smile widening. This is the fate of deceivers, he remarked, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain. They reap what they sow. Let us see if they dare to believe such scams again. With arms crossed and reclining comfortably, he continued, did they truly think it would be so easy to deceive others for profit? The uproar in the live stream had no effect on Qin Nua's composed demeanor. In an instant, viewers began to plead for his intervention. A young man eagerly implored, Mr. Qin, you're so formidable, please help us recover our money. A woman joined in, Mr. Qin, show your compassion. We cannot let this fraud succeed. Another young man voiced fervent hope. If you could assist us, we would be eternally grateful. A little girl, tears in her eyes, added, please, Mr. Qin. The money I lost was for my family's medical expenses. Chapter 32. A good beating. Upon hearing this, Qin Nua chuckled and remarked, what does it have to do with me? The audience in the live stream quickly grasped that this indeed had no bearing on Qin Nua, especially since he had previously advised them. In an instant, the chat exploded with vehement denunciations directed at the host, Bai Tang. An older gentleman bellowed in anger, Bai Tang, you heartless fiend, prepare for the consequences of your actions. A middle-aged woman shouted indignantly, don't expect anyone to rescue you. You must bear the weight of your own sins. A young man glared fiercely, declaring, just wait for the law to catch up with you, scoundrel. A young girl, tears streaming down her face, cried out, you've ruined us. You want to escape unscathed. The live stream was once again engulfed by a cacophony of furious voices, relentlessly attacking Bai Tang. Observing the lively atmosphere, Qin Nua turned to the system and said, System, I wish to inquire about an individual. The system promptly responded, understood. Qin Nua stated, this host, Bai Tang. Subsequently, comprehensive information appeared before Qin Nua's eyes. He focused intently on the details, a slight smile gracing his lips. As if everything was within his control, he succinctly posted an address in the live stream, and the crowd instantly understood his intention, realizing it must be Bai Tang's location. Someone excitedly shouted, let us go find him. He must pay the price. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Bai Tang hastily ended the stream, panic-stricken. Before long, people gathered outside his door. A robust man knocked forcefully, calling out, Bai Tang, stop hiding and come out. A middle-aged woman yelled, open the door, you fraud. Inside, Bai Tang trembled, utterly at a loss. At that moment, a young man shouted, let us break the door down together. The crowd rallied, collectively slamming against the door. Inside, Bai Tang cried out in terror, don't break it down. I'll pay you back. But the enraged crowd paid him no heed. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, and they surged inside, surrounding Bai Tang. A woman pointed accusingly at him, exclaiming, at last, we've caught you. Bai Tang, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the floor, pleading, I was wrong. I'll repay you immediately. A young man lunged forward, seizing Bai Tang by the collar, roaring, now you're scared? Where was your fear before? Nearby, an older man added angrily, quickly return the money you swindled from us. With a face pale with dread, Bai Tang stammered, I'll give it back now, please don't hit me. Someone shouted, don't listen to his nonsense. Let us search the house for any valuables to offset this debt. The crowd began to ransack the room, chaos ensuing. At that moment, a middle-aged woman discovered cash hidden within a drawer, exclaiming, there's money here. Instantly, everyone's gaze was drawn toward her. Bai Tang's complexion drained of color as he attempted to explain, this is my own money, not ill-gotten gains. However, no one paid attention to his protests. A young man declared, let us take it for now, as partial repayment. People began counting the cash while continuing to press Bai Tang to find a way to gather the remaining funds. Trembling, Bai Tang picked up his phone, claiming he would call a friend to borrow money. He dialed, his voice quaking as he exclaimed, brother, lend me some money quickly. I'm in big trouble. The voice on the other end responded skeptically, what's going on? Bai Tang yelled urgently, don't ask, just lend me the money, or I'm finished. Nearby, a man grew impatient, urging, hurry up, stop dawdling. Someone searched the room meticulously, fearing Bai Tang had hidden more money. A young girl fumed, this time. We can't let him off easily. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bai Tang, the atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. Bai Tang quickly returned the money he owed. But the crowd couldn't resist giving him a good beating before leaving. A burly man landed a punch, chastising that as for deceiving us. Another kicked him, saying, be honest from now on. Bai Tang, battered and bruised, did not dare retaliate, merely cowering and pleading for mercy. After they finished, the crowd departed, grumbling. Those who had retrieved their money immediately took to Douyin, posting videos to express their gratitude to Qin Nua. One person excitedly addressed the camera. Thanks to Brother Qin Nua. We got our money back. We are truly grateful. A woman beamed. Qin Nua is such a good person. Thank you for bringing us justice. A young man raised his phone, exclaiming, Qin Nua, you are a great benefactor. Others showcased the returned money in their videos, continuously expressing their gratitude. Some reflected on their earlier dismissal of Qin Nua's advice. An older man lamented into the camera, it's all my fault. I didn't listen to Qin Nua and almost faced a huge loss. A young girl lowered her head in embarrassment. I will certainly heed advice more in the future. I was so foolish this time. A middle-aged woman smacked her thigh, exclaiming, oh dear, why was I so foolish as to disregard Qin Nua's words? After watching these videos, Qin Nua smiled and remarked, everyone should be more cautious in the future. Meanwhile, Bai Tang, having received a beating, was also taken away for suspected fraud. Qin Nua soon set the incident aside, opening Douyin to peruse various live streams. His gaze flitted across multiple rooms until it landed on a singing stream, and without hesitation, he clicked in. Upon entering, he found a young and beautiful girl passionately singing an enchanting song. Her voice was crisp and melodious, seemingly capable of piercing the very soul. Qin Nua watched with keen interest, a smile playing on his lips, secretly admiring the exquisite beauty of her voice. The live stream's chat buzzed with compliments, praising the host's exceptional performance. Qin Nua generously gifted 100 carnival tokens, causing an immediate shockwave throughout the stream. The host abruptly ceased her singing. Eyes wide with disbelief, the chat erupted in frenzy. Oh my heavens, 100 carnival tokens. Who is this generous deity? How extravagant. Viewers showered the stream with likes, and the excitement level soared. The singer, Pink Rice, was equally astounded, her mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the situation as the microphone nearly slipped from her grasp. With wide, astonished eyes, she stared at the cascade of carnival gift effects on the screen, her expression a mixture of shock and delight. Pink Rice exclaimed, did I receive this by mistake? Qin Nua replied in the chat, no. The audience remained stunned, with someone typing, this is too incredible. Am I dreaming? This guy is so generous. The chat exploded with fervent messages, and the entire live stream buzzed with excitement. Chapter 33. Brother, please don't tease him. He is far too sincere. At this moment, some audience members began to jeer, urging the host to express gratitude towards the benefactor. Only then did Pink Rice regain composure, his voice trembling with excitement as he said, thank you for the carnival, dear brother. I am immensely grateful. The live stream was ablaze with notifications of likes and gifts, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. One viewer remarked, today has truly been an eye-opener. Another chimed in, indeed. This brother is exceedingly generous. Qin Nua, witnessing their astonished comments, smiled and typed in the chat, well, goodbye. A wave of astonished followers echoed his sentiment. Someone exclaimed, is he leaving already? Such nonchalance from a big shot. How cool. The barrage of comments resumed, each viewer incredulous at Qin Nua's abrupt departure. Pink Rice hurriedly added, take care, brother. We look forward to your return. The audience continued to discuss the unique style of this benefactor, speculating that perhaps he had merely acted on a whim, indifferent to the outcome. Regardless, they had witnessed a miracle today. Meanwhile, Qin Nua had already exited the live stream, leaving everyone still immersed in the shock of the moment. After leaving the stream, Qin Nua inadvertently stumbled upon a gaming live stream, which had a mere 30 viewers. Observing the gameplay, he noted the host's commendable shooting skills. Upon seeing Qin Nua enter, the host, Jiu Yan, welcomed him warmly before returning his focus to the game. Unbeknownst to Jiu Yan, a remarkable event had just unfolded online. Qin Nua typed in the chat, if you secure first place in this round, I will gift you 100 carnivals. Jiu Yan, taken aback, exclaimed, really? His eyes lit up, and his hands faltered for a moment. Although he suspected that Qin Nua might be jesting, he chose to believe him. Becoming increasingly serious as he fixated on the screen, his hands moving with heightened intensity, as if this game were the most crucial battle of his life. The viewers, anxious, urged, stop teasing him. He might take it seriously. One viewer sighed helplessly, Jiu Yan is just too earnest. He takes every word to heart. Another agreed, indeed. If he doesn't deliver in the end, he will be so disheartened. These devoted viewers, well acquainted with Jiu Yan's character, were filled with concern, glancing between the game and the comments, hoping that Qin Nua was not merely joking. Qin Nua noticed that Jiu Yan was missing a finger, stirring a pang of sympathy within him. He mused silently, this young man has likely endured considerable hardship, which explains his eagerness to seize every possible opportunity. His eyes reflecting compassion and concern. Qin Nua reassured in the chat. Rest assured, I always keep my word. Upon reading this, Zhu Yin and Apos' lips curled into a faint smile, his movements growing even more rapid and agile. The viewers remained skeptical, with some saying, let us wait and see, while others whispered, I hope it's true. As the game progressed, Zhu Yin became utterly absorbed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The game reached a critical juncture, and his breathing quickened as he fixated on the screen. The audience collectively held their breath, anxiously watching the unfolding drama. Qin Nua silently cheered for Zhu Yin. Suddenly, seizing a golden opportunity, Zhu Yin triumphed over his opponent, securing first place. He erupted with joy, shouting, I did it. The live stream erupted in cheers, viewers exclaiming, fantastic. Zhu Yin, flushed with excitement, gasped for breath. The comments surged, incredible. Now, let us see if that brother will fulfill his promise. Without hesitation, Qin Nua began to shower him with carnivals, one after another, dazzling effects illuminating the screen. Zhu Yin widened his eyes, unable to fathom the reality of it all, stammering, Thank you, brother. The viewers were left speechless by the spectacle, eventually commenting that brother is amazing. He truly keeps his word. The audience praised Qin Nua, calling him a super-rich benefactor, marveling at his generosity. Some viewers excitedly typed, this Qin Nua brother is the epitome of extravagance. Their eyes glued to the screen. They radiated excitement and envy. Another viewer exclaimed, I've never encountered someone so generous. It's extraordinary. As he spoke, he nodded vigorously, awestruck. Some even shouted in the comments, Qin Nua brother, please let us cling to your success. Their tones were filled with flattery and yearning. A few viewers began speculating, I wonder who this brother is. So wealthy and so magnanimous. He must be an extraordinary figure, or how could he be so lavish? Zhu Yin was overwhelmed with excitement as the carnivals continued to float across the screen, continually expressing gratitude towards Qin Nua. His voice quivered with emotion as he said, Thank you so much, Qin Nua brother. I am at a loss for words. His hands trembled involuntarily, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The chat exploded with exuberance. Zhu Yin, you've struck gold. Qin Nua brother is magnificent. You better perform well. Zhu Yin nodded fervently, declaring, I will work even harder. Not to disappoint your support. Tears glistened in his eyes as he stammered, Qin Nua brother, I will pour my heart into my future streams. You are my benefactor. The audience chimed in, urging, Zhu Yin, why don't you sing a song to express your gratitude? Zhu Yin eagerly replied, all right, I'll sing right away. Clearing his throat, he prepared to perform. At that moment, the comments brimmed with encouragement for Zhu Yin. Taking a deep breath, he sang a heartfelt song, his voice trembling with emotion. The viewers left comments praising his performance. Well sung. Zhu Yin is truly expressing his feelings. Qin Nua commented, keep it up. Seeing this, Zhu Yin became even more engrossed, his voice resonating through the live stream. Meanwhile, the viewer count surged as newcomers flocked in, curious about the unfolding drama. Although Qin Nua found the singing adequate, he sensed a slight off-key note and quickly interjected, all right, no need to sing anymore. How about we play another round? Zhu Yin nodded obediently, replying, sure thing, brother. He swiftly prepared for the next game. Chapter 34. How it all came crashing down in the gaming live stream of the popular streamer Zhu Yin. The audience was in a state of uproar. Some viewers widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, 100 carnivals. How much would that cost? I can't even begin to calculate. Another viewer, fists clenched in excitement, declared, this is like a windfall from the heavens. Zhu Yin and Apos' luck is off the charts. Meanwhile, some spectators, filled with envy and jealousy, murmured to themselves, why haven't I encountered such a generous benefactor? Zhu Yin is certainly on his way to riches. Others began to debate how much cash these carnivals could be exchanged for, their voices overlapping in a lively commotion. Qin Nua commented in the chat, if you secure first place in this round, it's 100 carnivals. Zhu Yin, taken aback, gaped in astonishment and stammered, big brother, you are too generous. The viewers were equally astonished. Some leapt from their seats, shouting, my goodness, is this real? Others flooded the chat with enthusiastic comments. This big brother is incredible. Go for it, Zhu Yin. Some viewers took screenshots, eager to share with those around them. Look, there's a generous benefactor in this stream. It's so exhilarating. At this moment, the number of viewers surged past 1,000. Newcomers, bewildered by the scene, began to inquire about what had transpired. Zhu Yin took a deep breath, steadied himself, and proclaimed, big brother, I will give it my all. His eyes radiated determination and resolve. The chat was inundated with supportive messages. Jioyin, go for it. You can do it. The audience fixated on the screen, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the game. Meanwhile, Qin Nuo observed the unfolding events with calmness, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As the game commenced, Jioyin unfortunately met an untimely demise. The audience was left in shock. Someone could not help but exclaim, "What just happened?" Jioyin is so unlucky. Another lamented, "Oh no, it's over now." The chat erupted in chaos. Jioyin, wearing a face of frustration, sighed, "Alas, my luck is abysmal." The audience continued to critique the situation. "This is utterly unexpected. Jioyin, your moves are bewildering. It seems those 100 carnivals are going down the drain." New viewers were left perplexed, bombarding the chat with questions. At this point, the stream was in disarray. Qin Nuo, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle, finding Jioyin's antics thoroughly entertaining. He left a comment, "Haha, this is too amusing." Jioyin quickly apologized to Qin Nuo and the viewers, his face reflecting guilt. "Big brother Qin Nuo, esteemed viewers, I sincerely apologize. This round was purely an accident." Qin Nuo reassured him, "No worries, let's go for another round. If you secure first place, I will still offer 100 carnivals." Instantly, the audience and Jioyin erupted with excitement. Some viewers enthusiastically pounded their tables. "Wow, Big brother Qin Nuo is so magnanimous." Another shouted, "This is exhilarating. Jioyin, give it your all." Others repeatedly typed 666, expressing their enthusiasm. Jioyin, flushed with excitement, stammered, "Big brother Qin Nuo, I will not let you down." The atmosphere in the chat was electric, messages flowing like a tidal wave. Jioyin clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, stating, "I will give it my all this time." The viewers rallied behind him. "Jioyin, we believe in you. Charge ahead and secure that first place." The chat exploded with fervent encouragement. As the excitement in the stream continued to escalate, more and more viewers were drawn in. Newcomers, curious about the commotion, asked, "What is going on? Why is it so lively?" Veteran viewers eagerly explained the situation. The new game began, and Jioyin concentrated intently, his eyes glued to the screen, fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard and mouse. The audience fell silent, their tension palpable as they focused intently on the gameplay, scarcely daring to breathe. Qin Nuo silently observed, hopeful for Jioyin's success. As time ticked by, the game reached a critical juncture, beads of sweat forming on Jioyin's forehead. His heart raced, breathing quickening. The viewers clenched their fists, silently praying for Jioyin's triumph. Some whispered, "You must win, Jioyin," while others anxiously bit their lips. Qin Nuo's expression turned serious, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the screen. Jioyin's hands trembled slightly, sweat trickling down his cheek, while the audience's hearts raced in unison. The chat quieting as they collectively held their breath, awaiting the outcome. "Please don't make a mistake," one viewer exclaimed, unable to contain their anxiety. Qin Nuo leaned forward, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Jioyin's lips pressed together tightly, his gaze unwavering, as though channeling all his focus into the game. The chat was eerily silent, the only sounds being the anxious breaths that echoed throughout the stream. A viewer clenched their clothing, murmuring, "Hurry, rush over." Qin Nuo's hands instinctively tightened, the sound of his heartbeat resonating in the hushed atmosphere. Jioyin swallowed nervously, his fingers stiff from the overwhelming tension. Some viewers closed their eyes, too anxious to witness the unfolding events. "Come on, Jioyin, this is the moment of truth," one viewer shouted. A female viewer clasped her hands together in prayer, whispering fervently, "You must win, you must win." Another viewer leaned forward, eyes wide, as if they were part of the game themselves. In the stream, some viewers stood up, their eyes glued to the screen, repeatedly murmuring, "Just a little more, just a little more." Others raised their fists, a look of urgency on their faces. "Charge ahead, Jioyin. Don't hesitate." At this moment, Jioyin found himself in the final one-on-one phase of the game, just a step away from victory. The audience was on the edge of their seats, engaged in animated discussions. Some viewers anxiously paced, "Jioyin, stay steady. Don't make a mistake. This is crucial. You must win." Another shouted hoarsely, "This is too important." Others clasped their hands in silent prayer, "Heavenly forces, grant Jioyin victory. I feel my heart is about to leap out." A female viewer exclaimed, clutching her chest, "Jioyin, you can do it." Many viewers echoed in unison. The atmosphere in the stream reached a fever pitch, the chat scrolling rapidly as everyone collectively held their breath for Jioyin's success. Chapter 35. One more round. The fingers of Jioyin danced across the keyboard as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. In the live stream, a viewer, gripped by tension, clutched their phone tightly, their voice trembling. If we lose this, it would be such a pity. Another viewer, eyes fixed intently, murmured, Jiuyan. It's all riding on this moment. Meanwhile, others incessantly refreshed the barrage of comments. Go, go. After an intense gunfight, the game streamer Jiuyan emerged victorious. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he slumped in his chair, exhaling deeply, we finally won. The live stream erupted in cheers. Jiuyan is incredible. Amazing. First place. What a remarkable performance. The comments flowed in like a torrent. Qin Nua also acknowledged Jiuyan's impressive skills, leaving a comment in the chat, impressive. You didn't let me down. The viewers in the live stream buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating Qin Nua's promised 100 carnivals. Some refreshed their screens repeatedly, chanting, hurry up, carnivals. One viewer exclaimed, I can hardly blink, waiting to witness this spectacular scene. Another began taking screenshots, eager to capture this thrilling moment. Haha. 100 carnivals, just the thought is astounding. A female viewer cradled her face in her hands, eyes brimming with anticipation. Qin Nua, please don't go back on your word. Everyone's gaze was glued to the screen, and the atmosphere in the live stream was electrifying with excitement and expectation. A viewer shouted exuberantly, Super Tycoon Qin Nua. Fulfill your promise. Another viewer incessantly sent comments, Super Tycoon Qin Nua, we're waiting. Speculations arose. Surely, Super Tycoon Qin Nua wouldn't he back out? But others quickly countered, impossible, Brother Qin has always been generous. The entire live stream was alive with anticipation as everyone awaited Qin Nua's delivery of the 100 carnivals. Jiuyan, equally expectant, stared at the screen without blinking, murmuring, Brother Qin, please don't let everyone down. Moments later, Qin Nua directly sent out 100 carnivals, causing an uproar in the live stream. Some viewers shrieked, my goodness, he really did it. Super Tycoon Qin Nua, you're phenomenal. This is too extravagant. I'll support Brother Qin for life. Jiuyan was so thrilled that he was practically dancing in his chair. Thank you, Brother Qin. You're magnificent. New viewers were left astonished by the spectacle. What is going on here? Seasoned viewers eagerly explained, the Super Tycoon Qin Nua just gifted 100 carnivals. The live stream was jubilant, the comments exploding like fireworks. One viewer couldn't help but exclaim, Qin Nua is incredibly wealthy, giving away 100 carnivals just like that. Indeed, his financial prowess is astonishing. Another agreed. When will I ever be as rich as Qin Nua? Someone lamented enviously. Stop dreaming. Qin Nua is a tycoon we can only admire from afar. The comments flowed, each person marveling at Qin Nua's wealth. At that moment, Jiuyan felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life, standing up to thank Qin Nua on camera. His voice quivered with excitement. Brother Qin, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Qin Nua responded in the comments. No worries, it's all you deserve. Keep up the great work. Such a generous act instantly catapulted the live stream into the trending charts on Douyin. The viewers were buzzing with excitement. This is incredible, and Oppos, as trending. Brother Qin is amazing. And Jiuyan is riding the wave too. I must share this news with my friends. It's mind-blowing. Some viewers hurriedly took screenshots to share on their social media. Come see the Super Tycoon's incredible gesture. Others boasted in different live streams. We have a tycoon who gifted 100 carnivals, and it's trending. Jiuyan, flushed with excitement, bowed repeatedly to the camera. Brother Qin, I will remember this kindness and work even harder in the future. In the live stream, one viewer jumped up in exhilaration. This heat is unreal. Another quickly opened other social platforms to share. Come see, the Douyin trending charts have exploded. Others continue to send gifts, expressing their congratulations. Jiuyan, you're so lucky. Qin Nua, calmly observing the lively atmosphere of the live stream, chose to remain silent. At that moment, the number of online viewers surged, creating a vibrant scene. The barrage of comments filled the screen like snowflakes. Wow, so many people. This is incredible. A newly arrived viewer curiously inquired, what is happening? An old viewer excitedly explained, the tycoon is giving away 100 carnivals. How could it not be lively? The cacophony of voices filled the air, charged with excitement and anticipation. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Qin Nua found it amusing and immediately said, Jiuyan, let us have another round. If you can secure first place again, I'll directly gift 1,000 carnivals. The live stream erupted into further chaos. Some viewers gasped in astonishment. 1,000 carnivals? My goodness. Brother Qin is too extravagant. Jiuyan, go for it. Jiuyan, nearly bouncing with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Qin, I will give it my all. A female viewer squealed. This is so thrilling. I'm staying in this live stream for good. Others continuously typed in anticipation. The atmosphere in the live stream reached unprecedented heights, with Jiao Yan's online viewers surpassing 150,000. The comments rolled in like a whirlwind. 15,000. Incredible! This popularity is off the charts. The announcement of Qin Nua's intention to give 1,000 carnivals left viewers in utter disbelief. My goodness, 1,000 carnivals? This can't be real. Brother Qin is absolutely wild. Some viewers sent endless exclamation marks to express their astonishment. Others directly commented, I want to witness this miraculous moment. In the wake of this explosive trend, the live stream's audience surged from 150,000 to 1.5 million. The comments flooded in like a deluge, overwhelming the screen. 150,000. This growth rate is terrifying. I can hardly believe my eyes. The viewers' comments and gasps echoed throughout the live stream, which felt like it was about to burst. This is going to create a legend in the streaming world. Someone shouted, I've never seen a live stream this popular. New viewers clamored with questions. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Old viewers quickly explained, the tycoon is giving away 1,000 carnivals. How could it not be lively? The screen dazzled with gift effects, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Chapter 36. The special effects were impressive. Let us gift you another 1,000. The gaming streamer, Jiao Yan, was brimming with excitement as he commenced this round of PUBG. At this moment, 1,500,000 viewers were captivated by his stream. Jiao Yan was entirely focused on his gameplay, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes reflecting both concentration and tension. Right from the start, Jiao Yan found himself in peril, besieged by a dozen opponents, nearly meeting his demise. The audience watched in breathless suspense. Be careful, called out one viewer, their voice tinged with anxiety. What do we do if he dies right at the beginning? Another viewer clenched their fists, worry etched on their face. Qin Nua also felt the thrill, his gaze fixed on the screen, his body instinctively leaning forward. Ultimately, Jiao Yan managed to escape the dire situation, emerging unscathed from the onslaught. The viewers exhaled in relief. But suddenly, he encountered another ambush. Jiao Yan swiftly sought cover, just as bullets ricocheted off his refuge. After narrowly escaping that peril, he stumbled into the poison circle, his health rapidly dwindling. He hastily administered medicine while sprinting towards the safe zone, almost succumbing to the toxic haze. Upon entering the safe zone, he had barely a moment to catch his breath before a distant sniper set their sights on him, a bullet grazing his scalp. Jiao Yan quickly dropped to the ground, cautiously surveying his surroundings, waiting for the opportune moment to shift his position. However, during his maneuver, he was caught by a grenade blast, and it was only through his teammates' desperate efforts that he was revived. As he rose, he faced a fully equipped enemy squad. Jiao Yan and his teammates coordinated their efforts, successfully repelling this wave of foes. Just when they thought the tide had turned, they found themselves in the final circle. With only 3 players remaining, 2 of whom were on the same team, Jiao Yan coolly assessed the situation, leveraging the terrain to first take down one opponent, then engaging in a fierce duel with the last adversary, ultimately securing victory. After this tumultuous journey, the chat exploded with excitement. Wow, that was incredible, Jiao Yan. What a thrilling match. The barrage of comments flooded in, with gifts showering across the screen. Some viewers enthusiastically pounded their tables, exclaiming, "This is simply amazing." Others sent endless thumbs-up emojis, praising Jiao Yan's prowess. The entire chat was alive with cheers and admiration. Jiao Yan stood up, drenched in sweat, expressing his gratitude to the audience. With a quivering voice, he addressed the camera. "Thank you all for your support and companionship. This round was incredibly tough." Sweat streamed down his cheeks, soaking his collar. Qin Nua, having witnessed the exhilarating spectacle, smiled with excitement. This match was extraordinary. The 1,500,000 viewers eagerly anticipated Qin Nua's promised gift of 1,000 carnivals. The comments flooded in. "Brother Qin Nua, where are the carnivals? We're waiting for 1,000. True to his word, Qin Nua sent out the 1,000 carnivals, leaving the entire chat in shock. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited, with comments racing across the screen. "Oh my, 1,000 carnivals. Brother Qin Nua is so generous. This is beyond extravagant." The gift effects dazzled, and the excitement in the chat reached a fever pitch. Seeing those 1,000 carnivals, Jiao Yan was left speechless. "Brother Qin Nua, I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much." The audience erupted in jubilation, some shouting in delight. "This is the most insane moment in streaming history." Others commented frantically, "Brother Qin Nua is magnificent." New viewers were astonished. What is happening? So many carnivals. Longtime viewers eagerly explained. The wealthy Qin Nua just gifted 1,000 carnivals because Jiao Yin's gameplay was spectacular. The chat was a sea of joy, with everyone immersed in this thrilling and unexpected celebration. Qin Nua watched the lively scene on the screen, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, the stream's popularity continued to soar, drawing in more spectators eager to witness the astonishing spectacle. The effects of the 1,000 carnivals persisted for half an hour, lighting up the screen in a dazzling display, as if the entire stream was enveloped in brilliance. Audience members were in awe. "My goodness, when will this end?" someone exclaimed. "I've never seen gift effects last this long. It's utterly breathtaking." Many viewers stared at the screen, their mouths agape, completely captivated by the magnificent display. Others rubbed their eyes, afraid they were dreaming. The chat was filled with gasps and exclamations of disbelief, the atmosphere electric. Qin Nua, equally entertained by the spectacular effects, couldn't help but smile, his face glowing with delight. He typed in the chat, "This rain of effects is quite impressive. Let us gift another 1,000. The 1 million online viewers and streamer Jiao Yin were left astounded. The audience reacted as if struck by lightning, plunging into a frenzy. "Oh my, another 1,000. Brother Qin Nua, this is too generous. I can hardly believe it. Am I dreaming?" The chat overflowed with astonished comments and praise. Jiao Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling with excitement. "Brother Qin Nua, you're incredible. Thank you." A million viewers echoed their astonishment, expressing gratitude to the super generous Qin Nua. "Thank you, Brother Qin Nua, for this breathtaking spectacle. Brother Qin Nua is formidable. May all your endeavors be successful. Thank you, super generous Qin Nua. This is the most insane stream I've ever witnessed." The chat was a cacophony of joy, with everyone enveloped in sheer astonishment. Qin Nua, taking in the flood of gratitude and admiration, smiled softly, choosing not to say more. Jiao Yin was so overwhelmed with excitement he didn't know what to do with his hands, repeatedly expressing his thanks. The audience continued to cheer, the stream abuzz with energy. This was undeniably a legendary moment in the world of streaming. To witness such an event in this chat was a stroke of luck. New viewers, taken aback by the scene, hurriedly inquired about what had transpired. Longtime viewers eagerly recounted the tale of Qin Nua's grand gesture of gifting carnivals. The entire stream had transformed into a grand celebration, one that would not soon be forgotten. Chapter 37. The supercar worth 6 billion. Qin Nua felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he spoke to the game streamer Juyin. "You take your time. I shall take my leave." His voice was calm and gentle, imbued with a hint of contentment. As Qin Nua departed, the live audience and streamer Juyin respectfully bid him farewell, creating a truly spectacular scene in the streaming room. Juyin said with reverence, "Brother Qin Nua, please take care. And thank you for your support today." The viewers' comments flooded the screen. "Brother Qin Nua, take care. Thank you for the excitement." The entire streaming room was enveloped in a solemn yet respectful atmosphere, with colorful comments cascading like vibrant ribbons, bidding farewell to Qin Nua. At the moment his avatar vanished from the screen, the echoes of the audience's farewell lingered, resonating endlessly. Seated on the leather sofa in his villa, Qin Nua felt a twinge of hunger and turned to Li Wenjie, saying, "Prepare dinner." Li Wenjie promptly replied, "Understood." He swiftly entered the kitchen to relay instructions to the culinary team. In an instant, the kitchen buzzed with activity. The chefs skillfully selected fresh ingredients, their knives rhythmically chopping on the cutting boards, creating a symphony of sound. Flames danced ferociously on the stove, and the hot oil in the pan sizzled invitingly. Exquisite dishes gradually took shape under the chef's deft hands, filling the air with enticing aromas. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the dining table. Qin Nua approached the table and sat down to relish the delectable feast. He elegantly picked up his utensils, savoring each dish with a look of satisfaction on his face. The soft and warm lighting around the table illuminated his enjoyment of the meal. Li Wenjie then respectfully interjected, "Boss, the president of Bulgari's China division has invited you to the Serpeni Metamorphosis art exhibition." His tone carried a hint of caution and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Qin Nua slightly lifted his head, nodding composedly, "All right," his expression revealing little disturbance. Li Wenjie responded quickly, "Very well, I will reply to him," a look of relief crossing his face as if he had accomplished a significant task. Qin Nua turned his gaze towards Li Wenjie, concern flickering in his eyes as he said, "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Join me." Li Wenjie, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief at the unexpected invitation, stammering, "Boss, this." Qin Nua firmly stated, "All right, sit down." His tone brooked no argument. prompting Li Wenjie to cautiously take a seat. As a professional steward, Li Wenjie complied, and Qin Nuo curiously inquired, "Steward Li, I don't know much about you yet. Would you mind sharing a bit about yourself?" His tone was congenial, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Li Wenjie smiled. "I have a 3-year-old daughter." Happiness radiated from his face, his gaze softening with affection. Qin Nuo responded, "That's wonderful," nodding slightly with a hint of a smile. Li Wenjie quickly pulled out his phone to show him pictures. "What an adorable little girl," Qin Nuo remarked as he admired the photo, his eyes filled with appreciation. Li Wenjie beamed at the compliment, grinning even wider. "I'm so glad you like her." Li Wenjie continued, "She is particularly mischievous, full of energy every day." Qin Nuo chuckled in response. "It's good for children to be lively." Li Wenjie shared more amusing anecdotes about his daughter, and Qin Nuo listened with keen interest. The atmosphere at dinner transformed into one of ease and warmth, their exchanges growing more harmonious. After finishing his meal, Qin Nuo felt inclined to take a stroll by the river. However, he suddenly realized he had yet to acquire a supercar. He strolled back to the leather sofa and sat down to rest, his thoughts drifting as he entered the system space to browse. His eyes were immediately drawn to the line of vehicles in the system. He recalled his private jet, the Obsidian FGE, but thought it rather lacking without a supercar. With over 7 billion at his disposal, he felt a newfound confidence. His gaze quickly scanned the marketplace, landing on the exorbitant price of the supercar. Qin Nuo promptly inquired of the system, "This supercar is valued at 6 billion? That's quite extravagant." His brow furrowed slightly, astonishment etched on his face. The system replied, "Master, this vehicle is a pinnacle of clean energy and speed, produced by the Rob Gene Automotive Company from the Amida Star system, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour." Qin Nuo was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief. It was beyond what he could have anticipated, murmuring to himself, "Such speed is simply inconceivable." He then decided to purchase it, choosing the color black. The system confirmed. "Purchase successful." It further stated, "Your current balance is 10 billion. The supercar, Linghuan, is now parked in the garage of the East Oasis Manor." Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo nodded, "Good." He rose swiftly and made his way to the garage. Upon arrival, he beheld the supercar, instantly captivated by its design. The car's sleek and sharp lines seemed sculpted by the wind itself. The black paint shimmered under the light, reminiscent of an endless night sky. The front end boasted a unique shape, akin to a beast ready to pounce, exuding power. The air intakes on either side were ingeniously designed, resembling breathing gills. The rear wing soared high, reminiscent of wings poised for takeoff. The intricate and exquisite wheel rims emitted a strong technological aura. The entire vehicle seemed not of this world, but rather a masterpiece of future technology. Qin Nuo mused aloud. "Indeed, this is not a product of this world. It's simply stunning." His eyes sparkled with admiration and surprise. He slid into the driver's seat, where the interior exuded luxury and cutting-edge technology. Pressing the ignition button, a surge of power erupted instantly. As he drove out, the breathtaking acceleration left him astonished, the force of it pressing him firmly against the seat, his heart racing in tandem. Upon leaving the manor, he arrived on the bustling streets of Shanghai, attracting considerable attention. People halted in their tracks, mesmerized by the dazzling supercar. Some pulled out their phones to capture the moment, while others exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of car is this? It's incredible." Whispers circulated as they speculated about the owner of this magnificent vehicle. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Qin Nuo navigated the supercar smoothly, a confident smile gracing his face. Chapter 38. Being wealthy with little money at TXX Shanghai. The bar's entrance glimmers with vibrant lights and a constant stream of passers-by, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Young Master Qian Renyu of the Qian family stands there, surrounded by a group of friends, engaged in lively conversation beside his striking red Lamborghini. The car, bathed in colorful illumination, boasts sleek, bold lines, and its vivid hue resembles a blazing flame. A throng of friends encircles him, enthusiastically extolling, "Young Master Qian, your Lamborghini is absolutely magnificent. Valued at over 10 million, its speed and design are simply unparalleled." Qian Renyu wears a proud smile, arms crossed, relishing their flattery. "Of course. Just take a look at whose vehicle this is." Their voices cut through the bustling street, drawing curious glances from onlookers. The more he hears their praises, the prouder he becomes, leaning against the sports car, his eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. "In Shanghai, few can rival my prized possession," Qian Renyu declares loudly. His friends nod in agreement, their faces adorned with sycophantic grins. As more passers-by stop to admire the luxurious car and the haughty Qian Renyu, a new group approaches, surrounding him and showering him with compliments. A fashionably dressed young man, eyes sparkling with envy, remarks, "Young Master Qian, your Lamborghini is the epitome of speed and passion. The roar of its engine is unmistakably extraordinary." A glamorous woman nearby chimes in, "With this car, you will turn heads wherever you go. Who else can match your grandeur?" Another man, sporting sunglasses, leans in with a grin, "Your taste is impeccable, young Master Qian. This car is truly exceptional. Spending over 10 million on it is absolutely worthwhile." A burly gentleman gives a thumbs up, his voice booming. This luxury car symbolizes status and identity. Who wouldn't he admire it? As these accolades continue, Qian Renyu's smile broadens, his chin slightly raised in self-satisfaction. The wealthy second-generation elites surrounding him echo the praises of his car's magnificence. 1. Clad in a designer suit with slick-back hair, gestures animatedly, exclaiming, "The lines of your Lamborghini are a pinnacle of art and engineering, each curve perfectly crafted, absolutely flawless." Another, adorned with a gold watch and a thick gold chain, eagerly agrees, "Indeed, the wheel design is both unique and imposing. It must be a whirlwind on the road, unmatched by any other." A third, with dyed blonde hair and ostentatious earrings, stares intently at the car, mumbling, "The color, the sheen, young master. Your car reigns supreme among luxury vehicles." Their words intertwine, a chorus of admiration and envy elevating Qian Renyu and his automobile to celestial heights. Hearing their fawning comments, he tilts his head with a hint of arrogance, casually dismissing it and oppos, "S all right, just a $10 million car." His smile betrays an unmistakable pride. The second-generation elites continue to flatter him. One in flamboyant attire quickly stating, "Young master, you are far too modest. A $10 million car at our bar's entrance is a singular presence." Another, wearing a baseball cap, adds, "Indeed, who doesn't know your prowess? No car here can compete with yours." A tall, lanky young man eagerly interjects, "If that's not impressive, what is? You needn't be humble." As they shower him with exaggerated praise, a group of elegantly dressed women saunter over, their appearances striking and seductive. The leading lady, with a playful smile, greets Qian Renyu, "Young master, it's been too long. You look even more dashing today." She winks, her gaze captivating. Another short-haired woman quickly joins, her voice sweet, "Young master, your luxury car paired with your handsome visage is simply irresistible." The other women chime in, urging him, "Young master, take us for a spin. Let us enjoy the night together." Their faces radiate with flattering smiles, their eyes darting between Qian Renyu and his magnificent car. Surrounded by these beauties, his pride swells further. He tilts his head back with a light chuckle, "Patience, my dear ladies. There will be ample opportunity." One woman, clad in a backless dress, playfully scolds, "Young master, you must think of us too," tugging lightly at his sleeve. Another, in a short skirt, chimes in sweetly, "I've been hoping to spend time with you." The wealthy elites around them join in the playful banter, creating a vibrant atmosphere that attracts the attention of passers-by. Just then, a tall woman in a fitted dress pushes her way to the front, her sultry gaze fixed on him, "Young master, tonight, you're the most dazzling presence here. My friends and I are eager to get close to you." Other women echo her sentiment, some playfully tossing their hair, others accentuating their figures to draw his attention. Qian Renyu laughs heartily, "All right, let us all enjoy the night together." The wealthy elites erupt in excitement, whistling and cheering, the atmosphere growing increasingly electrifying. Their laughter and chatter blending into a lively tableau outside the bar. At that moment, another glamorous woman drapes her arm over Qian Renyu's shoulder, sweetly imploring, "Young master, don't play favorites. I want to join you too." Her eyes brim with longing and flattery. The surrounding women, unwilling to be outdone, cluster even closer, their voices rising in a cacophony of compliments. With a satisfied smile, Qian Renyu basks in the adoration, proclaiming, "Everyone will have a share. Tonight, we revel together." The wealthy elites cheer in agreement, the scene pulsating with energy. The bar's lights flicker, illuminating the exhilarated faces around them, as the air fills with the intoxicating scent of perfume and excitement. Then, with a grand gesture, Qian Renyu announces, "How about I treat everyone to drinks tonight?" Instantly, his companions leap with joy, cheering, "Young Master Qian is generous. Young Master is magnificent." The women squeal in delight, some blushing profusely, while others cling to his arms, exclaiming, "You're amazing, young master. Thank you." The cacophony of cheers and shouts intertwines, creating a deafening symphony. In this whirlwind of celebration, Qian Renyu appears ever more triumphant, reveling in the adulation and applause as if he were the very epicenter of the universe. Nearby, onlookers gaze with envy. A few young men passing by stop in their tracks, their eyes glued to the spectacle, one ordinary-looking boy murmuring in awe, "This is the life of the wealthy, truly enviable." A professionally dressed woman walks past, unable to resist glancing back, her eyes revealing a yearning desire as she softly sighs. How wonderful it would be if I could experience such a life. Not far away, a couple stood with the girl holding the boy's hand, her face brimming with yearning as she said, "Darling, look at how splendid they are." The boy, shaking his head in resignation, responded with a wry smile. How can we possibly compare to them? They either lingered to observe or hurried away, yet the envy etched on their faces lingered long after. Qian Renyu, the scion of the Qian family, similarly felt the envious gazes of those ordinary individuals standing beside the bar. A broader smile crept upon his lips, and his eyes sparkled with arrogance and pride. He deliberately puffed out his chest, raised his chin, and cast a disdainful glance over the envious faces, exclaiming loudly to those nearby, "Did you see that? This is the allure of your esteemed young master." His friends echoed his sentiments, further inflating his pompous demeanor. With arms crossed and exaggerated strides, Qian Renyu paraded back and forth under the gaze of the crowd, as if flaunting his esteemed status. The envious looks from the ordinary people felt like beams of spotlight, making him feel as if he stood at the center of a grand stage, basking in the attention, his pride threatening to overflow. At that moment, Qin Nua cruised past in his magnificent supercar, the Linghuan. Upon seeing the sleek black vehicle, everyone outside the tax Shanghai bar was left astounded. Qian Renyu and Appo's triumphant grin froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "What kind of car is that? I've never seen it before." His wealthy friends gaped in astonishment, one stammering, This is just too cool." Another rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning if he was dreaming. The women surrounding Qian Renyu, previously eager to curry favor, were now entirely captivated by the supercar. Some couldn't contain their excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, this is the true definition of luxury." Others jumped in exhilaration, eager for a closer look. The ordinary onlookers, who had once envied Qian Renyu, now stood with jaws agape in sheer astonishment. A middle-aged man rubbed his eyes vigorously, exclaiming, "Is this a car from outer space?" A young man, overwhelmed with excitement, stuttered, "This is incredible. It's far more impressive than young Master Qian's car." In that moment, the entrance of the bar fell into stunned silence, as everyone was left speechless, utterly captivated by the magnificent supercar. Chapter 39, What Billion-Dollar Supercar? Seated within the vehicle, Qin Nua observed the reactions of the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Qian Renyu, regaining his composure, hurried towards Qin Nua and Appo's car for a closer inspection, followed closely by his wealthy friends, who whispered among themselves. The women remained rooted in place, their eyes fixed on the car, faces brimming with awe and longing. Ordinary onlookers gathered around, pointing and exclaiming in admiration. With a light press of the accelerator, the sports car emitted a deep, resonant growl, as if to assert its dominance. Instantly, the crowd was taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had never encountered such a unique vehicle before, and the throng surged forward like a tidal wave. Gasps of amazement echoed, proclaiming the car and Appo's stunning allure. The black finish shimmered under the lights, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility, captivating everyone's gaze, rendering it impossible to look away. Some couldn't resist the temptation to touch it, yet hesitated, fearing to tarnish this masterpiece. Qian Renyu and his affluent companions quickly surrounded the car, exclaiming, "Hey, this car is absolutely stunning. What brand is it?" One eager rich kid pressed on, "This design is simply phenomenal. Is it a limited edition from abroad?" Another chimed in, "I've been into cars for years, and I've never seen anything like this. Could you enlighten us, brother?" A group of curious patrons gathered outside the tax Shanghai bar. A young customer shouted, "Hey, could you tell us if this is the latest high-tech supercar?" An older man added, "I can tell this vehicle is extraordinary and undoubtedly worth a fortune." A curious young girl asked, "Is it true that only ultra-wealthy individuals can own such a car?" The chatter grew louder, the atmosphere electric, as everyone eagerly awaited Qin Nua's response. Qian Renyu, beaming with enthusiasm, said, "Brother, if you don't tell us, I fear I won't sleep well tonight. This mysterious car is simply captivating." Nearby, a wealthy young man eagerly agreed, "Indeed, please indulge our curiosity. What kind of divine vehicle is this?" Another wealthy youth, eyes wide with wonder, speculated, I bet this is a custom model from an elite brand, of which there are hardly any in existence. The crowd buzzed with excitement. A young man shouted, "If I could take a spin in that, it would be worth a lifetime." A fashionable girl asked, "Is this a concept car from the future? It feels like it's straight out of a sci-fi film." Someone in the crowd remarked, "Perhaps it's a private treasure belonging to some mysterious tycoon." Today has truly opened our eyes. As the discussions crescendoed, all eyes turned to Chin Nua, who smiled and declared, "This supercar is my custom creation." The crowd at Tax Shanghai was left in utter shock. Qian Renyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stammered, Custom? Brother, your prowess is simply terrifying." One wealthy youth, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "My goodness. A custom supercar? What immense power must you possess?" Another rich kid leaned in eagerly, his face a mask of flattery. "Brother, through what channel did you acquire this? Please enlighten me." Among the onlookers, a stylish female influencer gasped, covering her mouth. "Wow, being able to customize a supercar means this gentleman must belong to an elite family." A middle-aged man who appeared to be an executive couldn't help but marvel. "Young man, having such capability is no small feat." A wealthy young woman sighed dreamily. "Now, that's the true epitome of a high-class gentleman. I wish to meet him." A somewhat envious male model muttered, "Comparatively, I feel utterly inadequate. When will I ever experience such luxury?" A trendy young bar patron expressed, "Brother, you are my aspiration." The atmosphere was abuzz with admiration, everyone filled with respect and envy towards Chin Nua. Curiosity swirled around the staggering price of this custom vehicle. Chin Nua chuckled, "It's not too bad, just a few billion." The crowd at Tax Shanghai was left in stunned silence. Qian Renyu's jaw dropped, and after a moment, he managed to articulate, "BB billions? My heavens. That's an astronomical figure." One affluent youth nearly fell to the ground, trembling as he exclaimed, "Brother, you are far too extravagant. You spent billions just like that?" Another rich kid, his face flushed with excitement, shouted, "A car worth billions? That's not merely a vehicle. That's a mobile treasure." Among the spectators, a heavily made-up bar girl gasped, "Billions? I've never even seen that much money in my life." A man who appeared to be an investment manager adjusted his glasses, marveling, "This completely redefines my understanding. It's utterly insane." A well-to-do young man shook his head. "Compared to you, my wealth seems trivial." A minor celebrity clutched her chest, murmuring, "$1 billion car? That's beyond anything I could ever imagine." A hip-hop-styled youth jumped up, exclaiming, "Brother, you are the real deal. I'm in awe." The crowd erupted in astonishment, all rendered speechless by the staggering figure, with discussions rising to a fever pitch. In an instant, everyone realized that in the presence of Chin Nua, even the wealthiest scions paled in comparison. However, many hastily shared this extraordinary occurrence in the visually striking supercar on social media. Qian Renyu felt embarrassed, muttering, "Next to this brother, I hardly qualify as a rich kid. I feel utterly inadequate." A dejected, wealthy singer lamented, "We used to think ourselves impressive, but in his presence, we are nothing." Another wealthy photographer sighed, "The gap is as vast as the ocean. There's no comparison." Among the onlookers, a bar singer excitedly recorded a video, declaring, "Today, I've finally encountered a true tycoon. This must be shared." A small-time entertainment agent hurriedly posted online, murmuring, "Such an incredible event must be known throughout the industry." An editor from a fashion magazine remarked while posting, "This is bound to go viral. It's simply astonishing." A popular female streamer announced loudly into her phone, "Everyone, I've met a super-rich individual today. $1 billion supercar. Come and see." A bartender, having finished sharing the moment online, declared, "I must let my peers witness this. It's truly eye-opening." Amidst the fervent discussions, the crowd continued to share this astonishing scene, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Chapter 40. This car is undoubtedly a fake at the Tax Shanghai bar. The attendees did not question the value of the vehicle. It was simply too extraordinary to be a product of Earth. This phenomenon quickly gained traction on Douyin, with netizens expressing their astonishment upon seeing the car, asserting that it could not possibly be a custom creation from any automaker. A seasoned car enthusiast exclaimed excitedly, "This hardly resembles anything that could be manufactured. It's a masterpiece of extraterrestrial technology." A wealthy young woman, a regular at the bar, marveled, "With this design and quality, no earthly manufacturer could achieve such a feat." A bar staff member interjected, "I believe this is a vehicle from the future that has traveled back in time." On Douyin, the comments section erupted. Users fervently remarked, "This is absolutely not of this world. It's utterly unbelievable." One user, Dreamy Star, responded, "Indeed, which automaker possesses such capabilities?" It's beyond imagination. Another, car enthusiast whirlwind, stated, I feel as though this car has driven straight out of a science fiction film. It's so surreal. Cool car expert followed up. Could it be a super vehicle developed by some clandestine organization? User Car World's Little Dragon exclaimed, if this could be mass-produced, the automotive industry would be completely reshuffled. The discussions flourished, and the topic gained immense popularity. However, amidst the excitement, some critical voices emerged on Douyin, claiming it was clearly just an AI-generated video and could not possibly be real. User Lonely Wolf countered, how could this be an AI video with so many witnesses present? Are they all faking it? User Happy Little Kitty added, exactly. The details are beyond what AI can replicate. This is evidently real. User Disdain for Cilantro scoffed, oh please. AI technology is so advanced now. What can it produce? User Flying Fish remarked, look closely at the car's texture and luster. AI cannot mimic that. User Past Blown by Wind insisted, perhaps this is a deliberate hype, using advanced AI to deceive for traffic. User Cloud in the Wind rebutted. How could this possibly be an AI video? So many people witnessed it live, with various angles captured. Could it all be fabricated? Stop spreading nonsense. User Adorable Pudding chimed in, indeed. Every line and shadow on that car is tangible. AI could never create such a lifelike effect. User Cool Kid dismissed the argument, humph. Today's AI technology is formidable. It's not impossible to blur the lines between reality and illusion. Don't be so naive. User Guardian of Stars urged. Just examine the car's interior. That level of elegance and luxury cannot be conjured by AI. User Zen Life maintained their stance. This could very well be a meticulously orchestrated stunt to draw attention. No tactic is beyond reach. AI forgery is far too simple. User Energetic Lad interjected, I say, even if AI could achieve some of these effects, the reactions of the people present cannot be faked. User Sweetheart added to the discussion, yes. Those expressions of surprise and envy are beyond AI's capability to imitate. The debate continued, with participants firmly entrenched in their positions, filling the comments section with spirited exchanges. At that moment, a well-followed blogger with 600,000 fans, known as Buy Me Car Reviews, stepped forward to debunk the claims, stating that such a custom vehicle would be impossible for any automaker due to the disproportionate costs and returns. Furthermore, the design and materials did not resemble anything found on Earth, leading him to conclude that it must be AI-generated. Buy Me expounded, friends. Consider this. Automakers must weigh costs against benefits. Spending billions on a custom vehicle like this simply does not add up. Moreover, with the car's unique lines and rare materials, which manufacturer on Earth could achieve this? Therefore, I assert this is AI synthesis. As he concluded, his followers echoed their agreement. Enthusiast Car Whirlwind affirmed, Buy Me is correct. Manufacturers wouldn't engage in such a losing venture. It must be fake. User Car World's Little Dragon concurred. Exactly. The teacher's analysis is spot on. Such a vehicle cannot exist. User Rapid Sports Car added. I sensed something was amiss from the start. The teacher is impressive for seeing through it. Yet, dissenting voices emerged. Supporter of truth countered. Buy Me. Are you perhaps being too hasty? One cannot draw conclusions without first-hand evidence. User Seeker of Truth remarked, just because it defies convention doesn't mean it's AI. Perhaps there are new technologies we are unaware of. The comments section buzzed with diverse opinions, creating a lively atmosphere. Nevertheless, the predominant sentiment remained one of skepticism. Fanatic car enthusiast shouted, it's AI. Stop dreaming. No such incredible car exists. User Car Forum's Little Black exclaimed, it's definitely fake. Anyone who believes it is foolish. User Cool Car Overlord chimed in, Buy Me is right. When you calculate the costs against the benefits, it's evident this is the work of AI. User Devoted Believer retorted, do not make unfounded conclusions without witnessing it yourself. Miracles could very well exist. User Defender of Cars angrily rebuked, if you know nothing, stop shouting. This is clearly a real vehicle. User Com Analyst advised, one should not rely solely on one perspective. It's essential to think critically. The comments section erupted into a cacophony of voices, with the mocking sentiments rising ever higher. At Tax Shanghai Bar, the atmosphere was electric. With everyone gathered around, and even those inside had emerged, forsaking the dance floor. Qian Renyu, the young heir of the Qian family, spotted the trending topic on Douyin and immediately turned to Qin Nua, saying, people are claiming your car is fake. Qin Nua chuckled upon hearing this. Someone in the crowd quickly rebutted, how could that possibly be fake? A fashionably dressed young man exclaimed, what a joke. How could something I witnessed be fake? A nearby woman echoed, exactly. The car's appearance, its aura, can it really be fake? A middle-aged man passionately stated, having lived this long. I could surely tell the difference between real and fake. This is undoubtedly a genuine car. A young man waved his arms, declaring, those who claim it's fake are simply envious. Qian Renyu furrowed his brow, asserting, I too believe it cannot be fake. With such quality and craftsmanship, how could it be counterfeit? Another affluent individual chimed in, exactly. Those who spew nonsense online know nothing. At that moment, a trendy girl remarked, let us not pay attention to those absurd claims. We know the truth. The crowd engaged in fervent defense of Qin Nua's car, creating a lively and boisterous atmosphere. Chapter 41. Is this car real? Young Master Qian Renyu of the Qian family respectfully turned to Qin Nua and said, Master Qin, shall I start a live broadcast? Let them see for themselves. At that moment, the tax Shanghai bar was abuzz with excitement, as patrons eagerly echoed his sentiments. Yes, start the live stream. Let those critics be silenced. Indeed, they must witness the magnificence of this genuine vehicle. Young Master Qian, hurry and go live. We are all behind you. Upon hearing this, Qin Nua responded, sure, go ahead. The bar's lights flickered, illuminating the faces of the crowd filled with anticipation and thrill. Qian Renyu swiftly took out his phone, ready to commence the broadcast, while those around him gathered closely, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. Some stood on tiptoes, others craned their necks, fearful of missing any detail. The music faded into the background as the entire focus of the bar converged upon Qian Renyu and Qin Nua. As young Master Qian began his Douyin live stream, he showcased the extraordinary supercar, Linghuan, valued at billions. The moment the stream went live, a torrent of viewers tuned in. Discussions erupted in the comments, questioning the authenticity of the vehicle. Wow, if this is a real car, that would be astounding, exclaimed user Super1. It doesn't end oppos, seem real. It looks too fantastical, like a prop from a movie, commented user Xiaobai. Look at the details. It might actually be a real car, but just imagine the cost, noted user Dongche. Regardless of its authenticity, it's absolutely stunning, proclaimed user Cool Car Princess. Let us not jump to conclusions. Let us take a closer look. Genuine cars are seldom seen, cautioned user Veteran Car Reviewer. I believe it's real. The lines, the sheen, there's no way it's fake, added user Madman. The live stream was a cacophony of voices, each more animated than the last. By me, a car reviewer, was alerted by his fans and immediately entered the stream. Upon seeing the live footage, he was taken aback. It was indeed a real car. Young Master Qian Renyu, in the broadcast, exclaimed, now, let everyone see whether Master Qin and Oppos, as supercar Linghuan, is indeed real. As he spoke, he showcased the vehicle from multiple angles. The comments section erupted in astonishment. Oh my goodness, it's truly a real car. Unbelievable, I didn't believe it before. Look at the details, the quality, there's no mistaking it. Young Master Qian, show us more. Qin Nua, witnessing the scene, smiled inwardly, thinking that proving the car's authenticity was remarkably simple. At that moment, the comments flew by like leaves in the wind, filled with exclamations of awe. Qian Renyu excitedly circled the car, shifting the camera to capture every breathtaking detail for the audience. Meanwhile, Qin Nua stood calmly, arms crossed and a serene smile gracing his features, observing the fervor around him. Those present in the tax Shanghai bar were also pulling out their phones to view young Master Qian's live broadcast. The bar's lights danced erratically while patrons, whether standing or seated, were engrossed in their screens. As they read the astonished comments, laughter erupted among them. A stylishly dressed young man mockingly declared, I told you. That's a real car. Yet some still insist it's fake. A heavily made-up woman chimed in with a laugh, exactly. These people won't believe anything until they see it. A bald man grinned widely. Haha, let them speculate. They must be stunned now. Another young man with earrings shook his head. How could it be fake when we see it with our own eyes? They're just envious. Smiles of triumph adorned their faces as they exchanged banter, their laughter and chatter intertwining with the din of the bar. Chapter 42. In the midst of chaos. Report this fellow by me. Ping Che was utterly astonished upon witnessing the multi-angle presentation of the supercar in the live stream, exclaiming immediately, I was mistaken. Qian Renyu, the young master of the Qian family, chuckled as he turned to Qin Nua, excitedly declaring, ha ha, Master Qin, that fellow has admitted his error. In the tax Shanghai bar, the rhythm of the music seemed to momentarily slow to match the jubilant atmosphere. Faces were adorned with gleeful expressions of schadenfreude, laughter echoing throughout the space. A fashionably dressed woman covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, remarking, "Look at his disheveled state." He was so adamant that it was fake. Nearby, a tattooed man slapped his thigh, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, this must be quite the slap in the face." A young man in a baseball cap doubled over in laughter, saying, "You deserve to jump to conclusions." The bar's flickering lights illuminated the joyous faces of the patrons. Qian Renyu blushed with excitement, his limbs animated, while Qin Nuo maintained a serene smile, observing the unfolding scene as if it were all part of his expectations. Fans of Bai Mi Ping Che flooded into Qian Renyu's Douyin livestream, their expressions turning to disbelief. Inside the bar, amidst the intertwining lights and shifting shadows, fans clutched their phones, wide-eyed, some gasped in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. A bespectacled male fan stammered, This is too real. How could I have doubted it before?" A nearby female fan clutched her chest, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Indeed, this multi-angle display cannot be faked." Another plump fan repeatedly shook his head, muttering, "I can't believe it. I can't believe it." In the crowd, some fans leaned closer to their screens, eager to scrutinize every detail of the car, their eyes brimming with awe and regret. The realization dawned upon Bai Mi Ping Che's followers that they had been deceived, and their anger erupted like a volcano. In dimly lit rooms, fans sat before their computers or clutched their phones, their expressions somber. Their fingers danced furiously across the screens, their gazes aflame with wrath. A young fan, gritting his teeth, cursed, "That scoundrel, spreading baseless claims, making us look foolish." Another fan pounded the table, shouting, "Let us unleash a wave of online outrage. He must pay for his folly." The comments section of Bai Mi Ping Che's Douyin account became inundated with a tidal wave of furious messages, spouting nonsense without verification, misleading us. What level of incompetence allows one to speak so recklessly? Get out of the car review scene. Don't embarrass us any further. The onslaught of vitriolic remarks transformed the comments section into a tempest, the flames of indignation threatening to consume the entire page. Bai Mi Ping Che gazed at the flooded comments, his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow, feeling utterly helpless. As he stared at the deluge of scathing critiques, his hands trembled, cold sweat streaming down. He attempted to express some words of explanation, yet his voice was but a feeble whisper against the tide of fury. His phone incessantly chimed, each notification feeling like a crushing blow. He slumped into his chair, his eyes filled with regret and dread. Simultaneously, the enraged fans continued to disseminate the incident, and more individuals joined the crusade against Bai Mi Ping Che. In various social media groups, people fervently discussed, "Such an irresponsible car reviewer deserves to be banned. Let us unite to boycott him, ensuring he never has the chance to speak recklessly again." Bai Mi Ping Che's reputation plummeted, the once celebrated figure seemingly plunged into a dark abyss from which escape appeared impossible. Chapter 43. Bai Mi's Car Reviews in Ruins. The team members of Bai Mi's Car Reviews found themselves engulfed in a state of panic. The atmosphere in the office was thick with tension. Some anxiously paced back and forth, while others stared blankly at the screen, overwhelmed by a torrent of criticism. "What are we to do? Our reputation is utterly destroyed," lamented a young assistant, his voice trembling with despair. The manager, furrowing his brow, bellowed, "Everyone, calm down. We need to devise a strategy to salvage this situation." Meanwhile, the fury of the fans continued to simmer. They promptly unfollowed Bai Mi's Car Reviews, and the once popular videos, which had garnered abundant likes, now saw their numbers plummet, with view counts dwindling to insignificance. Businesses that had previously collaborated with Bai Mi's Car Reviews began to call, either reprimanding him for the negative impact on their brands or outright terminating their partnerships. Gazing out at the city's nightscape, Bai Mi was consumed by despair. Recognizing that a fleeting moment of poor judgment had thrust him into an irretrievable abyss, within half an hour of relentless online outrage, the fans united to report Bai Mi's account as a risky one. He slumped in his chair, face ashen, fully aware that the account was beyond redemption. The glory of the past had vanished, leaving only devastation in its wake. When the fervent fans of supercars once again entered the Douyin live stream of the wealthy scion Qian Renyu, the atmosphere was electric. In the live stream, the barrage of comments surged, proclaiming, finally, that charlatan has received his due. What a relief! Qian Renyu, elated, shouted into the camera, "See? Justice will not be absent." In the bar, fans cheered jubilantly. Some raised their glasses in toast, while others embraced one another. Under the flickering lights, every face radiated the joy of victory. A young man danced and exclaimed, "Let us continue the celebration." A young woman squealed with laughter, "This is the true feast of supercars." The entire bar transformed into a sea of elation. as people reveled in this exhilarating moment, liberating their fervent spirits. Qian Renyu, with a sycophantic glance towards Qin Nua, remarked, "Master Qin, by me's account is no more." Qin Nua responded with a smile, "Indeed." Qian Renyu, now even more obsequious, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, cautiously inquired, "Master Qin, may I see the interior of the car?" Qin Nua readily replied, "Of course, feel free to take pictures." Overjoyed, Qian Renyu nearly leaped with delight as the Douyin live stream audience surged to over 10,000 viewers. In the bar, with lights dancing around them, he blushed from excitement, his voice quivering with enthusiasm. This is the spirit, a supercar worth billions, belonging to Master Qin. The live stream erupted in fervor, with comments pouring in like a torrential downpour. "Wow, I can't amp. Oppos, T-wait. Finally getting to see the interior. Thank you, Master Qin." The viewer's enthusiasm seemed poised to burst through the screen as Qian Renyu eagerly approached the car, ready to showcase its opulence. As Qian Renyu joyfully prepared to open the car door, he found it resistant to his efforts, confusion etched on his face as he looked towards Qin Nua. Qin Nua, with a playful smile, waved his hand nonchalantly. The car door, as if receiving some arcane command, slowly swung open. The astonished onlookers in the bar gasped in disbelief. The music in the bar seemed to fade into the background as Qian Renyu, eyes wide with astonishment, stammered, "I've never seen a door open like that." Around him, people whispered in awe. "Goodness, how extraordinary. This is truly sophisticated. No wonder it and Oppo's S.A. billion-dollar supercar. It stands apart." Their eyes sparkled with shock and curiosity, all riveted on the gracefully opening door. Chapter 44. Is this interior truly of earthly origin? The young master Qian Renyu of the Qian family, upon directing the camera towards the interior of the car, found himself utterly stunned, as if time had momentarily come to a standstill. His mouth slightly agape, his eyes brimming with astonishment, he stammered, This is simply unlike anything that could be produced on Earth." Inside the supercar Linghuan, dazzling lights intertwined, and various high-tech devices emanated an enigmatic glow. The exquisite dashboard, the futuristic seating materials, and the intricate yet orderly control system left one in awe. The fans and netizens in Qian Renyu's Douyin live stream were equally astonished. Before their screens, fans and netizens widened their eyes in disbelief, gasping in amazement. "My heavens! This is beyond cool. The interior is simply unimaginable. It feels as if we have stepped into a sci-fi film." The barrage of comments surged, with people rendered speechless by the unprecedented sight within the car, filling the live stream with exclamations of wonder and envy. In the Douyin live room, fans and netizens fixated intently on the screen, eyes unblinking, continuing to marvel at the intricate details of the supercar Linghuan. On the screen, every delicate stitch, each unique texture, and every button shimmering with mysterious light were vividly displayed for all to behold. One fan, unable to contain his astonishment, murmured, "The attention to detail is simply unbeatable." Another netizen, fingers hovering over the keyboard, lost in reverie, muttered, "This is a masterpiece. It hardly resembles a mere vehicle." Some fans trembled with excitement, struggling to steady their phones, exclaiming repeatedly, "Incredible! What craftsmanship must it take to achieve this?" The barrage of comments in the live stream refreshed at a frantic pace, with expressions of awe like 666, "This is astounding," flooding in, enveloping the entire room in a fervent and awe-stricken atmosphere. Outside the tax Shanghai bar, a group of onlookers craned their necks, their gazes fixed intently on the supercar Linghuan, their faces etched with curiosity. A young man clad in a leather jacket rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with eagerness, exclaiming, "What kind of high-tech marvel is hidden inside this car? I desperately want to see it up close." Beside him, a girl in a short skirt crossed her arms, biting her lip as she murmured, "I've heard that the interiors of such top-tier supercars are one of a kind. I wonder how luxurious it truly is." A sunglasses-clad gentleman leaned in closer, his voice trembling with excitement. "I just want to know if the seats are made from some special material. Does sitting in them feel like flying?" Another young man with dyed yellow hair stomped his foot impatiently, shouting, "What is the use of just guessing here? If only we could get inside and take a look." The chatter among the crowd grew increasingly animated, their curiosity and desire intensifying, as if their hearts had already soared into the car's interior. Just then, someone voiced loudly, "You don't have to wait, just check the live stream." Upon hearing this, the previously anxious crowd snapped out of their daze. The young man in the leather jacket suddenly smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Of course, how did I not think of that?" The girl in the short skirt quickly retrieved her phone, urging, "Hurry, open the live stream." The gentleman in sunglasses ceased his advance, hastily pulling out his phone, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. The young man with yellow hair excitedly urged, "Faster, faster." When this group finally beheld the interior footage of the supercar Ling Huan in the live stream, they were rendered speechless in shock. The leather-jacketed youth's eyes widened. His mouth forming an OS, he nearly fumbled his phone. The girl in the short skirt covered her mouth, letting out a gasp of wonder. The gentleman in sunglasses inhaled sharply, murmuring, This is utterly breathtaking." The young man with yellow hair, overwhelmed with excitement, danced around, shouting, "This is incredible, absolutely incredible." In that moment, the expressions of the entire crowd were frozen in astonishment, as if they had been captivated by the mesmerizing visuals before them. Chapter 45, Mr. Qin. Shall we add each other on WeChat? Observing the astonished expressions of those present, Qin Nua chuckled softly. Glancing at his watch, he felt it was time to depart. Turning to young Master Qian Renyu of the Qin family, he remarked, "Well, I must take my leave. Until next time." Upon hearing this, Qian Renyu's face was filled with reluctance as he and the others at Tax Shanghai Bar gazed longingly at Qin Nua. Young Master Qian Renyu hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Qin, won't you stay for a drink before leaving?" Qin Nua smiled in response and said, "Not today. I prefer to abstain for now." With a flattering tone, Qian Renyu asked, "May I add you on WeChat?" Qin Nua replied, "Perhaps next time." With that, Qin Nua elegantly turned away, slipping into his supercar, Ling Huan, and igniting the engine. The deep, resonant roar echoed as if bidding farewell to the crowd. Young Master Qian Renyu and the others could only helplessly wave, their eyes brimming with nostalgia. Viewers in the Douyin live stream of young Master Qian Renyu witnessed the scene, flooding the comments with sentiments of longing. "Mr. Qin has left. How bittersweet. I hope to witness such a thrilling spectacle again." The supercar Ling Huan vanished like a flash of lightning, leaving only a gust of wind in its wake. Before Tax Shanghai Bar, the lights continued to flicker erratically as individuals stood rooted, their gazes fixed on the direction in which the supercar had departed. Their faces etched with reluctance. A tall woman bit her lips slightly, her eyes reflecting disappointment. "He left so quickly, I could hardly take in the sight." A man beside her, hands in pockets, sighed in resignation, "I truly wish he could have stayed a bit longer." A stylish young man gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, "With this parting, who knows when we shall witness such a scene again?" The expressions of the crowd ranged from melancholy to regret, their complexities amplified by the colorful lights around them. They stood there in silence, seemingly still immersed in the shock and excitement of the moment, unable to snap back to reality. Qin Nua, no longer driving the supercar, effortlessly pressed a button to engage the autopilot mode. The Ling Huan glided smoothly and eventually came to a halt at the entrance of Dongji Oasis Manor. As Qin Nua stepped out, Butler Li Wenjia approached with respect, inquiring, "Sir, would you care for a late-night snack?" Qin Nua waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need." Li Wenjia bowed slightly, refraining from further remarks. Qin Nua proceeded directly to his room, ready to bathe and retire for the night. He shed his outer garments and entered the bathroom, turning on the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade down, washing away the fatigue of the day. After his bath, he donned comfortable sleepwear and lay upon the soft bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. The following morning, Qin Nua awoke slowly, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating the room. Approaching the window, he beheld the vibrant scenery of Dongji Oasis Manor, lush green trees, flourishing flowers, and birds singing joyfully. Stretching lazily, he suddenly recalled the system. "System, don't forget to check in promptly." The system responded, "Understood, Master. Checking in now." With eager anticipation, Qin Nua fixed his gaze ahead. The system announced, "Congratulations, Master. This check-in reward amounts to 900 trillion. Upon hearing this figure, Qin Nua was left utterly astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. The sum was simply staggering. He murmured to himself, his face a mask of incredulity. Chapter 46. The money seems endless. Qin Nua, with a look of contentment, remarked, "With such an abundance of cash, I can leisurely spend it without a worry in the world." After freshening up, he donned comfortable loungewear and strode briskly into the living room. Upon seeing Qin Nua, Li Wenjia hurriedly approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Boss, your breakfast is ready." Qin Nua nodded slightly in acknowledgement, replying, "Great." Li Wenjia continued, "Boss, will you be attending the Bulgari Serpeni Metamorphosis Art Exhibition as scheduled?" Qin Nua thoughtfully stroked his chin, contemplating briefly before affirmatively stating, "Of course." Li Wenjia promptly responded, "Excellent. Everything is arranged." Pleased, Qin Nua nodded and, with a kindly gaze, remarked, You and Appos, V, done well. I shall increase your salary tenfold. Hearing this, Li Wenjie and Appos' eyes widened in astonishment. His lips quivering as he stammered, "Boss, this is truly unexpected." In the living room, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting patches of golden light on the floor. Qin Nua walked calmly towards the dining table while Li Wenjie remained lost in his surprise, unable to regain his composure. With a look of gratitude etched on his face, Li Wenjie bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, boss." Qin Nua waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to thank me." Qin Nua then furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Isn't the Bulgari Serpini Metamorphosis art exhibition scheduled for the evening?" Li Wenjie quickly clarified, "Yes. The gala begins in the evening, but the exhibition commences in the afternoon." After a moment's reflection, Qin Nua replied, "Very well, I will only attend the gala. You can inform our chairman." Li Wenjie nodded vigorously in agreement, responding, "Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately." After enjoying his breakfast, Qin Nua stretched, feeling invigorated, and remarked, "It seems like a good time to get some fresh air." The dining area was bathed in soft sunlight, and Qin Nua's figure appeared relaxed amidst the play of light and shadow. Li Wenjie swiftly turned to handle the necessary arrangements, his steps brisk and full of enthusiasm. At that moment, Qin Nua radiated vitality, pondering, "Perhaps I should consider joining a supercar club." Once the thought crossed his mind, it swiftly took hold of his imagination. Without hesitation, he settled into the driver's seat of the stunning supercar, the Linghuan, engaged the autopilot mode, and the vehicle glided smoothly away from the estate. The sleek body of the Linghuan glimmered brilliantly under the sun, cruising down the road like a dazzling star. Passers-by cast envious glances, their surprise palpable. A young man pointed excitedly at the car, his voice trembling with excitement. "ISN and Appos. That the supercar from last night and Appos' livestream? They said it was worth billions." A girl beside him gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. "Oh my, I can't believe it. It truly is here, only in a big city like Shanghai." Whispers of astonishment filled the air as the Linghuan drove further away, leaving behind a ripple of awe and admiration on the street. Young onlookers stood frozen at the curb, their eyes glued to the supercar, their faces painted with disbelief. The young man's mouth hung agape, unable to close as he muttered, "I can't believe I'm seeing this billion-dollar Linghuan in person. I thought it would just be a fleeting view on Douyin last night." The girl beside him blinked in amazement, her hands clasped tightly to her chest, her voice trembling with excitement. "Oh my, seeing it in the live stream was already mind-blowing. But to witness it in reality is beyond my wildest dreams." Others gathered around, chattering animatedly, their expressions a mix of disbelief and exhilaration. It felt surreal, as if they were caught in a dream. Who would have thought they could encounter such a marvel on the streets? Their eyes sparkled with fervor and envy, completely captivated by the allure of the supercar, lingering in a state of wonder. Chapter 47. Spare no words. Just name a price. Qin Nua, driving the magnificent supercar Linghuan, arrived at the Aurora Supercar Club with breathtaking speed. This club holds the prestigious title of the best in Shanghai, its exterior adorned with unparalleled opulence. Towering structures, embellished with golden lines, shimmered under the sunlight, while the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows mirrored the surrounding splendor. At the entrance, intricately carved stone columns exuded an air of nobility and grandeur, as Qin Nua gracefully maneuvered his vehicle inside. The receptionist at the front desk gasped in astonishment upon seeing the supercar. With wide eyes and a stammer, he exclaimed, "ISNT that the custom supercar worth billions that went viral on Douyin last night?" In a flurry, the receptionist promptly called Wang Fujia, the owner of the Aurora Supercar Club. On the other end of the line, Wang Fujia was equally taken aback, his voice laced with urgency as he expressed his desire to learn more about the enigmatic young master Qin. He immediately instructed, "We must extend our utmost hospitality to young Master Qin." The receptionist quickly affirmed, "Understood." Meanwhile, a gentle breeze swept through the club's courtyard as the receptionist anxiously awaited the arrival of this distinguished guest. From a distance, Wang Fujia's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Qin Nua's supercar, his face a portrait of astonishment. He quickly adjusted his attire and hurried to the entrance to personally welcome the guest. Bowing slightly, he wore a respectful smile, extending his hands in a gesture of welcome, and said, "Young Master Qin, we are honored by your presence." His eyes sparkled with awe for the supercar, while he cautiously observed Qin Nua's demeanor, fearful of any semblance of neglect. With a broad smile, Wang Fujia added, "Young Master Qin, your timing is impeccable. We are just about to commence an event for our club members." Qin Nua, with a smile playing on his lips, replied, "Very well. I intend to purchase the Aurora Supercar Club outright." Wang Fujie's smile instantly faltered, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he stammered, "Why, young Master Qin? Did you say you wish to buy it?" The surrounding receptionists gasped, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor as they exchanged incredulous glances. At that moment, the air at the club's entrance felt suspended, with only a gentle breeze rustling the edges of their garments. Qin Nua decisively stated, "Just give me a price." Wang Fujie, still in shock, responded, "That might be rather expensive." Qin Nua frowned slightly, insisting, "Be direct, spare the pleasantries." Wang Fujie swallowed hard before announcing 50 million. Without hesitation, Qin Nua produced a check, swiftly writing out 60 million and presenting it to Wang Fujie. Upon seeing the check, Wang Fujie's eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, his mouth agape in sheer astonishment, before he promptly corrected himself, exclaiming, "Boss." The other employees at the Aurora Supercar Club were equally stunned, collectively gasping in disbelief, and then respectfully echoing, "Greetings, boss." At that moment, silence enveloped the entrance, with only the soft breeze caressing the scene, as the check trembled in Wang Fujie's quaking hands, reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Chapter 48. Who is this? Wang Fuji. The owner of the Aurora Supercar Club had no doubts regarding the authenticity of the check. Holding it with both hands, he bent lower, his face increasingly adorned with respect. "Boss," he immediately said with deference, "our event today is in Hall A. Would you like to take a look?" Qin Nua, appearing relaxed, replied, "Sure." At that moment, Hall A of the Aurora Supercar Club was a hive of activity. The room was ablaze with dazzling lights, and numerous club members congregated. Some engaged in lively conversations in small groups, while others gathered around the stunning supercars, offering their opinions. The air was filled with laughter and chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The members, clad in fashionable attire, held champagne glasses or flutes, their faces radiating excitement and enthusiasm. As Qin Nua stepped into Hall A, his tall stature and exceptional demeanor instantly drew the attention of many. Curious glances were cast his way, filled with intrigue. A man in a stylish suit furrowed his brow and whispered to his companion, "Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar." The woman beside him, donning sunglasses, shook her head and replied, "I don't know. He doesn't seem to be a member here." Another robust man set down his glass, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Nua, murmuring, "This unfamiliar face, could he be a newcomer?" In a moment, discussions among the club members erupted, all speculating about Qin Nua's identity. When this group of supercar enthusiasts caught sight of Wang Fuji, the owner of the Aurora Supercar Club, the conversations abruptly ceased, replaced by enthusiastic smiles. A well-groomed gentleman raised his glass high, exclaiming, "Boss Wang, long time no see." Nearby, a woman in a vibrant dress waved cheerfully, saying, "Boss Wang, we've been looking forward to your arrival." A young man rushed over, his face brimming with excitement, stating, "Boss Wang, you've come at the perfect time. We were just having a lively discussion." The atmosphere intensified, filled with greetings and exclamations. Wang Fuji, visibly thrilled, addressed the members with heightened enthusiasm. "I have an announcement to make. The Aurora Supercar Club has officially been acquired." As soon as the words left his lips, the previously lively hall fell into a stunned silence. The expressions on the members' faces froze, eyes widening in shock. The well-groomed gentleman's glass hovered in midair, his mouth agape as he struggled to process the news. The woman in the vibrant dress covered her mouth in disbelief, her smile vanished. The young man appeared utterly incredulous, stammering, "What do you mean it has been acquired?" The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, everyone taken aback by this unexpected announcement. Wang Fuji continued, "Allow me to introduce Mr. Qin Nua, the new owner of the Aurora Supercar Club." As the words resonated, the members' gazes shifted in unison towards Qin Nua. Upon seeing his remarkably youthful face, expressions of astonishment filled their features. The gentleman with the slick-back hair nearly dropped his glass, eyes wide as he muttered, "So young?" The woman in the colorful dress gasped, "This is utterly unexpected." The young man couldn't help but rub his eyes, seemingly in disbelief, exclaiming, "He is our club's owner at such a young age?" The faces of the crowd reflected sheer astonishment, and the hall buzzed with hushed whispers and murmurs of disbelief. Chapter 49. A playful encounter within the confines of the Aurora Supercar Club. Members eagerly engaged in animated discussions. A middle-aged man clad in an exquisite designer jacket leaned closer to his companion, lowering his voice. "This Aurora Supercar Club is no trifling matter, valued at several tens of millions. When Qin Nua speaks of acquisition, one cannot underestimate his prowess. Beside him, a young man adorned with a luxurious timepiece nodded fervently, echoing. Indeed, he is undoubtedly a super-rich magnate, perhaps even a scion of a prestigious family. Not far away, a group of elegantly adorned ladies huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. One woman with cascading curls gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Such audacity must surely stem from formidable connections. Another woman with a chic bob, her eyes sparkling, remarked, I surmise his status is anything but ordinary. As the discussion swirled around the hall, curiosity and speculation filled the air. And the gaze of the crowd shifted toward Qin Nua, now imbued with a sense of reverence. Following their chatter, the collective demeanor transformed. Respect mingled with intrigue, compelling them to gravitate closer to him, their eyes scanning his presence with inquisitiveness. A tall gentleman bent slightly, a smile of deference gracing his features. Good day, Mr. Qin. A nearby lady in an opulent gown quickly followed suit. Mr. Qin, what a pleasure. The chorus of greetings swelled, creating an atmosphere charged with both reverence and an insatiable curiosity as they sought to glean more about this new proprietor from his responses. The ambience in the hall grew subtly charged, all eyes now fixated on Qin Nua. With a friendly demeanor, he addressed the crowd. There is no need for excessive concern. I have merely acquired this Aurora Supercar Club for amusement, while the operational services will remain under the capable stewardship of Wang Fujie. Upon hearing this, Wang Fujie's expression betrayed surprise, his mind racing with thoughts. I had anticipated that Qin Nua would appoint a separate team to take over. Qin Nua then turned to Wang Fujie, inquiring, is this acceptable? To which Wang Fujie promptly replied with utmost respect, absolutely, young Master Qin. Upon learning that Qin Nua's acquisition was merely for leisure, the members of the Aurora Supercar Club exchanged astonished glances. A man donning gold-rimmed glasses could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, to acquire simply for fun is astonishingly extravagant. A nearby youth in athletic wear widened his eyes, declaring, indeed, poverty has confined my imagination. Several ladies clutched their chests, their expressions one of disbelief. The hall momentarily fell silent before erupting into hushed exclamations and discussions. The members remained enveloped in shock, their gazes toward Qin Nua increasingly reverent, their postures subconsciously bending in respect. At that moment, a slender man's eyes suddenly brightened, exclaiming, I recognize him. This Mr. Qin Nua is the very one who became a sensation on Douyin last night. His declaration shattered the brief stillness, prompting others to turn and gaze in astonishment. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard slapped his thigh, realizing, no wonder he seemed familiar, it is indeed him. Nearby, a stylishly dressed woman covered her mouth in disbelief. It's him. I sensed he was extraordinary on Douyin last night. The hall buzzed anew with animated chatter, as curiosity and awe toward Qin Nua intensified further. Chapter 50. The Unmatched Supercar. A throng of individuals gathered, animatedly discussing the spectacle before them. The supercar showcased on Douyin was rumored to be worth billions, and yet here it was, in the flesh. Indeed, such financial prowess could effortlessly purchase our entire club. As if it were child's play. The gazes directed at Qin Nua were imbued not just with respect but also with a tinge of admiration. Qin Nua wore a subtle smile, seemingly unfazed by the attention, as he stood casually, exuding an air of confident composure. The previously emaciated man who had recognized him was now fervently excited, pushing his way to the front, beaming as he exclaimed, young Master Qin. I was utterly astounded when I saw your supercar on Douyin last night. I never imagined I would encounter you in person today. Qin Nua nodded slightly, responding with polite acknowledgement. Is that so? It appears the live stream was quite successful. This remark ignited another wave of chatter among the crowd. Not only was young Master Qin wealthy, but he was also engaging in live streaming, truly in tune with contemporary trends. One could surmise that he could effortlessly revolutionize the live streaming industry with his casual flair. The atmosphere in the A Hall of the Aurora Supercar Club was electric, with all eyes fixated on Qin Nua, who stood at the epicenter of this lively gathering, savoring the adulation and attention. Curiosity radiated from the crowd as they bombarded him with inquiries about the supercar's staggering billion-dollar valuation. With a confident smile, Qin Nua proclaimed, "Come, let me show you." His words ignited a fervor akin to lighting a powder keg. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they exchanged eager whispers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. A gentleman clad in a stylish suit clenched his fist in exhilaration, thinking to himself that witnessing the supercar in person was worth a lifetime. A lady in an exquisite gown felt her cheeks flush with excitement, grasping her companion's hand, urging, quickly, let's not miss this. The throng surged towards the club's entrance, Their footsteps hurried in the atmosphere alive with chatter, each individual eager to behold the legendary supercar. As they approached the entrance, sunlight bathed the supercar, its metallic surface glimmering brilliantly, resembling a work of art from the future. The crowd fell silent, awestruck by the sight, mouths agape in sheer wonder. "Wow, this is simply magnificent," a lady whispered, her eyes sparkling with delight. "The lines, the design, it's absolutely stunning." A car enthusiast marveled, circling the vehicle, lost in admiration. Standing beside them, Chin Nua smiled, relishing the atmosphere of the moment. He gently patted the car's surface, stating, "This supercar is not merely a feast for the eyes. Its performance is unparalleled." The crowd edged closer, eagerly inquiring about the car's specifications, their eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge and passion for luxury automobiles. The ambience was akin to a grand automotive celebration, filled with fervor and excitement. Wang Fuji glanced at the supercar once more, his eyes wide with awe and contemplation. Muttering to himself, "It's worth billions." Meanwhile, the club members seemed to have received a divine permission, their eyes lighting up as they turned to Chin Nua. One bolder member hesitantly asked, "Young Master Chin, may we come closer to take a look?" With a smile, Chin Nua nodded, "Of course." These simple words unleashed another wave of enthusiasm. The crowd erupted in excitement, their pent-up exhilaration finally breaking free. A fashionable lady covered her mouth with her hands, tears of joy glistening in her eyes as she instinctively stepped forward. Several young men, unable to contain their enthusiasm, leaped in delight, rushing towards the supercar, their faces radiating uncontainable joy. Surrounding the supercar, the crowd's eyes reflected awe and admiration, as if they were beholding an unparalleled treasure. Some cautiously reached out, hesitant to touch, fearing they might desecrate the billion-dollar marvel. An atmosphere of fervor and reverence enveloped the entire scene. Curiosity and astonishment filled the eyes of those who cautiously approached the supercar. A young man in casual attire gently caressed the car and Oppo's surface, murmuring, "The texture is exquisite. I and Oppo's only seen this in my dreams." Nearby, a middle-aged gentleman in sunglasses bent slightly, scrutinizing the wheels, exclaiming, "The design of these rims is undoubtedly complex. It truly deserves its billion-dollar price tag." A lady leaned closer to the window, peering inside at the lavish interior, gasping in astonishment, "Wow, the interior is so opulent. It feels like pure indulgence to sit inside." At that moment, someone in the crowd asked, "Young Master Chin, how fast can this supercar go?" With a smile, Chin Nua explained, "Its top speed is impressively high. However, typical racetracks cannot fully unleash its potential." The crowd gasped in awe once more. They surrounded Chin Nua and the supercar, exchanging questions and comments, to which Chin Nua patiently responded. The sunlight bathed the gathering, and the clearing in front of the club buzzed with a lively and exhilarating atmosphere, as everyone reveled in this extraordinary encounter with a top-tier luxury vehicle. Observing the curious expressions of the crowd, Chin Nua cheerfully announced, "Allow me to demonstrate some features of my supercar." Upon hearing this, anticipation ignited in the crowd, who pressed in closer, their eyes fixed on Chin Nua and the supercar. Just as excitement reached its zenith, the supercar trembled slightly and, without warning, began to levitate. How is this possible?" someone exclaimed, the shock evident in their voice. All eyes widened, jaws dropped, as disbelief washed over the crowd. Some instinctively rubbed their eyes, questioning their own perception. The gentleman in sunglasses nearly lost his shades, staring dumbfounded at the levitating supercar, murmuring, "Is this still a car? It's beyond comprehension." The ladies gasped, covering their mouths, their expressions a mixture of fear and astonishment, as if they were witnessing a fantastical dream. The scene fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the gentle breeze rustling through their garments, amplifying the atmosphere of disbelief. Everyone stood as if under a spell, fixated on the supercar suspended in midair, unable to fathom the reality of the spectacle. The young man who had just been excitedly touching the car now held his hand frozen in midair, his eyes wide as saucers, stammering, What is happening? How can the car be floating?" The middle-aged gentleman, still wearing sunglasses, instinctively adjusted them. Yet his gaze remained glued to the levitating supercar, muttering incessantly, "This is unbelievable. It transcends the realm of science." Several ladies turned pale with fright. One of them clutched her companion's hand tightly, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Am I dreaming? How can a car fly like something from a science fiction movie?" A palpable atmosphere of shock and skepticism enveloped the crowd, who whispered among themselves, yet struggled to find a rational explanation. Some even pinched themselves, attempting to confirm whether they were indeed dreaming. The scene was filled with a cacophony of gasps, murmurs, and incredulous shouts. Meanwhile, the hovering supercar, Linghuan, radiated a mysterious and dazzling glow under the sun, as if proclaiming its uniqueness to all present. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd, Qin Nuo could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Of course, this is real. Otherwise, how could it be worth billions?" His laughter resonated particularly loudly amid the stunned silence. Upon hearing his words, the crowd seemed to awaken from their stupor, their gazes toward Qin Nuo transforming from mere respect to a fervent admiration. A young man, his eyes sparkling with excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Master Qin, you are incredible. A supercar worth billions, with such astonishing capabilities. It's like something out of a divine realm." The previously pale-faced lady now blushed. Her eyes filled with adoration as she softly remarked, "Master Qin, not only are you wealthy, but you also bring such breathtaking surprises." The other members echoed her sentiments, affirming that Master Qin was truly remarkable, their admiration swelling with each passing moment. Sunlight bathed the crowd, illuminating their faces filled with awe and longing. While Qin Nuo stood at the center, surrounded by admirers, embodying the focal point of this world, exuding an irresistible charm. With a confident smile, Qin Nuo waved his hand again. The supercar Linghuan emitted a soft electric hum, accompanied by a gentle blue glow, as its doors slowly lifted upward, resembling a futuristic bird poised for flight. The car's cutting-edge design elicited gasps from the onlookers. Inside, the dashboard glowed with an ethereal blue light, and the streamlined seats appeared custom-made for future warriors. The luxurious materials of the central console exuded both sci-fi allure and opulence, with every detail showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and extraordinary technology. A fashionably dressed lady could not contain her astonishment, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, This is like a vehicle that has traveled from the future." Nearby, a young car enthusiast, flushed with excitement, unconsciously shuffled forward, murmuring, "Oh my, the technological marvel. I have no regrets in my life now that I have witnessed such a car." All the club members stood frozen in place, their eyes wide as saucers, transfixed by the supercar as if enchanted. Some even reached out, tempted to touch this dreamlike technological masterpiece, yet hesitated in midair, fearing their actions might disturb this wonder from the future. The atmosphere was thick with silence, punctuated only by the occasional gasp, as everyone was immersed in this unparalleled spectacle. Just then, a club member wearing a baseball cap raised his phone, quietly live-streaming the breathtaking scene. On the screen, the supercar Linghuan radiated captivating technological brilliance, its hovering body and slowly opening doors captivating the viewers. The live chat exploded with fervent comments. "Oh my goodness, what a divine supercar. Is this a special effect? No. It doesn't look like it. Where's the host? Wow, this is unbelievable. Is it real?" The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement, the likes surging like rampant vines, swiftly surpassing 1,000,000. The baseball cap-wearing member, witnessing his popularity soar, felt a tremor of exhilaration. He panned the camera to capture the astonished expressions of fellow club members, some with mouths agape, others with tears of excitement in their eyes, and still others standing in a daze, as if their very souls had been captivated by the spectacle before them. "Family, are you seeing this? This is not special effects. This is a real supercar," he eagerly explained to the camera. The live stream's excitement continued to escalate, with viewers enthusiastically showering gifts, the screen ablaze with effects and comments, as if it might burst from the sheer intensity. Meanwhile, the supercar Linghuan continued to emanate its mysterious and alluring glow, captivating all eyes. However, the atmosphere in the live stream soon shifted as skepticism crept in. Those unable to accept the scene before them transformed into critics, launching a barrage of disparaging remarks. "Stop deceiving us. This special effect is too fake." One comment shot across the screen, quickly followed by others. "What car can float and look so advanced? At least make it believable. The host will do anything for views. This stream is unwatchable." The baseball cap-wearing member, witnessing the deluge of negative comments, felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. He hurriedly approached the supercar Linghuan, anxiously explaining, "Everyone, this is truly not a special effect. Look at the texture of the car and the reactions of those around. It doesn't seem fake at all." Yet the critics remained unconvinced, their scornful remarks growing sharper. "Oh, please, those people around might be actors you hired. Stop streaming this fake nonsense for views. It's embarrassing." The negative comments flooded the live stream like a dark cloud, drowning out the initial awe and curiosity. The baseball cap-wearing member, feeling helpless, could only watch as the atmosphere of the stream deteriorated. Observing the situation unfold in the live stream, Chin Nua maintained his composed smile and stated, "Allow me to demonstrate the speed of this supercar." Upon hearing this, the club members' eyes ignited with eager anticipation, buzzing excitedly. Some could barely contain themselves, rubbing their hands together in excitement, eager to witness this breathtaking moment. Chin Nua stepped into the supercar Linghuan and gently pressed the accelerator. In an instant, accompanied by a deep, powerful roar, the supercar shot forward like a streak of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a gust of wind that rustled the crowd's clothing. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, eyes filled with disbelief. The young man who had been so animated moments before now stood frozen, his expression as if time had stopped. Meanwhile, the critics from the live stream, who had been so vocally dismissive, were now wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. Their previous torrent of negative comments evaporated, replaced by an eerie silence. After a moment, one viewer finally stammered. How is this possible? The entire scene fell into silence, the only sound remaining the fading roar of the engine, which seemed to echo the incredibility of what had just transpired. After what felt like an eternity, the live stream reignited, and comments surged once more. "Oh my. This is real. I didn't believe it at first. This speed is simply otherworldly. My face hurts. This isn't a special effect. I've just been short-sighted. I'm sorry, host. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly. This supercar is incredible." The live stream brimmed with apologies and expressions of awe, as gifs and effects began to flood the screen. Meanwhile, the club members remained entranced, enveloped in the shock of the moment. A middle-aged gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, swallowed hard and spoke with great difficulty. "This speed vanishes in the blink of an eye. I have never witnessed such terrifying acceleration in my life." Beside him, a fashionably attired lady, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, "Young Master Chin, this supercar is simply magnificent. It feels like a divine artifact from the future." Unbeknownst to them, Chin Nua had once again materialized before the crowd, driving the supercar as if his previous disappearance were merely an illusion. He stepped out of the vehicle, a faint smile gracing his lips as he casually remarked, "This is merely its basic performance." The onlookers gathered around, their eyes brimming with admiration and curiosity. "Young Master Chin, could you enlighten us further on the extraordinary features of this supercar?" A young club member eagerly inquired. Chin Nua nodded and began to patiently elaborate, captivating the audience who listened in rapt attention, occasionally gasping in awe. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, and the viewers in the live stream felt as if they were partaking in this grand automotive spectacle. In the live stream, what had once been a chorus of vocal detractors now found themselves rendered speechless, as if their throats had been constricted. The fingers that had been poised to criticize now froze before the screen, their faces a mixture of disbelief and embarrassment. Those who had firmly believed in the authenticity of this spectacle were now nearly delirious with excitement, their fervent comments flooding the screen. "I knew it. This must be real. You just wouldn't believe it. Wow, this supercar is simply extraordinary. Young Master Chin is incredible. I told you this was genuine. It's truly remarkable." Witnessing this miracle in person is utterly exhilarating. The waves of applause resounded like thunderclaps as the supportive viewers rallied together. The gift effects burst forth like brilliant fireworks in the live stream, illuminating the atmosphere with a fervent energy. Golden rockets and dazzling crowns filled the screen, enveloping the entire live broadcast in an electrifying ambience. The popularity soared, visibly escalating at a breathtaking pace. Meanwhile, the erstwhile detractors could only watch in dismay, their hearts heavy with regret as they grappled with the futility of reclaiming their previous misguided remarks. Chapter 51. The grand conclusion on the planet Raven at the heart of the universe. Golden light cascades dreamily upon every inch of land. A decade later, Chin Nua has become the wealthiest magnate in the cosmos, indulging in the utmost luxuries that this world has to offer. The palace where Chin Nua resides resembles a resplendent fortress of stars, constructed from the rarest star crystals in the universe. It emanates a kaleidoscope of colors under the refraction of light, appearing ethereal and surreal. The grand entrance of the palace towers 100 feet high, fashioned from pure gold, adorned with mysterious engravings of cosmic constellations that seem to narrate the secrets of the universe. Within the palace, an array of exquisite treasures floats gently. The celestial spirit orbs, radiating a soft blue glow, are said to contain enough energy to obliterate a small asteroid, yet they are merely used as decor, casually displayed. The walls are embedded with rare star diamonds, which automatically arrange themselves into magnificent murals depicting the vastness of the universe, occasionally shimmering as if the cosmos itself were breathing. Qin Nuo reclines languidly on a chaise crafted from the finest cosmic beast hides, surrounded by a bevy of graceful alien maidens. Their skin glistens with a faint luminescence, and their eyes resemble deep, swirling nebulae as they gently present Qin Nuo with a variety of delicacies. These culinary delights hail from every corner of the universe. Some being exotic fruits flourishing near stars, radiating intense warmth. Others are mysterious creatures captured from deep-sea planets, melting in the mouth and transforming into a peculiar energy coursing through Qin Nuo's body. Outside the palace lies an expansive garden, planted with unique flora exclusive to the cosmos. Each blossom is the size of a house, with petals as transparent as crystal, exuding an enchanting fragrance that wafts across the entire planet. At the center of the garden stands a colossal fountain, from which flows not ordinary water, but a cosmic essence shimmering with golden light, reputed to bestow transformative powers upon those who partake. Gazing through the palace's grand floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Nuo overlooks the entirety of Raven, his eyes reflecting boundless calm and satisfaction as he revels in this unparalleled life of luxury. At that moment, a sleek interstellar spacecraft gracefully descends onto the plaza before the palace. The vessel emanates a mysterious glow, its streamlined hull reminiscent of the most agile fish in the cosmos, adorned with energy crystals that twinkle like miniature stars. As the hatch opens, a group of elegantly attired alien envoys steps forth, their garments woven from the finest cosmic fibers, intricately embroidered with the unique totems of their respective planets, refracting fantastical colors in the sunlight. Bearing gifts symbolizing respect and friendship, the envoys approach the palace with reverence. Surrounded by his maidens, Qin Nuo slowly emerges from the palace to greet them. He dons a robe fashioned from cosmic silkworm silk, its hem embroidered with patterns of stars and oceans, each step causing the designs to dance as if alive. Qin Nuo's gaze conveys an innate regal authority, embodying the very essence of a super magnate with every gesture. The alien envoys kneel on one knee, and the foremost among them raises his head, filled with awe, and declares, "Esteemed Lord Qin Nuo, we hail from the distant Karma star system. Having heard of your unparalleled renown, we have come to extend our sincerest respect and gifts." With a flourish of his hand, the envoys present their offerings. The gifts are a splendid array, including a life spring capable of healing all ailments, contained within a vessel crafted from the universe's hardest dark ice, emitting wisps of milky light, and an artifact resonating with cosmic energy, shaped like a harp, whose strings vibrate gently, producing enchanting notes that can invoke the resonance of cosmic laws. Qin Nuo nods slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Raven welcomes your presence." His voice, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority, echoes across the plaza. With a sweeping gesture, celestial melodies begin to resonate throughout the palace. This harmonious composition, played by an ensemble of rare instruments, sounds as if the universe itself is singing in unison. The alien envoys, guided by the maidens, enter the palace, and a grand interstellar banquet unfolds. The tables are laden with delicacies from across the cosmos, each dish exuding an irresistible aroma, as if narrating the unique tales of their home planets. Qin Nuo and the alien envoys toast joyfully, laughter and merriment resonating within the opulent palace, while Raven shines ever more brightly in the joyful atmosphere, radiating its distinctive brilliance at the center of the universe. The end.